All right, perfect. Whoa! My God! Holy shit, Daddy!
Who is ready for some beef, motherfuckers?
Greetings. Be careful.
Let's go!
Those are weird.
I made 60, so might as well just do this now.
Yeah, I can see it, dude.
I mean, screw it. I'm joking, I'm joking.
He lagged. He lagged.
I lagged, dude!
No chance for that guy. Oh no, no. This guy's jumping on the boat. He's gonna drown on his way back when this boat gets into the Barrens. Nope. Not a good idea, buddy. Yep, you're dead. You're gonna die to fatigue now. Guy types and he needs a summon.
Hey, Day-Right, thanks for the prime.
He made it.
Charging.
Hit and Run, FSA.
That's
Bust open. No sign.
İnanılmaz. Ananı sikeyim.
So where is this? I think it's Red Ridge Mountains. I'm unfamiliar with the Alliance starting zones. Fall damage death.
You Slin, you shall suffer a fate worse than death. You get this little imp off me, boys. Oh shit. Oh my lordy lord, we just nearly died. Oh my god. We was on like 1 fucking HP.
Okay, see, I'm not. I bought 140 boom.
Alright. He's doing a lot of damage. That's gonna hurt. Holy shit. Yep, I'm running. Hold on.
What the hell?
Give me just a second.
YouTube Shorts, you hit 500 views. Nice, more people are watching your short.
Oh god, he's gonna kill me. No! Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, it was the one where I was showing the chicken cage, or chicken tent.
Watch the red, watch damage, Chomper! Chomper!
Alter. Du bist aus oben, Alter.
Nein, ich bin nicht oben, aber der Hund war
BRD.
auf mir. Ich wär...
Oh yeah, they're at the top, above
Jetzt habe ich immer noch einen.
Cindy's. Or no, they're at the bridge, to like the bar.
Oh Gott.
Das schaffen wir nicht, wir müssen...
Soll ich 4?
Ja, renn, ja, 4. Ja. Wir springen die Arena runter. Hallo?
They're formatting it.
Hallo?
I think the healer... No, they're healers. Everyone has mana.
Macht nur 300
I don't know why
Damage,
they're
springt
running.
runter. Auf die, ja.
Are they gonna go to the reset
Ja,
spot?
gut.
Ja, das
Ja.
haben wir auch
Now
gerade
they made it
raus.
out.
Ich hab dir ja die Bubble Gap, sonst wärst du wahrscheinlich tot.
Quand je vais cliquer, là, t'es prêt? Alors,
T'inquiète, tu vas voir, tu vas
on
voir.
se met chacun à l'opposé. Par contre, personne parle pendant le fight, s'il vous plaît. Hein.
I've
Ouais,
seen
ouais,
one
ouais.
of these
Comment on dit pas parler, no talking?
Elle
No
me
talk.
while I was in game.
Je ne peux pas encore le faire.
Oh. Oh.
Cette technique n'est pas encore utilisable.
Bro wasted his blind off of that though.
Pas assez.
Oh!
That's not good.
Pas assez d'énergie.
Yeah, now this guy can reset on him. Oh, never mind. Yeah, there's the blind. Kid
Oh,
Ouais,
c'est
il
beau.
sait jouer, il sait jouer. Et à m'enculer, c'est sûr.
to the banish. This guy's banishing to full.
Je n'ai pas de cible.
Blinded again. That's a rogue v
Pas
rogue.
encore. Cette technique n'est pas encore utilisable.
BRD.
Eh, il est intéressant le Majora.
Mobs.
Je ne peux pas encore le faire. C'est trop loin.
Run.
Je n'ai pas assez d'énergie. Pas assez.
Okay,
Pas assez d'énergie. Pas assez. Je n'ai pas assez d'énergie.
GG.
GG, mec.
Ça t'allait m'enculer.
Next one, the next ground shake.
I have a lot on me. I have a lot on me.
Okay, I'll blizzard.
yeah, I try to get at least 2 people
This guy must be feared.
before I start the runs.
Yeah, she's good.
We run up the route. Follow me, follow me, follow me.
We're gonna do another Nova?
I need a shield. Yes. Run up the route. Yes. And we run
This
into the house.
RFK.
Easy.
I am.
What is this?
To the house.
Oh no!
Oh, hey, Loon,
I never knew of that safe spot. They're like jumping into like a house
Who
by
thought
climbing
that?
a vine.
Okay, I
This
believe,
mage
I believe.
didn't make it though.
Oh, did you macro?
No, no, I did. Oh no!
It was at this
Oh,
moment
what?
that he knew.
Can you
I
come
may
back?
die.
fucked up.
Wait,
No, no,
wait.
you can do it. You can do it.
Blessing of Freedom? Where are you?
He's marked green. He's marked green.
How did they pull that
Freedom?
much mobs?
Blessing of Freedom?
Oh,
he died.
Okay,
Oh, what
into
happened?
the house.
Okay.
Now what the fuck happened?
Yeah, exactly. Well, you got any competition today? I know there was another shaman doing the same thing as me, but he was charging way more than me. Like 25 gold around.
I might be dead here, boys. Yo, we got a dip. We got a dip. We got a dip. Oh shit, he died. Oh shit, run, boys. Bail. Bail, bail, bail.
I need to get closer. This might be someone else doing the boost as well. Let me get a good look at him. Oh, he's like spell power builds. Stole that? Okay, never mind. I thought that was the pearl from phase 1.
Hello there.
Not bad. Yeah, this guy's probably got some good self-healing compared to what. I mean, yeah, I don't really have any spell power on my gear. I can't use that.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
But what would happen if, for some reason, we ignore somebody unlocked 100% of the cerebral capacity?
100%?
Yes?
Where is this? Oh, Hearthwood. Paladin going up top. What is he? Oh. Can he just use bubble? Is he like gonna hand a protection and jump off? Oh no, we can survive.
Thank you for watching, and until next time.
Whatever happened to the other hardcore classic moments channel? I need like a 30-40 minute video to listen to here. Something. Oh, whisper. I do the interrogator and this pool of mobs that I kill. Like the first boss, basically. Dude's asking if I do bosses. I just need 2 people at minimum. Run. 3 spots open. FFA loot. No summons. That's decent. It takes me about 15 to 17 minutes on average to finish a run. On average, people ding in like 2-3 runs depending on their level. Alright. 49 warrior booster. He just wants to get a Kargas summon. Thing is, I haven't seen any Kargas summons in the past few days, because I think all the people that were doing it were bots. A chills video? I haven't listened to one of these in like months.
Number 10. A YouTuber named Ariette Jane is live streaming a road trip when suddenly an unidentified creature bursts through the traffic, nearly causing a wreck.
Here we are. San Diego Freeway coming up. We are there. What? Wait, dude. He wasn't on a motorcycle.
The speeding object leaves a short trail of fire behind, almost like it has a turbocharger of some sort, yet it's going way too fast to be an ordinary vehicle. My guess is this is computer-generated special effects, but if that is the case, then I don't know how he got the cars to slow down all at once to make this shot look so realistic. Maybe there was traffic ahead or something and he edited this creature in later. Either way, Ariette Jane swears that this video is 100% real, and I'd like to know if you agree with him or not. Number 9. This unbelievable capture occurred on a rural road in the middle of the night. Published by Scary Desk in September of 2021, a crew was driving to an unknown location when this happened. The semi-transparent figure appears to fall directly from the sky. It stays in place for a moment before shortly vanishing. Is this a phantom, CGI, or do you have another theory? I guess this just goes to show you never know what you're gonna see when you look up at the sky. Number 8. This Colombian video from 2008 is apparently the last footage taken by 4 men that disappeared, found inside an abandoned car. The footage shows the men driving towards a strange person dressed in all white, possibly a wedding dress.
Arranca. No, despacio, haga despacio.
They slowly approach the person and attempt to drive around them, and that's where the video ends. What happens next is a complete mystery, since this was the only footage found. Skeptics have been unable to debunk this video, or find the whereabouts of the disappeared men that were mentioned. It appears whoever was standing on the road that night will remain a mystery. Number 7. Watch the left side of your screen for something creepy. A large figure is bouncing up and down at the side of the road trying to get their attention. What they see when they drive past leaves them creeped out for life. This screenshot taken at exactly 7 seconds shows a weird fish-like head turning one oversized eye towards the camera for a closer look. I was thinking this could be like a company mascot or something, but they aren't standing in front of a business, and they aren't holding a sign. Has this car full of friends caught an authentic unknown creature sighting on camera like they claim? I wish they would have driven back around for another look, but I can understand them not wanting to risk it. Number 6. A car sees a ghost on the side of the road and pulls over to record. They see nothing but darkness, so they slowly inch forward. Scared yet certain something paranormal lies ahead. Looks like they were right. They've caught a ghost sighting in their headlights, but not for long as the figure disappears into the night. Suddenly they are no longer curious about what they saw and only want to get out of there fast. The figure is much taller than the average person and towers over their car. Something tells me they aren't the first travelers to witness this roadside phantom, and they are also probably far from the last for that matter. Number 5. Myrtle Sorosa is a popular model and actress from the Philippines who witnessed something unexplainable while on tour. In eastern Samar, she and her crew are navigating unlit back roads when they spot this small phantom-like figure in the street. In Myrtle's words, the white blob caught by the dash cam does not match what they saw in person. She says what they saw looked more like a child who was around 10 years old with a pale face and a bluish-white shirt. They wanted to double back and save the helpless child, but their tour guide said that this road is famous for child ghost sightings, and that it was best to get out of there quickly. I guess this could all be just a publicity stunt, but since Eastern Samar once had a bad typhoon that claimed the lives of many children, I think that she is probably telling the truth. Number 4. A police officer is patrolling a long stretch of country road when something suddenly almost causes him to swerve into a ditch. It's hard to see what happened, but when you slow the video down and play it frame by frame, you can see a transparent figure step directly into the police officer's path. Look closely and you can just make out the slender outline of a head and a body. It almost looks like the small frame of a woman. The figure passes through the car without damage, and the police officer makes a 3-point turn to go back and investigate. As he crawls forward, he sees nothing. The road is empty and the night scenery is silent. Number 3. A YouTuber and his friend are riding a motorcycle throughout the Indian town of Uti when they unexpectedly zoom past a pedestrian clad in ancient-looking robes. Watch this part, and if you happen to share their language, please translate what's being shouted at the person here. I'm guessing that they probably said watch where you're going or something along those lines. Whatever it is that they said, it must have really upset the other person, because after driving in a straight line for about another minute, this happens. They come across the same person as before. Yet this is impossible because there is no way that the person could have been traveling on foot faster than what they were doing on a bike. Suddenly it dawns on them that they were most likely taunting a spirit, and it looks like they actually get off their bike to flee. This video looks very authentic, and I'm inclined to believe it is real because there's no added music or sound effects, just raw footage. If anyone is from the town of Uti or lives nearby, let me know if these sightings are common in the area, or better yet, tell me if you've ever seen something like this yourself. Number 2. If you're thinking of taking your motorbike down a dark, mainly deserted road at night, you'd better be ready for what comes next. Published to YouTube by Mumbiker Nikhail. To YouTube in December of 2014, another strange sighting was spotted while riding on a cold night. The uploader writes, I was passing by Airy Colony after midnight, and I would like to share the scary incident which took place. He notes in the video that the area is known for its ghost stories and scary people who lurk nearby. Nikhail says he wasn't sure if what he saw was a thief or a ghost, but whatever it was scary. Thieves and ghosts aren't the only scary things about Airy Colony. Located in India's Sanjay Gandhi National Park, Wikipedia warns against traveling the deciduous forest between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. as there are many feral pigs, stray dogs, and even leopards in the thick vegetation along the lonely roads. Worse, life takings are not uncommon in the area. Neither are occult practices. Ghost stories are widely circulated, with many claiming that spirits have tried to hitch rides in the night in this area. So yeah, why not take a ride down it? Though it is late, vehicles pass Nikhail by as he rides down the dark road. There are even people standing on the shoulder at some points. As he continues driving, darkness envelopes until he sees a man walking strangely in the middle of the road. He cries out as he almost collides with the man. But when he turns around, no one is there at all. He said he turned out of curiosity, but then realized the guy could be a thief, though he didn't see him anywhere in the darkness, so he sped off to live another day, and he says he's never returning to the area again after midnight. Would you? Based on what Wikipedia said, it's not a good idea. I've got a challenge for you. Since you've made it this far, why not like this video and hit subscribe in the next 5 seconds? Because I upload 4 new scary videos every week. If you're curious about what I look like in real life, then go to my Instagram at DylanIsChillinYT and tap that follow button to find out. Number 1. A YouTuber named Sanjay Key Angel is traveling the countryside in India when he comes across a phantom figure dressed in an all-white shroud that completely covers its face. It pays them absolutely no attention as it crosses the road with no lantern in hand. Moments ago it was wandering in complete darkness, yet it moves as though it had somewhere else to be. How it's able to find its bearings in total darkness, with its face covered, is beyond me. Listen to this part and translate if you speak the language, so that we all know what they were thinking at the time. Also tell me whether or not they sound like they are really scared. Also tell me whether or not they sound like they really are scared, or just acting.
Greetings, traveler. May the eternal sun shine upon you.
West Hobart Haunted House. West Hobart is an inner-city suburb located in Tasmania, Australia. Over the years, dozens of allegations of supposed hauntings, ghost apparitions, and other paranormal activity have been made by tourists and residents of West Hobart. And it's honestly not too hard to see why, as West Hobart is a pretty old town with a generally creepy vibe. As is usually the case, most of these stories have either turned out to be fake, or the people making the allegations didn't have enough evidence to support their claims, which makes it almost entirely likely that they're hoaxes. But as it turns out, at least one of these stories actually has some amount of truth to it. Back in the late 80s and mid-90s, rumors started spreading of a house in West Hobart that was apparently so haunted it drove its residents insane. At first, the rumors created a huge buzz all over town, with the locals doing everything possible to stay far away from the alleged haunted house. It wasn't until months later that the authorities got involved and finally got a clear picture of the situation. While it was true that the house's residents appeared to be going insane, it didn't have anything to do with paranormal activity, but with the fact that a Datura vine had been growing through the trees directly above the home and dropping leaves into the family's rainwater tank. For a long time, the family had been inadvertently consuming microdoses of the plant every single day, which made them slowly but surely start to lose their sanity as they sank further and further into delirium.
In case you've never heard of it, Datura is a species of plant within the nightshade family, also known as Jimson weed, the devil's weed, or devil's trumpet, and you'll see why in a second. Even though the plant itself looks pretty harmless, it's known for having extremely powerful hallucinogenic properties, which is why it was used for centuries by Native American tribes in coming-of-age rituals and other important ceremonies. The Aztecs also used Datura as a painkiller in certain rituals, namely in ritual sacrifices, and it's also commonly used as an ingredient in the ritual of zombification in the Haitian voodoo religion, where it's referred to as the devil's cucumber. As you can probably tell by now, Datura isn't your typical recreative hallucinogen, and there's a reason why it's really only ever used in hardcore spiritual rituals and ceremonies, and sometimes by naive people who have no idea what they're getting themselves into. In low to medium doses, Datura causes extremely distressing, delirious experiences, and in higher doses it can lead to paralysis and even death. Nowadays, Datura is recognized by most tribes as a highly toxic and dangerous plant, and have understandably stopped using it. Before we move on, I wanted to take a minute to talk about War Thunder, the sponsor of this video. As of recently, I've had a growing interest in history, specifically World War I and II, so when War Thunder reached out, it was perfect. War Thunder is an immersive, large-scale, realistic multiplayer action game where you take control of ground vehicles, aircraft, and naval vessels at locations all around the world. It's completely free to play, available on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. One thing I really like about the game is its realism. Forget unrealistic features like health bars. In War Thunder, every hit on an enemy has a real effect. Like, if you're accurate enough to hit a plane's fuel tank, it will ignite. And you can visualize all the damage you've done with the X-ray mode. War Thunder includes all advanced military technology like guided missiles or even a nuclear strike that can flatten entire maps, making for a true modern war experience. Plus, all vehicles in the game can be upgraded and improved with additional modules. Even visual changes like skins can be used to make your combat machine unique. The Seek and Destroy update is out now, which added new missiles with active radar homing, making aerial battles on modern aircraft even more engaging. And they added 2 new maps, Mysterious Valley and Bering Sea. If you've been wanting to try War Thunder, now is the time. You can download it for free by using the link in the description. New players and those who haven't played War Thunder for half a year or more will receive special bonuses, rentals for the P40E1 aircraft and M4 tank for a week, along with free unique skins for them, a special decorator Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, 3 premium vehicles for free, a week of premium account, and even more gifts. The American Vehicle bonus season will end soon, so make sure you get in on it now. Cropsy. If you were to somehow go back to the 70s and spend some time in Staten Island, it probably wouldn't take you long to hear about an urban legend of a man named Cropsy. As the story went, Cropsy was a serial kidnapper and killer who lost his son and resorted to stealing other people's children to deal with his grief. According to the legend, Cropsy also had a hook for a hand, scars, burns, and open wounds covering his entire face and body, and a generally horrifying appearance. Considering the mass areas of uninhabited woodlands, it's not all that unexpected that a tale like the legend of Cropsy would make it into the mainstream culture at some point. Unfortunately, this wasn't just a tall tale made up by Staten Island parents to keep their kids from venturing too far into the woods and getting lost. Although the legend has some obviously made-up elements such as the hooked hand and the horrifying scars and burns, at some point in the early 70s, children in Staten Island really did start disappearing. That's when the line between legend and reality started to blur, and the story of the real Cropsy immediately replaced the urban legend. This is the real story. Andre Rand was a man from Manhattan who was born in 1944 and moved to Staten Island in the late 60s. After working for 2 years at the infamously brutal Willowbrook State School for Children with Disabilities, Rand was arrested in 1969 and served over a year in prison for the attempted attack of a 9-year-old girl. As soon as he was released 16 months later, reports started cropping up of more little girls disappearing all over Staten Island, including 5-year-old Alice Pereira, who was playing in her building's lobby when she suddenly disappeared without a trace. Over the next decade, Rand was the prime suspect in the disappearances and deaths of several other young girls in the area. But it wasn't until 1983 when he picked up 11 kids from a local YMCA and brought them fast food before taking them to the airport that he was finally arrested and sentenced to 10 months in prison again. Throughout the 70s and 80s, dozens of young kids disappeared in Staten Island, and although Rand was often the last person to be seen with them, there was ultimately never enough evidence to put him away for a long time. For many years, he would often be seen hanging around young kids, going on walks with them, and even taking them to lunch and dinner with him at local restaurants. After years of letting him walk the streets as a free man, police would finally have a breakthrough in the case in 1987 when they found undeniable evidence that Rand had been behind the disappearance and murder of Jennifer Schweiger, a 12-year-old girl with Down syndrome. In 1988, he was sentenced to 25 years to life, and while he was behind bars, more and more evidence was found that tied him to several other disappearances in Staten Island in the 70s and 80s. Unfortunately, he was only charged with one additional major crime in 2004, which was the kidnapping of Holly Ann Hughes, thanks to which he will spend the next 13 years behind bars until 2037. If he lives that long, he'll be 93 by the time he gets out. The Maine Hermit. The Kennebec Valley is one of the most beautiful regions in Maine, with over 5,000 square miles of forests, rolling hills, and natural paradise surrounding the Kennebec River. Many cabin owners of the North Pond area in the Kennebec Valley have described the area as the most peaceful place on Earth. But it hasn't always been that way. All throughout the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, there were reports of over 1,000 break-ins in the North Pond cabins. For decades, nobody knew who was responsible for the thefts, especially since they were always carried out when there was no one home. As the cabin owners soon noticed, the break-ins seemed to follow a pattern, always peaking in the days before Memorial Day and after Labor Day. As for the stolen items themselves, they ranged from food, to cooking utensils, to books, to propane tanks, to toiletries of all kinds. In the absence of a concrete suspect, the locals eventually named the thief the North Pond Hermit, even though by this point there was nothing to suggest the break-ins were being carried out by a single person. Although it wasn't uncommon for groups of homeowners to venture out into the woods to try to find the North Pond Hermit, they never found a trace, which only added to the legend's mystery. One afternoon in 2002, 100 people attended a North Pond homeowners meeting, and when someone asked how many of them had suffered break-ins, almost all of them raised their hands. As you can probably guess, the North Pond Hermit quickly turned into somewhat of a boogeyman, with the legend frequently being shared over campfires in the area. For years, nobody thought that the person or people behind the break-ins would ever be found. But in April 2013, a man named Christopher Thomas Knight was arrested in the middle of the woods in the North Pond area by an officer who had made it his sole mission to bring the thief to justice. As soon as he was brought to the police station, the cops asked him why he wasn't answering any of their questions. At first, it seemed as though he was having trouble speaking, but eventually he responded that he was ashamed of himself. As it was later revealed, Christopher had been living out in the middle of the woods by himself in an unheated nylon tent, surviving only on the things he stole from nearby North Pond cabins. Shockingly, he had survived winter temperatures of 20 degrees below zero for years and hadn't been to a doctor or taken any medicine for 3 decades. What's most incredible about the Hermit's story is that for the entire time he lived in the woods, he didn't have a single conversation with another human being, except for one time when he ran into a hiker and only said hi. Understandably, Chris had lost interest in keeping track of time, so when he was asked how long he had been in the woods by himself, he replied, since the Chernobyl nuclear meltdown, which took place in 1986. As investigators later found out, he was 20 years old when he decided to become a hermit, just a couple of years after high school, although he never gave the authorities a real reason why he decided to disappear. In all his years of isolation, he went to extreme lengths to preserve his privacy. He never lit fires, only moved at night, and hadn't had any kind of communication with the rest of society for more than half of his life. He'd never driven a car, sent an email, or even known what the internet was until his arrest. Interestingly, as the cops dug deeper and deeper into his story, they realized that his only real possessions were his glasses, which he had been wearing for 30 years and could even be seen in his Lawrence High School yearbook picture from 1984. Everything else, down to his underwear and jacket, had been stolen. After the investigation, Knight was sentenced to 7 months in prison, after which he once again disappeared. According to the cops, he's now living a quiet, peaceful life in rural Maine. Purple Aki. Throughout the late 1980s and 90s, rumors of a massive bodybuilder called Purple Aki began to surface in the northwest of England. According to the allegations, Purple Aki would supposedly walk the streets of Liverpool hunting down young muscular men and rugby players and oddly ask them if he would let them feel their muscles. If they complied, he would allegedly squeeze their muscles for much longer than was considered socially acceptable and would then ask them to perform squats so he could feel their quad muscles. Some teenagers reported that Purple Aki even went as far as to ask them to pose for him and often offered exercise and nutrition advice for those who gave him the time. Because the rumors were so incredibly ridiculous, nobody really took them too seriously at first, and eventually the story of Purple Aki turned into an urban legend, with crazy details being gradually added to the tale, including one where Purple Aki would allegedly swallow teenagers whole if they let him feel their muscles. But as time went on, it became clear that Purple Aki wasn't just a made-up character created by bored teenagers looking to get some laugh from their friends, but a real person named Akinwul Arobic. Aki was often seen traveling across England by train carrying a plastic bag and asking young men if he could feel their muscles. Naturally, this made a lot of people uncomfortable, and it wasn't uncommon for Aki's face to be featured in local newspapers after several encounters with the law. Most of the accusations against him were related to his creepy behavior around teenage boys, but around 1986, the story of Purple Aki took a really dark turn. Early that year, 16-year-old Gary Keller was walking home from school when he ran into Purple Aki, who immediately asked to feel his muscles. Freaked out by the weird request, Gary said no and ran away. Later that same year, Aki followed Gary to a local outdoor swimming pool, and when the teenager noticed, he ran to New Brighton train station and jumped onto the railroad tracks to get away from Aki. Sadly, the story ended in tragedy, as Gary was accidentally electrocuted by one of the rails. Considering the whole thing happened because Gary was being chased, Purple Aki was convicted of involuntary manslaughter, charged with harassing 14 different teenage boys, and sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. In 1988, Aki filed an appeal and complained that the only reason he had been convicted was because he was black. Ultimately, the judges agreed there wasn't enough evidence to prove Aki had been directly responsible for Gary's death, and believe it or not, he was freed and awarded £35,000 in compensation. Between 1988 and 2006, Aki went in and out of jail for failing to resist his compulsion to touch, feel, and measure other people's muscles. And in 2003, he was arrested for an additional 15 charges of harassment and witness intimidation, for which he was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Just like any other predator, he was also forbidden from waiting outside schools in the area. A few months later, he was jailed for 15 months for getting up to his same antics. Upon his release, he was once again arrested a few weeks later in 2010 and then again in 2015. After his latest release, he reportedly moved to Leeds, where rumors started cropping up that he had passed away during the pandemic. However, those rumors were put to rest when videos started surfacing in 2023 of Aki walking the streets of Leeds asking random dudes to, you guessed it, feel their muscles. As of today, Purple Aki is alive and well, and will probably continue in his same behavior with or without permission for many years to come. Le Loyen. According to a Swiss urban legend, people have allegedly been running into a mysterious human-like figure in the Fribourg forest in the western part of the country near the town of Mals since the early 2000s. Based on the dozens of allegations that surfaced over the years, the figure has been described as being around 6 feet tall and always wearing a vintage-looking gas mask covering his entire face, a boiler suit, and a cloak. Most people who supposedly ran into the figure reported he or she was completely harmless, but this didn't make the encounters any less terrifying, and it wasn't uncommon for people to report the figure to the police when their children reported feeling scared. As expected, it didn't take local residents long to start adding their own crazy twist to the story, with some claiming that the creature was the ghost of a mentally unstable soldier, while other popular theories assured it was an alien. For a while, the story was classified as an urban legend, and the mysterious humanoid was given the name Le Loyen, also known as the Ghost or the Hermit of Mals. Throughout the early 2000s, Le Loyen was mostly the subject of local oral legend because there was no real evidence to support its existence. But in 2013, the story gained international attention when the Swiss/French newspaper Le Matin published the first ever photograph of Le Loyen, which was sent in by a hiker. After the photograph was published, there was no turning back, as people from all over the country started to make trips to the woods outside Mals for a chance to catch a glimpse of Le Loyen. The last known sighting of Le Loyen took place in June 2013 when a local woman named Marianne Desclous saw the figure clutching a bunch of flowers as she was walking outside. Later that year, Le Loyen's clothes were found in the middle of the woods along with a wooden note titled "The Death Certificate and Will of the Ghost des Mals." In the letter, Le Loyen accused the media of having murdered a harmless being by revealing its existence and turning him into a circus freak. The letter also mentioned that due to the unwanted attention, Le Loyen had to abandon its daily walks, which were referred to as happiness therapy in the letter. After the cryptic note was published in the newspaper, many people concluded that Le Loyen had taken its own life, although this has never been confirmed. As of 2024, nobody has ever seen Lei Luan's true face, and many people have theorized that the figure was possibly a woman with a facial disfiguration who didn't want people to see her, which is supposedly why she wore the gas mask. But this line of reasoning will probably remain unconfirmed forever. The Bunny Man. In the early 70s, dozens of locals started reporting that a man dressed up as a bunny had started haunting the residential neighborhoods around DC, Maryland, and Northern Virginia. Although dressing up as a bunny in itself seems pretty harmless, what made the encounters a little scarier was that the guy would allegedly threaten children on the street with an axe and frequently vandalize people's property for no apparent reason. Even though sightings of the so-called Bunny Man were pretty rare, they seemed to follow a pattern, as the man usually appeared in secluded locations where there weren't a lot of witnesses. The story itself has a lot of elements of a typical urban legend and is kind of hard to believe, but through my research I found that it's all loosely based on a true story. In 1970, a couple was parked in a driveway close to a bridge on Colchester Road in Fairfax County when suddenly a random guy appeared out of nowhere, yelled at them for allegedly trespassing, and threw a hatchet at their car. Terrified, the couple left the area immediately before they had a chance to get a good look at the guy. As they reported the incident to the police, they mentioned the guy had been dressed in light-colored clothing and may or may not have been wearing something white on his head. Although the couple never mentioned anything about a bunny in their statement, as soon as the story hit the news, people started claiming that the hatchet thrower had been wearing bunny ears. Pretty soon, rumors of a man in a bunny suit threatening kids in the woods with a hatchet started surfacing all over the DMV area, and as the years went by, the stories got wilder and harder to believe. Over time, the legend of the Bunny Man has become pretty mainstream, with the bridge on Colchester Road even being renamed as Bunny Man Bridge. As of the uploading of this video, the legend has now been standardized and goes something like this. In 1904, there was allegedly an asylum close to the bridge on Colchester Road. As soon as it was built, a bunch of Fairfax County residents started complaining about the idea of having an asylum full of mental patients so close to their homes, so the authorities supposedly put all the patients in a bus and transferred them to a nearby prison. But on the way to the prison, the bus crashed and all the patients escaped. As the story goes, a few hours later the cops had successfully located and brought back all the patients except for one guy by the name of Douglas Griffin. This is where the legend gets a little weird. Allegedly, the fugitive patient hid in the woods from the authorities for weeks. As the days went by and the cops did everything to find him, rabbit corpses started to appear in the middle of the woods, which led everyone to believe Douglas was eating bunnies to stay alive. Then, one Halloween night, a group of kids were hanging out near the bridge on Colchester Road when they suddenly saw a blue orb flashing in midair. A second later, they were all strung up like bunnies hanging from the bridge. As the legend goes, if you go to Bunny Man Bridge on Halloween night at midnight, the same thing will happen to you. Obviously, none of this is true, but it just goes to show how much of an impact the story of the Bunny Man has had on mainstream Virginia, DC, and Maryland culture. Nowadays, there's even Bunny Man t-shirts, a Bunny Man horror movie franchise, Bunny Man beer, and everything in between. Needless to say, the area surrounding the railroad overpass near Fairfax Station is now a major attraction for both tourists and locals alike, and will probably remain that way for many years. On May 1st, 2015, Reddit user r-bradbury1920 made a strange post to the site in which he wrote about his suspicions that somebody was breaking into his apartment and leaving post-it notes in random parts of his home. The entry read, "On the 15th of April, I found a yellow post-it note in a handwriting that wasn't mine on my desk reminding me of some errands I had to do, but told literally nobody about. While odd, I chalked it up to something I did in my sleep, thinking maybe in my half-awake state I scrawled it so it didn't appear to be my handwriting. I threw it out and thought little of it. On the 19th, I found another post-it note on the back of my desk chair in the same handwriting as the previous note, telling me to make sure I saved my documents. I was freaked out, but there were no other signs of a break-in, so I set up a webcam in my house and aimed it at my desk and used a security camera app for it to record after detecting movement. On the 28th, I woke up to find another post-it note, this one saying, 'Our landlord isn't letting me talk to you, but it's important we do.' I immediately checked the webcam's folder on my computer and found nothing from the night before, but my computer's recycling bin had been emptied, which I am certain I did not do recently, indicating someone had noticed the webcam and deleted the files. They were just saved straight to my folder on my desktop called Webcam. Today, on the 1st of May, I found another post-it note, this time on the outside of my door with nothing written on it, and there also appeared to be post-its on many other doors in my apartment complex, all blank in varying colors. Do I have any legal recourse here? I have no proof except for the post-its, but those are written by my pen and on my post-it notes, so conceivably I could have faked them. Would contacting the police get me in any trouble if they can't determine an outside source for this? I just want to make sure I'm not wasting anyone's time. Should I consult my landlord, those also living in the complex? The entry is already extremely odd and a bit concerning, but in a later edit the uploader mentioned something that took his story to a whole new level of creepy. Edit, I pulled up a letter I received from my landlord back when I moved in, and the handwriting is identical. Could this count as evidence? After reading the post, most people would probably find it odd that the user's landlord could have any information about him that he didn't explicitly mention in their conversations. Based on the information in the post alone, it would be almost impossible for an ordinary person to figure out what was causing the mysterious post-it notes to appear in the uploader's apartment. The unusual nature of the entry made more than a few users think that the uploader was making the story up. So, the handwriting is identical, and the landlord wrote that the landlord doesn't want the landlord to talk to you? You're probably sleepwalking. Also, I think you're making this up because you're not providing enough detail. Are they showing up after you wake up? So they were there at night? Did you find the post-its coming home? Did you find the one behind your desk by chance, or noticeably the same day? Others jumped into the thread to give the uploader advice. Get one of the door locks that can only be unlocked from the inside. If it's the landlord and he is using his key, then he won't be able to get in, at least through the front door. But it wasn't until several hours later that another user named Kakerlak responded to the entry with a comment that took the thread in a very different direction. You seem sincere, and this doesn't appear to be the plot of a Ray Bradbury story. It's possible that your landlord is leaving notes inside your apartment, but they don't make any sense in the context you're describing them. It's likely that you're writing the notes yourself, but you are forgetting. Do you use post-it notes as reminders in any other parts of your life or job? Yes, this might be a mental health issue. You might be experiencing some sort of dissociative disorder. Or it might be a physical problem. You mentioned that you have a very unusual narrow bedroom with no windows. Is there a chance that you are not getting enough ventilation when you sleep, or that there is a carbon monoxide leak in the building? A cheap CO detector, which you should have anyway, is a fast way to find out. You also have really bad headaches. You know your own medical and mental history and your other experiences. If you think these incidents might be you, writing notes to yourself, there's no shame in getting someone qualified to give you an opinion. As you probably know, carbon monoxide is an odorless gas that is incredibly dangerous for humans. At low concentrations, it can cause headaches, dizziness, and confusion, but at high levels, it can easily kill you. For Kakerlak to know that the user had an unusually narrow bedroom with no windows, he would have had to go through some of R. Bradbury's older posts, which is ultimately what gave him enough information to come up with a solid hypothesis and potentially save the uploader's life. 3 years after the incident, WBUR Boston Public Radio turned the thread into a podcast episode as a part of their Endless Thread cooperative project with Reddit. In the episode, they interviewed Kakerlak, whose real name is Ken Roach, an engineer who had been through a similar experience with carbon monoxide. When asked about how he came up with his hypothesis, he replied, "There was a past post where R. Bradbury 1920 was asking in an interior design subreddit about how to fit a desk and bed into a really narrow apartment that they were moving into that didn't have any windows. That got me thinking, gosh, an apartment in Boston with no windows. Of course they're hallucinating. Their landlord is not coming in and writing notes, but why are they hallucinating? R. Bradbury replied to Kakerlak's comment just a few minutes later saying, I have had really bad headaches, and I actually already do have a CO detector. Guess I should probably take that out of its box and plug it in. The fact that the uploader incorrectly set up the webcam and assumed the files had been deleted was probably related to the confusion caused by carbon monoxide poisoning, a theory that many of the comments in the thread seem to echo. Following the original uploader's reply, several users jumped into the thread to praise Kakerlak and highlight how badly things could have turned out if he hadn't been active on the thread at that exact moment. Kakerlak just saved your life, R. Bradbury 1920, literally. Seriously, send that guy money. The probability of joining these two people, one with the problem and the other with the ability to pick out the details and propose a hypothesis, is absolutely insane. R. Bradbury 1920 could have choked on himself for years before reaching this conclusion. Talk about crowdsourcing information. In a comment that he made on another post a couple of years later, R. Bradbury provided a few more details that clarified his situation a little more. In my case, it had to do with my bedroom not having windows. It was not technically a bedroom, but cheap apartments and rules don't get along, and my unit being directly over the parking garage. There were numerous other issues with the building that further facilitated the severity of my situation, including, as you mentioned, issues with the furnace and ventilation. Since the incident in 2015, R. Bradbury has been active on several threads, replying to people who were in similar situations to him and helping them understand the symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning. After Kakerlak's life-saving reply in the original post, there was one small detail that was left unresolved. Why did the landlord's handwriting match the writing on the post-it notes? Although R. Bradbury never commented on the matter himself, other Redditors in the thread came up with their own theories. Bit late to the thread, but how does that explain the fact that the notes had the landlord's handwriting? Guess I hadn't caught that. Either everything is a lie, his handwriting looks odd when he's tripping on carbon monoxide, or he was just being paranoid. That doesn't explain how the landlord's handwriting looks identical to the post-it notes. Bad handwriting while blacked out mixed with paranoia? I don't know, man, I'm not the OP. Considering the uploader initially thought the post-its were being left there by the landlord, it's highly likely that he imitated the handwriting from the letter in his confused and potentially paranoid state. This is the only loose end in the incident that was left unresolved. But one thing we know for certain is that if Kakerlak hadn't replied to the post as quickly as he did, things could have ended tragically for R. Bradbury, and probably some of his neighbors as well. At around 1 AM on October 4th, 2010, Reddit user Khaled the Gypsy posted a concerning entry with the title, "Does this mean the FBI is after us?" Me and my friend went to the mechanic today, and we found this on his car. I'm pretty confident it's a tracking device by the FBI, but my friend's roommate thinks it's a bomb. Any thoughts? Edit 1. I should also clarify that the FBI had an interest in my friend since his father passed away, as he was a religious leader, and they've made attempts at contacting my friend to spew racist questions. Edit 2. I should have been more clear when clarifying, but religious Muslim leader, and I'm an ENT. But it was my friend's car, and he doesn't use Reddit. My plan was to just put the device on another car or in a lake. But when you come home to two stoned people who are hearing things in the device and convinced it's a bomb, you just gotta be sure. Edit 3. More pictures. Edit 4. People keep repeating some posts, so I'll address the more frequently asked questions here. The device was found near the exhaust, but further in. My friend's father was a Muslim religious leader. It is not an ex-girlfriend that placed the device on his car, nor some random other employer or such. He bought the car a little under a year ago, and it wasn't there for sure then. Last edit. I'm doing another post because the story has many new developments, hopefully within a few hours. A comment that quickly rose to the top read, "It's a Guardian ST820. It's a GPS tracking unit made by the company Cobham. The product line is called Orion." The Redditor who said that the battery and magnetic unit is handmade is wrong. You've got the standard kit. It's sold like that by Cobham. Sales is restricted to Army and law enforcement. Too long didn't read, yes, FBI or police is after you. Naturally, other Redditors joined the thread with all kinds of questions and comments, especially regarding the legality of tracking someone who presumably didn't have a criminal background. It was recently ruled that if your car's in your driveway, it's in a public place and the police can put any kind of tracking device they like on it. Welcome to the free world. That's more than a little terrifying. Which is why you park your cars in the garage. Would it then technically be illegal to remove it? Why is it so big? That looks like a GPS tracker from 1992. because it was built for performance and durability and not to make roadkill envious. The large cylinder that looks like a mag light is a battery pack that'll power the thing for weeks. At one point in the discussion, the OP asked, "Are there any lawyers in this field reading this? If yes, please advise." I am. My advice is that you get your friend a lawyer fast. On October 7th, 2010, just 2 days after the original entry, the OP posted this update. Update 2, does this mean the FBI is after us? The original post here is the first part of the story. That being said, the follow-up for my friend's story is actually on Wired.com as a story there. The FBI is actually now trying to get in touch with me about some posts. So as not to anger our government agency any more than I already have, I won't be posting a lot about that, but feel free to ask any questions regarding my friend and I. According to the Wired.com article, the FBI sent a half-dozen agents to the uploader's friend's house in Santa Clara, California, less than 48 hours after the original Reddit entry was posted. From my research, Khaled the Gypsy's friend, then 20-year-old Yasser Afifi, is the son of the late Aladdin Afifi, former president of the Muslim Community Association in California. Although Aladdin himself moved to Egypt in 2003, his son Yasser returned to California alone in 2008 while his father and brothers stayed in Egypt. Because of the government's perception of his father's work, he had been on a federal watch list for a while and was regularly taken aside at airports for secondary screening. On the day he was visited by the FBI, the agents demanded their tracking device back and made it a point to let Yasser know that they knew pretty much everything about his life, including where he and his girlfriend frequently went out to eat, that he had been laid off from his old job and hired at a new firm, and was planning a business trip to Dubai soon. After interrogating and intimidating him for a while, they brought up the fact that his friend Khaled, the original uploader in the Reddit thread, had recently made a blog post on another site that allegedly had something to do with a mall or a bomb. After an unidentified person called the FBI to let them know Yasser and his friend were threats to national security, the two friends were immediately flagged, even though it was later found out that Khaled's blog post was meant as a casual joke in an online forum. Eventually, the FBI left both of them alone, but the case caught the attention of the American Civil Liberties Union as the tracking device was installed following a recent ruling saying it's legal for law enforcement to secretly place a tracking device on a suspect's car without getting a warrant, even if the car is parked in a private driveway. As soon as the whole mess was cleared up, Yasser and Khaled's case was used to challenge the ruling on tracking devices, which is a battle that continues to this day. The two friends haven't been bothered by the FBI again. On January 21st, 2016, a Reddit thread titled, "To those who have accidentally killed someone, what went wrong?" was started by a user on the site. Although the entire discussion was later deleted by moderators, I was able to find the original post using a Reddit Wayback Machine. In the days following the upload, the thread received almost 7,000 upvotes and more than 10,000 comments with people confessing to all kinds of horrible crimes they had accidentally committed in the past. As in any other Reddit discussion, most of the responses were obviously fake. However, a few of them were actually believable. Not sure if it was an accident, but while in college in my first apartment, I came home from work at 3 a.m. Some dude was in the hallway outside my door, and I had a bad feeling about it. I paused and went to get the mail, hoping he would leave. Nope, I came back and he was waiting at my door. I asked him what was up, and he said he was looking for John. My name is not John, and I lived alone. I asked him to move and let me in my door. He told me to F off and get John. I slid between him and the door, opened it, and he pushed his way in. I pushed him out. He took a swing at me. I swung back, hitting him in the eye, which caused him to fall back and hit his head. Out cold, forever. Apparently, John was the guy who lived in the apartment before me. The dead guy spent 5 years in jail because of John ratting him out for drugs. Dead guy came back to get some revenge, got dead instead. Most of the comments were similar in nature to this one, but one particular response made by a now deleted account stood out more than any of the others. This still haunts me to this day. As kids, we had a hideout in a dirt cliff/cove. This is the best approximation I can find on Google, only 3 times taller and probably 10 times as wide. There was a neighborhood kid who, in hindsight, was probably mentally handicapped in some way, but to us he was just a weird/creepy kid. This was the 80s and we weren't exactly raised PC. 3 of us were headed to our base and found creepy kid sitting on top of our guard chair. We yelled at him to get out, and he said something like "make me" and started lobbing dirt clods and sticks down at us. We all ran around the side to make our way up. It gets pretty fuzzy here, but all I remember is he fell. I still remember the sound. When we got back down to check on him, he was in a very awkward position with blood coming out of his mouth. We all just freaked out and ran home, and as far as I know, no one has spoken a word of this to anyone. We didn't go back for over a month, and never said a word of it between us. Again, this was the 80s, so media wasn't like today. Chances are I got a small article in the newspaper B section. Missing mentally disabled child found dead after fall, or something like that. Most of the responses to that confession were pretty unremarkable, but one comment sparked a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Was it Scott Cleesholt? He went missing in 1988 in St. Charles, Missouri, correct? That would make you around 10 or 11 at the time he went missing. He would have been 9. The fact that the response included such specific information on a particular case raised a red flag for many users of the platform who went to do their own research on the case. According to what I found, Scott Cleesholt was a young boy who grew up in the 80s about 20 minutes from St. Louis, across the Missouri River. He loved playing outside in nature and spent most of his time exploring an area near his home known as the Trails, where the locals went to bike and hike and explore the vast network of underground caves and tunnels. June 8, 1988 was the day of Scott's first grade graduation. His parents had promised him that they would buy him a new pair of shoes and take him out to dinner to celebrate the occasion, and when he got back from school, he went to the trails to play while he waited for them to get ready. To make a very long story short, Scott never came back, and his disappearance was immediately reported by his family. Unfortunately, a violent storm broke out that night, followed by a series of flash floods, which complicated the search for the boy. Despite the leads that popped up in the case over the years, the disappearance of Scott Cleesholt remains a mystery to this day. In 2011, the case was featured on an episode of Nancy Grace, in which Scott's older brother gave his account of what happened on the day of his brother's disappearance.
Who was the last person to see him?
As far as I know, family and friends would have been my older sister Stacy before she had left for work and stuff. And she was there when he had come home and changed after school and that. So as far as I know, it was Stacy.
And what did Stacy see?
He was, the last time she had seen him, he was at the top of the hill just playing, running around, being a kid like we did. You know, I know people say not to play in the streets, but that's where we played, up at the top of the street, and that's where he was.
And this was a fairly urban but rural area, too. You were sort of out in the country, right, where kids just could feel free to play?
Yeah, it was a neighborhood. I mean, it was a neighborhood full of 100 kids probably in the neighborhood, but, you know, right 5 minutes from our house was nothing. Farmlands and fields and dirt trails and stuff like that.
How violent was that storm late afternoon? And did you think your brother had just hidden to have cover?
Yeah, it was a pretty bad storm. You know, it just came and went pretty quick. You know, I don't think he necessarily hid somewhere. We just assumed that he was inside someone's house, you know, playing inside with another friend. You know, and that's just kind of then started knocking on doors, on every door.
What's most disturbing about the Reddit comment, however, is that almost immediately after the user posted the comment regarding the accidental potential death, the confession along with his entire account was deleted, which came off as extremely suspicious to other Redditors in the thread. According to the St. Louis Post, Scott was last seen in the 3300 block of Leverends Drive near the trails. Based on the current Google Maps aerial view of the location, the description of the area by the Reddit user initially doesn't seem to match up with the images, but one user on another thread mentioned that the location that is now Fox Hill Park in St. Charles had dirt trails and several steep gorges cutting through it in 1990. It's a little over a mile by foot from the last sighting of Scott Cleesholt. Route I-370 wasn't built then, so it was accessible by foot. Today it has been graded somewhat and has stormwater management areas, but you can still see the cliffs. Based on this account, it's not hard to see how the Reddit user's story could match up with what actually happened. Although none of this is certain, the similarities between the two accounts, coupled with the fact that the user deleted his account after being called out, made it a very real possibility that he was somehow tied to Scott Cleesholt's disappearance. Even though the entire thread was deleted by moderators, the user who responded to the confession and suggested the boy being described could have been Scott posted an update that same year in a different thread to make sure the post got the attention it deserved. I'm only posting here as it was removed from r/askreddit, and they didn't seem keen on the idea of reinstating after I removed the potentially identifiable info. And if this has any chance of getting public awareness on these kids or this story and potentially bringing some closure to the families of the missing ones, then I want people to see it. Since that day in 2016, there have been no further relevant
hell, it's
updates to the
hard.
case,
What
which
even
means
is
we'll
the
likely never
temperature?
know what happened to Scott, or if the mysterious Redditor had anything to do with it.
Honestly, I think I just need to clean my fan though.
On July 29th, 2019, user Iceman Throwaway 123 posted an entry in the Afraid to Ask subreddit, which ended up getting over 20,000 upvotes and thousands of comments and replies. The title of the entry was 12 mysterious and identical stores open up on my street. What could be happening? It read, I live just outside a big city in what resembles a suburban main street. Like many suburban main streets, retail business has been rough and they've all closed down. After a month of nothingness, suddenly 12, yes a dozen, identical convenience stores pop up. They look the same, they aim for the same floor plan, they sell the same products at the same prices. The names are all tiny variations of each other, like Town Name Mart or Market of Town Name, and all clearly bought their signs from the same place as the fonts, colors, size, and shapes are all identical. These stores see no business that I've ever witnessed, yet have large staff numbers and are surviving way longer than any of the former stores that closed on this street. When I enter one, they all stare at me while I shop. I don't usually get nervous, but it feels like they're staring threateningly rather than intently. They only accept cash unless you pay some $50. Most of their products are Walmart brand great value products being resold for higher prices. Most of the products are expired food products. I bought bread from one without checking because I was in a rush, and it turned out it was 2 months expired. Upon returning to show them, I found the entire shelf was expired foods. What was even grosser was the dairy cooler, which had ancient milk products. I'm so confused. I feel like I'm in an episode of The Twilight Zone. What's probably happening here? Update 1. Stayed late at work and didn't end up going yesterday. Sorry for the swarm of people who did remind me with one day. I'm reading through the comments to determine what to do, if anything at all. Sorry for the less than eventful update, but given how many people were saying I was gonna die, I'm just gonna point out that I'm alive and well. At first, other Redditors in the thread were understandably confused at why 12 identical and highly suspicious stores would suddenly pop up in a random suburban neighborhood in an unnamed town, and several users jumped in to ask for pictures of the location. Can you take pictures, please? Yeah, if it's a criminal organization, this probably isn't the best idea. This is actually the craziest story setup I've heard in a long time. Does every single one have the creepy employees and the expired food? All of the stores have expired food and seem to refresh every several weeks. One I found makes a noticeable effort to keep things fresh, but still has old dairy products. Does the food actually refresh, or does it just rotate through the stores? You said one store usually has fresh food. Is there a chance that they buy it from the distributor and then act like the distributor for the next store, so all 12 stores are always stocked, but they only have to buy it once? This is crazy, but it also makes so much sense. Because the OP took a while to answer in the thread, other users started coming up with theories regarding what could be happening, with most of the speculation pointing to a potential money laundering or human trafficking scheme. One user with a now deleted account shared a similar experience by responding, 1000% money laundering. We had a pizza place on my block that was always open but never sold any products. One time, shortly after I moved here, I walked in and asked for a slice, and the guy at the counter stared at me looking confused, then walked into the back. He came back out with, I'm pretty sure, a slice of pizza from the Domino's next door that had been reheated in the microwave. He just slid it over to me and said nothing, so I had to ask for a price. Again, he looked genuinely confused and was like, $4. Apparently everyone in the neighborhood knew what was up, so the guy didn't understand why someone was there looking for pizza. Other users had different ideas. That's it, I bet it's human trafficking. The concept being that they pop up stores where they can rotate 4 to 6 employees from the stock room to the front. With 4 to 6 employees available 24 hours, you could definitely bring in the cash to justify a small retail space in a small town, and expensive property costs. Is your small town close to a larger metropolis by chance? Yeah, it's either for drug trafficking, human trafficking, or some type of money laundering. Stay away. When the question of why whoever was behind the operation would open 12 stores instead of just 1 or 2, if it really was human trafficking or a drug operation, user AlphaPad23 replied, My thought is that they aren't afraid of getting caught. It's likely that they have some people in their pockets. While it's definitely a possibility that the stores were being used as a front for a trafficking or laundering operation, other users had slightly different theories, including user Goose and Fish, who replied, What county is it in? One slightly less shady possibility is some sort of tax shelter. Open a lot of business that fail and write off losses. Are the employees all the same ethnic group? Not trying to be racist, but maybe some rich family is trying to hide money in another country by buying foreign real estate. Maybe they have to make businesses appear to be legit in order to not pay taxes. This may be the best guess on here. That explains the expired food. In the hours that followed the original post, the LP remained somewhat active on the thread, vaguely answering questions about the location of the stores and other details that his fellow Redditors were curious about. In one of the comments, Iceman Throwaway 123 mentioned, "I hope this isn't giving away my location details, but the town is old. Not the town, but the people in it. It's basically a retirement community, and I often joke I'm the youngest person in the whole zip code by 30 years. Honestly, might be true. I don't have many people to talk to about it. I did have friends over a month ago who I showed. Their reactions were like mine, shock and disbelief, but we were drunk and more focused on having fun than chasing conspiracies." Eventually, because the uploader failed to post any pictures or even mention the location of the town, more and more Redditors started to assume the post was fake. Look, you made a throwaway. Why not say the city/area or at least give us some hints so we can conclude it ourselves? This sounds so bizarre that it has to be fake. There has to be some way to get authority involved if all they sell is expired goods. Dude, this reads like a creepypasta. That's because it's fake. No updates. Suspicious. No update, no pictures, no name of town. I kinda doubt any of this is real. After a few days, the LP stopped responding altogether. That was the last post, comment, or thread he ever participated in with that account. Whether or not this story is actually true is still up in the air. The post remains a mystery to this day. In 2011, the subreddit The Truth Is Here was created for people to share personal encounters with the paranormal and unknown. Since its creation, the subreddit has seen a lot of odd and interesting posts, with some of them rightfully being very disturbing. On September 9th, 2013, a user posted the following entry from a now deleted account. "This is not something I feel I can discuss with my family or personal friends, but I'm losing my mind here, so I feel the need to work through it with someone. As such, I'll try to give as many details as possible, but I don't want this getting back to me, and I feel a throwaway account would cause credibility. Here's what's going on. I lived in this apartment complex 4 years ago when I was 16 years old. We did not stay here long due to problems with the lease, but during that time I spent quite a few hours walking around the grounds. Now, on the east side of the complex is a bike trail that's raised up on a slope. It makes a half circle around the complex and then carries on into the rest of the city. One night, I was walking my dog Shasta along this trail. It was around 10 p.m. in May, so it was pretty dark at that point. I reached the bend in the trail where the path leaves the complex, and there was a guy standing there. White guy, maybe 35 years old. Couldn't see his eyes. He was not doing anything. Smoking, walking a dog, tying his shoe. He was doing nothing at all. He was wearing a puffy down coat and had his hands in his pockets, and he was just staring at me. I laughed a little and tried to make that awkward kind of conversation that you do when you bump into a stranger, but the guy said nothing, just kept staring. So me and the dog sidled around him and walked on. But I eventually got nervous and cut through the trees to get back to my apartment without going on the trail again. I knew the way home from there, even without the trail, but here's the thing, the second I stepped off the trail, I can't remember anything past that. It was like I blinked, and suddenly I was in the hall inside my building, turning a key in the lock of my apartment. Fast forward 3.5 years, I was 19, 7 months pregnant, and moving into a new place with my fiance. As fate would have it, we moved back to the apartment complex I lived in when I was 16. It was cheap, it was comfortable, and near where my fiance works. We ended up in a unit 4 buildings down on the east side of the complex, directly across from the bike trail. A week into living there, I went to take out the trash. I would have had my fiance do it, but I wanted to get off my feet, so I waddled outside to the dumpster. The dumpster, which is right next to the bike trail. I closed the lid on the dumpster, and after the bang of the lid, I hear someone talking. Look up, and guess who is standing on the bike trail? You guessed it, white guy, mid-30s, and still wearing the same down coat. He had a cell phone to his ear, but not the new, flat kind. It was an older flip phone, circa 2005 or so. Anyway, he was talking into the phone, and he sounded pissed. He was cussing at someone on the other end, someone named Lauren. But you know how when people have a phone conversation and they tend to duck their heads down and not look at other people? Yeah, he wasn't doing that. He was looking right at me. After a second of this, I started backing up, and he started walking toward me. After a second, he was off the grass hill and onto the parking lot, and he took the phone from his ear. He then started snapping it into pieces, tearing out the antenna, breaking the screen off, and angrily throwing them all onto the parking lot ground, still looking at me. I turned around and ran back into the building as fast as I could, and I don't remember what happened next. Next thing I knew, I was on a bed in the maternity ward. There was a fetal monitor strapped around me, and I had a saline IV in my arm. My fiance was there. After a bit of confusion, we worked out this. I came in from taking out the trash, and I was calm. I didn't say anything about the guy with the cell phone. I watched an episode of Battlestar Galactica with my fiance and started throwing up a bit, which was normal for my pregnant self. But I spiked a pretty nasty fever later, so there we were at 5 a.m. in the hospital making sure I was okay. All this time, apparently, I was perfectly alert, and on the way to the hospital, I apparently talked about our plans for the upcoming Christmas. I was discharged an hour later. They said I had the flu. They gave me Tamiflu and told me to sleep it off and stay indoors. When we pulled into the apartment parking lot, I got out of the car and looked for the cell phone he dropped. It was there, but it looked like it had been run over, probably by us, and was cracked into dozens of pieces. I collected what I could, and it looks like it was a Nokia 6085. This happened in December 2012. Today is Monday, September 9th, 2013. I have not seen the man in the down coat since then, until this morning. My fiance, yep, still not married, leaves for work at 6 a.m. Not working until 1 p.m. myself, I'm usually still asleep at this point. Around 8 a.m., I got up and put a robe on because somebody was knocking on our door. Shasta was growling at the door, which was a little unusual. She will typically bark at people, but never growl. I told her to go to her kennel, and she sulked away, and I answered the door. I should have looked through the peephole first, but I didn't, and I cannot express how much I regret that. The man in the coat was on the other side. I remember seeing him, and I remember wondering, why is he still wearing that coat in this weather? But after that, I remember nothing. I woke up an hour and a half ago, sitting at my kitchen table. The first thing I noticed was how unbearably hot it was in the apartment. I went to the thermostat and found that it had been set to 90 degrees and was blowing out hot air. I wasn't wearing my robe anymore. I was dressed for the day in my work uniform, and I'm getting ready to leave soon. My baby, now 7 months old, was in her crib. She was crying, evidently not having been fed or changed. There was pee all over her bed, as her diaper had leaked. Shasta was laying by the crib, whimpering. I fed the baby, got her changed, and checked my dog for any injuries. She wasn't hurt. I'm not hurt either, but there is blood on the floor by my doorway. I wonder if Shasta bit the man. I don't know, he's gone, and from what I can tell, nothing has been stolen from the place. What do I do now? Edit. In case it's not obvious, I seem to have lost an hour and a half in this last encounter. It was 8:07 a.m. when I got up, and by the time I had the sense to check the clock again, it was about 9:45. Due to the level of detail the user provided, it seems unlikely that the story was made up for attention. In fact, nobody in the thread accused her of lying at any point, which is pretty rare in online forums. Most people immediately recognize the uploader's problems as symptoms of a serious neurological issue. I'd go to the doctor. I really hope not, but what if you have a brain tumor? It could cause some vivid hallucinations. Also, losing time is typical of a seizure. It could be many things, but I hope it's really just something that has nothing to do with health. Could be the man in the white coat is your brain communicating that you're about to have a seizure. I'm with the others. You need to visit a neurologist. Unfortunately, since the account that made the post has been deleted, there was no way for me to find any potential updates made by the uploader. However, she didn't reply to any of the comments made on the thread she started, which means she was either able to get the help she needed, or something ended up happening to her. In 2017, Alex downloaded Tinder for the first time in his life. Because he'd never had much success with women and he didn't consider himself too attractive, he figured he might as well try his luck with dating apps. As is often the case for average-looking guys in online dating, Alex initially didn't get a lot of attention from the kind of girls he wanted to meet up with. But things took a turn when pretty soon he got a message from a pretty blonde girl named Katie. At first, Alex assumed she was either a bot or a catfisher, as she was by far the most attractive girl who had ever paid him any real attention on the app. Being that it was his first time on the app, he didn't know entirely how to act. I mean, on the one hand, if Katie was a real girl, he didn't want to screw things up with her by ghosting her. But on the other hand, he didn't want to entertain any bot or walk into any obvious trouble. After overthinking for several hours, Alex finally decided to just ignore the text, frustrated by his unexciting introduction to online dating. But unlike most bots who usually don't message people more than once after being ignored, Katie reached out to him once again just 3 days later. In the back of his mind, he was still a little bit suspicious, but he was strongly considering the possibility that Katie was a real person. And after taking a more in-depth look at her profile, he decided to give her a chance and texted her back, thinking what's the worst that could happen. Against all expectations, Alex and Katie hit it off immediately, like to the point where they were messaging each other pretty much every day. Having that nagging feeling in the back of his mind that she actually wasn't real the entire time, he finally asked her to prove she was real by having a video call. And she had no problem doing that. Fast forward a couple of weeks and they were having phone conversations and video calls all the time. It was pretty much clear that Katie was a real person. After talking with Alex on Tinder for about a month, Katie suggested that Alex should go and visit her. Even though he trusted her by this point, he was still hesitant to meet up with a girl he met up online, especially considering the fact that they were 8 hours apart. But Katie continued to insist, and after weighing all his options, Alex finally accepted, figuring he could take off a day or two to go see if they actually had any in-person chemistry. When the day came, he was nervous, but the last thing he wanted to do was cancel on her. So he started to drive to Katie's place. However, not long into it, he started to notice something was a little off. She messaged him almost compulsively to ask him where it was and how long until he was going to be there. Even though she must have known Alex was driving, whenever he took more than half an hour to respond, she would spam him with texts, insisting he check his phone more often. It threw him off a bit, of course, but Alex was nervous, and so he chalked it up to her being nervous as well. He kept driving, and as he got closer to the location Katie had given him, he realized it was going to be harder than he thought to find the house. The directions were pretty confusing, and he had to drive through a series of gravel roads surrounded by thick trees to get to the location. Every road kind of just looked the same. After driving around in probably multiple circles for what felt like hours, he finally made it to Katie's at about 2 p.m. He was immediately surprised by how old the house looked. There was a boarded up window on the second floor, and the building looked like it had seen better days for sure. Still, he caught a glimpse of the red buggy that Katie loved to talk about over text, and feeling slightly comforted, he parked right in front of the garage. He texted her that he was there, and Katie replied with a single smiley face. It was a bit weird, but he figured that was the go-ahead to get out of the car and finally knock on the door, so he did so. And that's when he noticed an older guy staring down at him from one of the second-floor windows. The drive there had already been pretty strange, but this was by far the creepiest thing that had happened to him ever since he left his house. Still, he did remember one time over the phone how Katie had talked about her dad and how he would sometimes visit her, and he assumed the man on the second floor must have been him. Again, going back to feeling nervous, he finally knocked on the front door where Katie appeared a few seconds later, inviting him in with a warm smile. Even though he FaceTimed her multiple times, so he pretty much already knew she was real, after all the things that had happened, he was pretty relieved to actually see her in person. She gave him a hug, and he breathed a bit of a sigh of relief. They talked for a little while, and that's when Alex asked her why she hadn't told him about her dad being there that day. Katie's face instantly showed confusion, and she responded that her dad was halfway across the country and wasn't planning on visiting for at least a few weeks. As far as she knew, she was home alone. Thinking she was obviously just trying to scare him now, Alex kind of rolled his eyes and explained how he had seen her dad looking at him through the second floor window when he got out of his car. That's when Katie's face turned an obvious pale color, and she whispered to Alex that they had to leave the house immediately. Surprised by the seriousness of her reaction, his heart kind of fell to the bottom of his chest, realizing they might be in serious danger. They went out the front door and got a good view of the house a good distance away, and that's when Alex begged for an explanation. according to Katie, she wasn't expecting any other visitors, and she didn't know who the old man was or how he had even gotten in. Alex called the police as Katie was sort of standing behind him, and that's when he heard her kind of gasp and point up at the second floor window. There again was the old man looking down at them. He looked sort of old and frail, as if he hadn't eaten in several days. As soon as he noticed that he had been noticed, he sort of backed away, slowly disappearing into the darkness of the rest of the house and out of view from Katie and Alex. Pretty terrified from the sight, the two of them got into Alex's car, where they locked the doors and waited for police to arrive. They didn't want to fully leave the premises because they wanted to be there when the police arrived, but they also wanted some sort of safety to protect them if any sort of danger came their way from this man. 2 police officers arrived about 30 minutes later. They happily searched the entire house from top to bottom. However, they didn't find anything, except the back door hanging wide open, but the man himself was nowhere to be seen inside the house. The cops couldn't really do anything at that point, so they kind of just told the two to go back inside and make sure all the doors and windows are locked, and to call them back if anything else happened. They left, and Katie, pretty understandably, was too scared to spend the night alone, and so Alex agreed to stay with her downstairs on the couch to avoid going to the second floor. Katie explained how her dad owned a shotgun, and so the two of them grabbed it and put it by their side as they sat there. They sort of tried to fall asleep, and a couple hours later, Katie actually managed to do so. But Alex sort of felt an obligation to protect her, and so he remained awake watching TV with the shotgun now on his lap. Ever since the cops had left, the night was going pretty peacefully, and Alex, kind of forgetting about what had all happened, he even thought he might still have a chance with Katie the next day. But at around 2 a.m., Alex started to hear the sound of a doorknob being turned in the upstairs kitchen. Horrified, he tightened his grip on the shotgun, determined to scare away whoever was trying to get into the house. He slowly walked up the stairs to the kitchen, where he turned on a light so his presence would be known. He pointed the shotgun at the door that was making the noise, and to his horror, on the other side of the glass door, he saw the same frail-looking old man from earlier that afternoon. For a guy who was blatantly breaking and entering, the man looked shocked to see Alex, but after a couple of seconds, he turned around and ran off into the woods once again. He immediately went downstairs to wake up Katie and told her what had happened, and called the cops for the second time that day. Again, they took about 30 minutes to arrive, and this time, instead of searching just the house, they also searched the surrounding woods. However, the old man again was nowhere to be found. All they could do this time was suggest to Katie and Alex to go sleep somewhere else for the night, as obviously this house was not safe. Realistically, Alex realized that they probably should have done this after the first time of seeing him, but he was kind of just going along with Katie. Obviously, he realized this wasn't the best first date, but he was just happy that the two of them were okay. The cops left, and so Alex and Katie sort of said their goodbyes, and Katie went to go spend the night at her friend's house. Alex hung around for a little while longer to call his brother and tell him about what had happened. A few minutes later, sitting in his car on the phone with his brother and about to pull away, he saw someone move out of the corner of his eye. He noticed it was the same old man standing in front of the house watching him. He put the pedal to the floor and told his brother what was happening, sort of as it was happening. After he got off the phone with his brother, he debated calling Katie and telling her what had happened. He didn't really want to, knowing that it might scare her, but ultimately he decided he probably should. Although he did end up going on a couple of dates with Katie after that, he said he never fully got over the incident, and they eventually broke things off. According to Alex, Katie never went back to that house alone. In 2015, Ryan Nolan was 20 years old and was enjoying all that Tinder had to offer. Aside from the occasional bad date where he got stood up or just didn't connect with the girl he met up with, he was pretty happy with the way things were going for him on the app overall. One weekend in the winter, he made plans to visit some friends at Indiana University in Bloomington. Just to hang out, go out, and have fun. The first night he was there, everything went according to plan, and Ryan had a blast partying with his buddies. At some point during the weekend, he figured he might as well get on Tinder to try and meet up with a cute girl in Bloomington and see where things went. Like usual for Ryan, it didn't take long for him to get a match, and after talking to this girl named Jane for a little less than a day, they started making plans to meet up that same evening. Jane was pretty attractive and fun to talk to, so he thought, why not? After letting his friends know he was going to meet up with his Tinder date, he left the apartment and made the 5-minute drive to her place. As soon as he got to the building, he texted Jane in the app and asked her which door he was supposed to go in. He waited for her to respond as he sat in his car, but soon realized that was kinda stupid, and so he got out of his car and started walking around the complex to hopefully give her an idea of where he was, and maybe he'd see her outside her door. After a while, as he was walking, Jane finally responded, and Ryan finally could walk to the right door. He stepped in front of it and texted her back to meet him at the door and let him in, assuming the door would be locked. Keep in mind, it was about 10 p.m. in the dead of winter. He looked back and forth from his phone screen to see if she responded, back to the door to see if she was answering it. That's when he noticed movement from the corner of his eye coming from one of the windows. He took a better look and saw what looked like 4 different people looking at him through the blinds. He thought it was pretty creepy, but he also didn't know that window was to Jane's specific apartment. It could have been one of her neighbors or something, and he also wasn't in the best part of town, so he kinda just brushed it off. He again texted Jane to ask her where she was. Less than a minute later, his phone dinged, and it was her replying that the front door to the complex was already open. He was kinda surprised that she would leave the door unlocked so late at night, especially in this part of town. He walked in and shut the door behind him. There was only one dim light, so he couldn't really see anything and was fidgeting around the wall looking for a light switch. Almost immediately, he heard a voice behind an apartment door whisper, "He's right outside the door." That's when he realized the window he saw outside was to Jane's apartment, it was just to a different room. He got a strong gut reaction telling him he was in danger, and he quickly sprinted out of the complex. Now running, he went to his car and hightailed it out of there as fast as he could. The whole way back, he couldn't stop thinking about what would have happened to him had he continued further, thinking some sort of Jane was actually in there. He was starting to realize that Jane probably didn't exist at all, and that thought alone sent shivers down his spine. When he got back to his friend's place, he explained everything to them about what had happened, but they ultimately didn't really take him that seriously and kind of assumed he was just overreacting about the whole thing. A little later that evening, they went and got a few beers, and right before he went to bed, he got an ominous text from Jane saying, "Where did you go? I've been waiting for you all night." Immediately, he blocked the number and went to sleep. He never found out who exactly was waiting for him in that apartment, but if one thing's for sure, he knew it wasn't a girl named Jane. In 2021, Abe was dumped by his long-term girlfriend. The experience left him pretty bruised up, but after a while he decided to get back out there and start dating again. Abe was more on the shy side, and so he wasn't the best at asking girls out. He wasn't exactly sure why, but either way, it wasn't his strong suit. When Abe had met his ex 6 years earlier, Tinder and other dating apps were just becoming popular, so online dating was pretty unfamiliar to him. But now he was single, and so he was pretty excited to try it out for the first time. He had a few friends that had found success on dating apps, and so he was pretty optimistic. But after a few months of using Tinder, he realized online dating wasn't at all what he thought it would be. He only managed to meet up with one girl in a park, and after 20 minutes, she played the classic phone call move, claiming she had gotten called into work. As you can probably guess, he never heard back from her again. He was about to call it and just give up on dating apps completely when he got matched with a girl named Danny. She was a really pretty girl who he knew was way out of his league and had a sneaking suspicion that he was being catfished or played by one of his friends. He'd heard many stories of catfishing, and at one point he thought for sure Danny was going to be some 50-year-old dude. But because he didn't have many other options, and he was thrilled at the small possibility of Danny being who she said she was, he continued to talk to her anyway. They talked for a few days, and finally agreed to meet at a local park, which Abe thought would be a perfect spot for a first date. There was this big lake in the middle, and a series of trails that went all around the lake, which he thought would be pretty romantic. They agreed to meet up at 5 p.m. when the both of them had gotten off of work. A little after 5, she messaged him saying she was walking to the pavilion where all the picnic tables were. He looked over to his left out of his car window, and sure enough, there was the girl from the Tinder pictures. She was actually real. A newfound nervousness knowing that she was actually real, Abe got out of the car and walked up to her. They were able to talk for a few hours, and actually had some pretty good chemistry between the two of them. Abe honestly couldn't believe he was pulling it off. Later that evening, as their talk was starting to wrap up, they decided to go for a walk on one of the trails, not wanting to end the date, and even though it was starting to get dark out, they decided to do it. Normally, Abe would never have agreed to walk in the dark with a stranger he had just met online, but he felt calm with Danny for some reason. He trusted her. They even held hands, and for the first time since he had been dumped, Abe felt something special. They walked for a long time along the lake, until it was pretty much completely dark, at which point Danny suggested that they turn around and start making their way back to the parking lot. For the first few minutes, the walk back was perfect. They had a few more good conversations, and it felt like the chemistry was continuing to grow. However, that's when things took a turn for the worse. They weren't far from the parking lot when Abe noticed what looked like a man standing in the walkway, just watching them from a distance. The guy was just standing there, which obviously wasn't normal, and he could barely see him from the distance, so he started to wonder if it was just his imagination. He didn't say anything to Danny at first, but as they got closer, with the help of the faint light of the moon shining through the trees, he realized it was a person. Danny froze before Abe could say anything, and that's when he asked her if she could see the man, and she said that she could. That's when Danny shouted at the man and asked him if he needed anything, but the man just continued to stand there, staring at them. Abe was a bit taken aback by this, thinking they should just sneak away rather than make some giant scene about it. He thought this would put them at a better chance of being attacked, but he also didn't want to seem too scared in front of Danny. He tried to write off the whole thing as some idiot trying to play a joke on them, doing his best to hide the fear in his voice as he also yelled out. Danny reluctantly nodded towards the man, ensuing that they should keep going. And so Abe did so. He walked with her. He continued to pray that the man was just playing a joke on them, or that he would just turn around and leave them alone. But the guy didn't move at all. To make matters worse, they could now clearly see that he was concealing something behind his back. When they were about 10 feet away from him, the man finally moved his hands from behind his back and pointed a hunting knife at them. In a low and rough voice, he commanded them to turn around and put their hands above their head. Abe sort of froze up, not realizing the reality of the situation he was in. He honestly had no clue what to do. He had never been robbed before, and at that moment he knew he was in very real danger. And that's when he suspected Danny of setting him up. He kind of looked over at her and wondered if she really could be behind this. However, that thought quickly left his head when Danny started to aggressively argue with the guy. Before Abe could even process what was happening, she started running at the armed man. Right before she reached him, she kind of threw her body at him and managed to knock him over. As soon as the man hit the ground face up, she shouted for Abe to run. Abe, kinda now even more taken aback by what he was seeing, just stood there but finally started to run. He didn't want to leave Danny alone, but he didn't really need much more convincing. A couple of seconds later, Danny managed to get up and caught up to Abe. They could both clearly hear the man running after them as they made their way off the trail and sort of down this shortcut towards the parking lot. As soon as they got there, they both threw themselves into Danny's car and drove off, not even checking if there was anyone behind them as they pulled out of the parking lot. As they picked up speed and were starting to actually drive off, Abe looked in his rearview mirror, and that's when he saw the man with the knife in his hand still standing there. He was standing alone in the parking lot, again just staring at them as they drove off. Another thing they did notice is that there were other cars in the parking lot at the time of leaving. There were 3 other ones. This made them think that the guy may have had other accomplices with him. When they were a safe distance away, they called the police and reported what had just happened. The cops arrived at the scene pretty quickly, but the man was long gone, and the only car left in the lot now was Abe's. After they gave their statements to the cops and they left the area, they decided to go on a late-night dinner and stayed up all night talking about what had just happened. It was almost like the shared sense of danger from the incident had brought them closer in some way, and despite his horror, Abe decided to just go with it. Fast forward to 2 years later, and Abe and Danny are now engaged. Whenever they're asked about how they met, they always have a laugh at people's reactions when they tell them that they met on Tinder and almost got killed on their first date. When he was 21, Taylor had just gotten dumped by his girlfriend and had also recently become a police officer. As a 21-year-old new cop, he had this sort of I'm invincible and I can take on anyone mentality. So when he downloaded Tinder and matched with a good-looking girl named Brianna who was way out of his league, he assumed things would go great for him. After getting to know her a while on Tinder, they finally set up a date to meet. Brianna had mentioned our house had this great open field to sort of just look at the stars, hang out, and talk, and she offered for it to be their first date location. Taylor thought it was as good a spot as any and agreed. When the night came for them to meet, he was pretty excited to pick her up, and she seemed pretty excited as well as she got into his car. As she guided him to the field, Taylor knew it was going to be a great night. They had lucked out with the weather and there were a ton of stars out. And it was this huge, peaceful open space with some nice woods, there were deer, and there were even other wildlife visible in the distance. It was the textbook perfect spot for a first date. However, as soon as Taylor parked the car, he noticed some really dim headlights in the distance. It looked like a van, but he wasn't entirely sure. When the vehicle got closer, he confirmed that it was a van, and he was a bit confused thinking they were the only ones on the property. As the van got closer, it didn't look like it was stopping, and it was in perfect head-on collision line with the parked car they were in. But as it got closer, it finally hit the brakes and stopped almost headlight to headlight with their parked car. It pretty much blocked Taylor's car from moving forward at all. Brianna seemed to have a confused look on her face, and so assuming she didn't know who it was, he kind of prepared for the worst and told her to stay in the car while he went to see what was going on. He grabbed his flashlight and walked up to the van, where he saw a pretty big dude sitting in the driver's seat. Sort of angrily at this point, he asked him what was going on and if he could back up his car a little bit. Surprisingly, the man was actually really polite, and in a low, kind voice, he said he was the owner of the property and didn't mean to scare them at all. According to the man, who introduced himself as Bob, he had been having trouble with poachers on his property and just wanted to make sure Taylor and Brianna weren't going to be shooting at the deer or hurting any of the other animals on the property. Taylor, a bit taken aback by this, lowered his voice to a more calm level. He smiled politely and assured him that they only came out to look at the stars and the wildlife. Bob seemed to be pretty happy with his explanation, and a few seconds later he wished them a nice evening and drove away. Taylor, pretty happy with how he had handled things, went back to his car ready to enjoy his first date. However, now Brianna, for whatever reason, didn't seem to be on the same page, and he noticed something very off about her behavior. Instead of actually talking to him and enjoying the date like they were just before, she was now texting non-stop, and when Taylor asked her who she was talking to, she refused to answer. He thought it was pretty weird, but he chalked it up to her nervousness or whatever and tried his best to strike up a fun conversation with her. About an hour later, he saw the same headlights coming towards them again, this time at a much faster pace than before. Feeling that he and his date were now in serious danger, he hopped in his truck and moved to a more defensive position. After the van screeched to a stop inches away from Taylor's car, even closer than before, Brianna jumped out of the truck and ran towards the van. Taylor at first was sort of confused, thinking why she would run to this van that seems to be a threat to them. However, that's when Taylor realized he had been set up. Thinking quickly, he got out of his truck and commanded them to get on the ground. Obviously though, neither Brianna or who he now realized was Bob complied. To Taylor's horror, Bob then charged at him and knocked him on the ground. Using all of his strength, Taylor managed to get up on his back and get up before Bob could grab him again. Everything was happening too quickly for him to process, but he knew he had to do something quickly or something really messed up would happen to him. That's when he saw Brianna, who a second ago he trusted, grab the metal pipe from Bob's van. She sort of shouted at him that they had a gun, but that if he gave them all his money and his truck, he would walk away unharmed. Now, again, Taylor had this sort of I'm invincible kind of mindset, and so he refused, to which Brianna started to cry, saying that she didn't want to hurt him if she didn't have to. When he saw Bob run back to the van, he finally revealed to them he was a cop, and he drew his concealed gun and commanded them to get on the ground. After a moment of shock, they finally complied, and Taylor scrambled to call 911. Just as he was telling dispatch that he had 2 suspects at gunpoint and needed backup immediately, Bob and Brianna got up and quickly started sprinting away into the darkness. Even though he knew it was a dumb choice at the time, Taylor initially started chasing them and ran into the woods around the field. The chase lasted maybe 30 seconds when Taylor heard 3 loud pops and saw a muzzle flash in the distance. Now feeling true panic for the first time that night, he sprinted back to his car and put the pedal to the metal until he was a safe distance away. Minutes later, he went back to the house where he picked up Brianna, called dispatch again, and asked the cops to come to that location. As soon as his sergeant and field training officer got there, obviously knowing who he was, they sort of gave him crap about having to call the cops. When he really was the cops, he was just off duty. However, at the same time, they did recognize the seriousness of the situation and got in a patrol car and all drove down towards the field. To everyone's surprise, the van was still there. To Taylor's disappointment, his sergeant ordered him to stay in the car, keep his mouth shut, and only come out if they were getting shot at. Although the sergeant and training officer didn't find any sign of Bob or Brianna, they did find drugs in the center console of the car. But that wasn't all they found. When they came back to the patrol car, they weren't doing any more joking around, and the both of them looked pale and horrified at what they had just seen. They told Taylor to follow them back to the van, and after peering inside, he saw several knives, duct tape, lighter fluid, a decent amount of rifle ammo, handcuffs, and what looked to be dried blood. In the front passenger side, they found an AR-15 style rifle and 2 more handcuffs. The atmosphere obviously immediately changed as the 3 of them looked at each other wide-eyed. The team called for backup, and a few minutes later detectives arrived at the scene, which is where it was revealed that the plates were stolen and that the van had been reported stolen a few weeks prior to the incident. Taylor does still get picked on by his supervising officers about the incident to this day, but he's just happy no one got hurt. Since that night, he never went back to online dating again. In 2019, Sabrina matched with a guy on Tinder named Nick, who she thought was really cute. Because she'd had plenty of good experiences using dating apps in the past, her guard was a little down, and she rarely let her friends know what she was doing, who she was with, or where she was. For the first couple of dates with this guy, they went to get coffee or on walks outside. After about 2 weeks of dating, Sabrina decided she really liked Nick. He was friendly, good-looking, he was funny, he had his life together, and they also had great chemistry together. For their third date, Nick suggested that Sabrina should come over to his place to have some wine. Feeling safe and comfortable enough to be alone with this guy at this point, Sabrina agreed. When the night of their date finally came, she went over to Nick's house, excited to get to know him even better. The two joked around for a bit and started talking like on their previous dates. After a while, Nick poured her a glass of wine. At this point, Sabrina thought things were going really well, and she felt comfortable in his company. However, after a while, at about 8 p.m., Sabrina started feeling a little funny. She felt almost sleepy and a little weak.
Roofied.
She had trouble stringing a sentence together. Now, in the past, Sabrina had been roofied once before at a college party, and so she immediately recognized the effects as soon as they kicked in. But at the exact same time, now realizing the danger of the situation she was in, she pretended she was feeling fine. From her past experience, she knew she only had a few minutes before she passed out and was left vulnerable and at the mercy of this man that she thought she could trust. She knew she had to do something, and so at around 8:15, Sabrina told Nick as quickly and energetically as possible that she needed to use the bathroom, trying her best to make it seem as if nothing was off. Fortunately, Nick didn't seem to notice anything strange about her behavior, and once she was inside the bathroom, she locked the door immediately and called the police. As Sabrina sat there, her surroundings starting to blur, she told them that she had been drugged and that they needed to come get her out before something terrible happened. Less than a minute after giving the cops Nick's address and hanging up the phone, she was completely out. But because she was still under the effects of the drug, she felt herself slide in and out of consciousness during this time. All she remembers is the police putting a bag over her head as they carried her out of the bathroom and into the patrol car. Following this entire incident, Sabrina was understandably traumatized, but at that point she wasn't even aware of how badly things could have ended for her had she not reacted as quickly as she did. A few days later, she received a call from the police asking her to come down to the station to give her statement. Once there, she mentioned to the cops that the only thing she remembered clearly was that they had put a bag over her head, but that she could have imagined it due to the effects of the drug. As soon as she said this, the cops looked at each other uncomfortably and confessed that they had indeed put a bag over her head. Sabrina looked at them, kinda confused. They quickly explained that it was actually to protect her. When they walked into the apartment, they saw that Nick had set up something extremely disturbing for her in the living room, and that seeing it would have been too traumatizing for Sabrina. She immediately felt a shiver go down her spine. Because Nick was thrown in jail following the incident, she never found out what exactly he had prepared for her. However, she kinda sees this as a good thing. After this whole nightmare, Sabrina deleted Tinder and vowed never to go back to online dating again.
I hate how this guy just abruptly ends his videos, like, no thanks for watching or anything like that, just video ends after the story. It's like, okay.
On May 1st, 2015, Reddit user rbradbury1920 made a strange post to the site in which he wrote about his suspicions that somebody was breaking into his apartment and leaving post-it notes in random parts of his home. The entry read, "On the 15th of April, I found a yellow post-it note in a handwriting that wasn't mine on my desk reminding me of some errands I had to do, but told literally nobody about. While odd, I chalked it up to something I did in my sleep, thinking maybe in my half-awake state I scrawled it so it didn't appear to be my handwriting. I threw it out and thought little of it. On the 19th, I found another post-it note on the back of my desk chair in the same handwriting as the previous note, telling me to make sure I saved my documents. I was freaked out, but there were no other signs of a break-in, so I set up a webcam in my house and aimed it at my desk and used a security camera app for it to record after detecting movement. On the 28th, I woke up to find another post-it note, this one saying, 'Our landlord isn't letting me talk to you, but it's important we do.' I immediately checked the webcam's folder on my computer and found nothing from the night before, but my computer's recycling bin had been emptied, which I am certain I did not do recently, indicating someone had noticed the webcam and deleted the files. They were
For over a decade, one single website would reign terror over the entire internet. Political figures, celebrities, and news outlets would also face the brute force of what could only be described
like an internet hate machine.
4chan used to be held to standards that are unrivaled to this day. In fact, you weren't even allowed to talk about it.
Now listen, I'm not going to talk about that much because I know the rule is like Fight Club. We'll talk about
Hacking, blackmailing, and public harassment used to be a common fear amongst the internet. However, 4chan wasn't only just chaos and hatred. As I discussed 4 times, that 4chan warned the internet. On July 21st, 2014, a user with the trip code IDF Deserter created a thread titled Goodbye, and within minutes, the thread would garner large amounts of traffic. IDF Deserter wrote the following: "I can't take this anymore, guys. Me and my squad were ordered to demolish a hospital because it was supposedly a Hamas de facto HQ. I know this is not true because I was sent to that hospital on an undercover mission not too long ago. And there was nothing there. Just the nice staff. I left the battlefield as I now know the true intentions of my higher-ups. I will probably be tortured and left in jail for quite a while for deserting, but I don't care anymore. Too much innocent blood on my hands. Goodbye, Pole. I've had a fun time hanging here. Don't give up hope. And I hope you live a good life." Users in the thread were quick to split into both sides of skepticism. Some instantly called this a hoax, while others began bombarding with questions, demanding to know more. Without saying another word, OP posts a picture of what appears to be his own dog tags, and an Israeli passport along with a note to show that this isn't just some image found off of Google. Thus, proving that this could very well be someone who just abandoned the battlefield. OP claims that his connection is weak at best, but will try to answer some questions. Can you share some more information? What is the hospital's name that is going to be attacked? Al-Aqsa or something. It was in the Deir Bala neighborhood, if you know it. Last post. Goodbye for the last time, everyone. I have some family in a neighboring country. I will leave sometime later tonight. I won't let them take me. I'll probably return to 4chan when everything calms down. You have been my only true friends. Thank you." And with that, OP departs the thread, never to be heard from again. No more updates from the IDF Deserter, and no more pictures. went suddenly. It's happening. OP's legit. A user posts a breaking news article that states the following. Deaths as Israeli tanks shell Gaza hospital. Civilian toll rises as patients die in the Al-Aqsa hospital in third attack on medical facility since start of offensive. And it's not long until BBC News reports. Gaza conflict. 5 dead at hospital hit by Israeli strike. At least 5 people have been killed and 70 injured by an Israeli strike on a hospital in Gaza, Palestinians say. Now, there's speculation that the time of the thread was actually after the article, and that IDF deserters simply found the article and made a fake thread. However, that still leaves his photo to be discussed. Was this Anon attempting to warn others of a war crime about to be committed? Or was it just a troll post to rally up reactions on 4chan's political board? July 2nd, 2020. A user creates a thread on 4chan's Paranormal board, X. The thread is titled, Storytime with a Dead Man. In this thread, he discusses his time working as a security guard and potential trafficker for Jeffrey Epstein. The following story contains graphic and disturbing descriptions, including suicide, assault, and murder.
The stories and information posted here are artistic works of fiction and falsehood. Only a fool would take anything posted here as fact.
Storytime with a dead man. I'm going to kill myself tomorrow, X. I'm also sending 3 packets of copied information to the media. 1 to CNN, 1 to MSNBC, and 1 to Fox News. You all will have to see which one tells the truth about the information that they receive, and which one doesn't. I trust 4chan to do this because of our history of releasing legit info in the face of mass media cover-up. I have been a professional driver/security guard for a circle of very wealthy people for almost 8 years. I started by working the door at a private gentleman's club outside of the DC area. From that job, I was introduced to some employment managers for Jeffrey. Because I had experience as both a cab driver and a bouncer, as well as always overlooking and keeping my mouth shut about the drugs and prostitution that my employers at the club profited from, they thought I'd be a good fit to work the weekends for Mr. Epstein. At first, I didn't do very much. Definitely nothing important. I would run errands mostly and do anything my manager, who reported directly to Mr. Epstein, wanted me to do. So say the gardener calls out sick one day. It would be me mowing the lawn in his place. I was sort of a floating general helper. Inevitably, I ran into Mr. Epstein now and then. And he was always very personable, enthusiastic. I had heard about his original court case and the rumors and everything, but just meeting this guy made me feel like it was all a lie. Because he seemed so kind and genuine. I thought he really was just this hotshot money man, like a Bruce Wayne or Tony Stark kind of figure. And I think, ultimately, that's how he wanted us all to see him. His god complex was, to say the least, very developed. Eventually, I was trusted with bigger jobs. I think I got a good reputation because I cleaned one of Mr. Epstein's bedrooms one day. There was, to my dismay, a mixture of shit and on the bed sheets. I dealt with it professionally and I didn't say anything. I knew by then that someone is always watching. There are cameras in almost every single room, save Mr. Epstein's private office and regular bedroom. He had several bedrooms, but one was his favorite, I guess. His main room. I never mentioned it to anyone, but I still got a thank you from my manager for being discreet. One day, I was asked to go pick up a masseuse from a bus station. I didn't ask her age, I knew better. But she couldn't have been older than 16. I got a really bad feeling in my stomach because, at this point, denying Mr. Epstein's tastes would be borderline irrational. I did my job though. I took her to his house, and a few hours later, I took her back to the bus stop. She was crying, and I didn't talk to her about it. A few weeks later, I did it again. Now my manager tells me that Mr. Epstein would like me to take over all of his various pickups and drop-offs. They called it cutie duty. Fucking barf. But it was more than just girls. I would pick up drugs and other assorted packages, most of which I had no idea the contents, but as far as I was concerned, the less I knew, the better. I was getting paid very well for the amount of work I was doing. In a given day, I spend 3, maybe 4 hours doing anything that would be considered work. The rest of the time, I either sat in my car browsing 4chan on my phone, or inside pretending like I was rich and this was my house. For this, I was being paid $75K a year, more than I'd ever even hoped to have made in my whole life. When I took over doing most of the driving, it went up to $115. Every time my job became more illegal, the money would get better. That is his tactic. He knows that people will do just about anything for the right price. I guess I just want people to know. Call it a public confession because, well, I'm guilty. I guess I don't care that much because I'm gonna be dead. I've done things I can't forgive myself for, and I think they'll have me killed anyway. So, I'm going to do it on my terms. Anyway, Mr. Epstein is very shrewd. He pays you a lot, but not enough for the shit you have to do. And he tries to find the absolute least amount he can pay to keep you doing it. For me, disgracefully, that was around $150K. I stayed on cutie duty for about 4 months. Then Mr. Epstein took a trip abroad, and he loaned me out to another family. Now, keep in mind, I never met Mitch, and I don't think I even worked for him. I just worked for the family. I reported to an employment manager as usual. I was tasked with driving a young man named Cole around wherever he wanted. Cole was probably 22, and already his license had been suspended for drunk driving. He lived in a huge house out in the middle of nowhere, outside. Man, it was beautiful. If I could have stayed there forever, I would have. I suspect it was a vacation cabin/mansion owned by his parents, but I digress. Every weekend we would drive into the city, he would get shit-faced drunk, find a woman or a prostitute, and I would take us all back home. Cole was a total piece of shit. If you remember Scumbag Steve, just imagine if Steve's parents were multi-millionaires, if not billionaires, and you get the idea. So one Sunday morning, after a typical Saturday night, I report for duty 8 a.m. sharp, knowing damn well that Cole isn't going to drag his ass out of bed until at least 3 p.m. Here he comes hobbling down the driveway in his socks to my car. He usually texts when he's up, and I come inside and start cleaning up his messes. No text today. He comes over to the car as I'm stepping out. He says, hey buddy, we kinda got a problem, but it's not that big of a deal. Okay, what? Let's see it. We go inside, upstairs to his bedroom. His girl from last night is lying face up, and her open mouth is pulled with vomit. She is most definitely dead. Far as I can tell, she overdosed on whatever combination of prescription drugs that they were doing, then passed out, puked, and suffocated on her own vomit. I'm absolutely flipping my shit, and I've got my phone out dialing 911. Cole slaps it out of my hand and tells me to hold on. He says he can't get in trouble because it'll look bad on his family. I said, Cole, you've already been getting into trouble. He says he knows, just not this kind of trouble. He says I'll get a big bonus if I just deal with it myself. Now, I'm way out here in the middle of nowhere, and the implication from day one of my employment in this circle has been that if I mess up, I might suffer harsh consequences. I know what I did here was wrong. I know that, and I'm so sorry. I asked him what I'm supposed to do. He says, just wait. He gets a different phone out of a drawer and starts making calls. After a few minutes, I'm waiting in the hallway. He's casually pacing around the corpse. He gives me GPS coordinates for a little spot off of 111 out in the mountains. I'm supposed to wrap her up, take her there, and drop her off. He said there would be guys waiting there to take her. It's a long drive and I don't look forward to it one bit. I wrap her up in his comforter. He stops me.
Bro,
He says,
bro, not that blanket. That's like the softest blanket in the world, dude. No way.
and he gets me a different blanket from the closet. Fucking real gentleman, Cole was. He's got an F-150 at the property, used for landscaping work. I put her body in the bed with a tarp on top, and then I fill the rest of the back with landscaping supplies, fertilizer, tools, etc. I tried to make it look really natural and boring. I'm shitting bricks. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. But he's promising me that if I get busted, I'll have the best lawyers money can buy. And I believe him. She's dead already anyway, and it's unlikely he would even get into any real legal trouble. Just bad press. So, what's the difference? The whole time driving, I'm just sweating right through my clothes. I have to stop twice to puke. When I get there, there's a little dirt spot you can pull off into. And sure enough, there's a big black SUV and a Jeep with off-road tires. I'm not about to just assume these are the body people, so I stop and get out and I approach the SUV. The window rolls down and there's a woman who's probably in her 50s and a big guy driving. I don't know what to say, so I'm just kind of like,
how's it going?
Feeling like a complete fucking idiot. She makes a call and describes me to the person on the phone. Then she puts it down and says,
Who are you looking for? Is it under all that stuff in the bed?
I say,
Yeah, do you need help?
She says,
No, take a break.
So I walk into the trees a little bit and smoke a cigarette or two. They've got her out and put her in the Jeep within about 5 minutes. The woman tells me to wait 15 minutes before I leave. Then they pull out and drive away. The Jeep drives further into the woods. I wait maybe 7 minutes and I leave. I got a text later telling me not to ever leave early again. It was from a blocked number. So, when I get back to the house, Cole is sitting at the kitchen table eating a massive bowl of Fruit Loops and watching Love and Hip Hop. This man is like a child, and he hasn't even gotten dressed yet. He asks me to wash his blankets and sheets. I do it. We got really drunk that night, and Cole tells me that this has happened twice before, and it's always fine. He says he's like Scarface. I hate him. The remaining few months go by without incident, and he gets his license back, freeing me at last. Mr. Epstein doesn't need me at the time, but I do get referred as a reliable driver to the bigwigs at who assigned me to work on Crew while she promoted, at that time, her 6th and newest album. I never met in person, just in passing now and then, but I found this job to agree with me a lot better than the others. I drove a van stacked with promotional gear from city to city while she toured. A few times, I was sent to pick up Molly and was taught to use test strips to test for purity. If it was not pure, I was supposed to walk away, but it was always pure. There are circles within circles of connections. I believe that there is an entire shadow economy strictly for the rich and famous to get their rocks off collectively. One thing I did learn about her is that she enjoys young females as well. I was sent to pick up 2 young girls and bring them to her hotel room. Of course, I was met outside the door by someone more important than me. This struck me as odd, because as far as I understand, she is not a billionaire like Epstein, but she was even more insulated and protected than he was. I'm sure a lot of that has to do with just personal choices regarding security, but I get the picture that in this world, influence and money both equal power. And her, especially in 2011 and 2012, was highly influential. All I had to do was mention her name, and girls would get in the car. Just like that. Cigarette break, boys. My nerves are so shot. I keep thinking I hear cars pulling up. I'm getting really paranoid. Give me a couple minutes. So the most noteworthy thing that happened while working for is when she had a party to celebrate the end of her tour. Everybody was there. I mean, all of the pop stars were there. And even a few old heads, like and some actors. I noticed for sure. Just to name a few. For this party, I was, of course, tasked with getting entertainment. They wanted as young as I could get, and as many as I could get. Ostensibly, they were being hired to be waitstaff and valet drivers. But the plan is to switch it up on them when they actually get there, to give them drugs, money, whatever they need to do, what they wanted them to do, which was essentially to be all expenses paid prostitutes for whoever wanted them. That part, thankfully, was not my job. I'm just a piece of shit who tricked them into going. I picked up 5 young girls from a mall, a couple of teenage boys I found walking around the road, and then I got a hold of an escort company to fill it out and make it an even dozen. The ones from the escort company were not underage, and I was severely chastised for it. My manager basically asked if I ever wanted to work again. I said yes. He said, then act like you've got some goddamn sense. I didn't make this mistake again. After the tour ended, I was just on my own for a month or so. I rented a house near Tulsa and basically isolated the entire time. I was starting to get ideas in my head about going to trade school or something, when I was called back to come to work for Mr. Epstein again. At this point, I've developed a bad coke habit, of which I had only been sober a few months to this day. I needed something to make me do it. Coke makes you feel numb in a way that not much else does. And believe me, I've tried just about everything. There are research chemicals that no one has even heard of that get traded around in these circles. When I came back to work for Mr. Epstein on his island, I was going through an 8-ball every day or two. I binge drank at night, but I had to keep focused during the day. The coke wired me up, and the liquor brought me back down. That's the only way, mentally, that I could really cope with what's happening. I was flown to his now infamous island to be one of the regular staff. Essentially, I lived on this island for free, while getting paid to maintain the grounds and keep the buildings up. When Mr. Epstein was there, obviously he would bring his own entertainment, so I didn't even have to do that. I thought, this sounds like a fucking fantastic deal. Island paradise, great wages, not much real work. Count me in. Out of all of my sins, I believe sloth is the most damaging one that I indulge in. I always look for the easy dollar, and that's why I am prey for people like this. Now, first of all, this island is like paradise on Earth. It's always a comfortable temperature. The rains are breathtakingly beautiful, and the architecture and decor of houses are exquisite. Yes, the bathhouse is really creepy. The fake doors are there to confuse flyby surveillance, if anyone was wondering. The other regular staff were hard to get along with. They were all creeps, and I mean capital C fucking creeps. Made me wonder about myself, honestly, that I'm put here with them. They all joked about getting Mr. Epstein's leftovers, and the talk was constantly about when Mr. Epstein was going to visit the island again. When he would bring important people, world leaders, CEOs, and etc. I, and most of the staff, were kept totally out of sight. We weren't allowed to work in an area unless we knew it was empty. Only his most trusted employees could actually be in the building with him, and his high-powered friends. Sometimes, though, it would just be the family, and things were more relaxed. I passed by his office once, carrying some garbage, when he beckoned me inside. He asked me my name, and I told him. He offered me a seat. I took it. You don't get far in this business by saying no. He began to talk to me. He looked really stressed. He asked me how anything that feels good could be bad. He had a big painting of Oscar Wilde and considered him a personal hero. He began to explain hedonism to me and asked me if I understood.
Of course,
I said.
Who doesn't like fun? Lots of people,
he said. Then, he let me go about my duties. I fucked up really bad one evening and entered one of the maintenance sheds to return some tools that I'd been using, and saw the sweaty, pale back of a large man, hunched over, and he had a tattoo of Nixon on his back, and he was wearing a bull's head mask. He was one of the regular staff members' mouth. He turns to me, and I'm just standing in shock, and says quite angrily,
"Do you mind?"
And I slam the door shut. As I'm closing the door, I get a glimpse of my coworker's face, and he's crying. I googled Nixon back tattoo later and realized that man was who I've never even heard of up to that point. I knew I was in deep shit. The next day and for 2 weeks after, I got all the worst jobs. Trash pickup, cleaning toilets, scrubbing his boats. It fucking sucked, but I kept my mouth shut anyway. As far as I understood, my pay had not been cut, so whatever. I'll do the shitty jobs where I'm by myself because, at least, hey, I'm by myself. That was fine with me. OP, if this isn't a LARP, then I have to tell you I wish you the best. And honestly, you did a lot of bad shit. And I hope you recover, since you seem like a good guy. If you are LARPing, then nice job, since I'm entertained and this is a good LARP. I'm not a good guy, but thank you. If this was the movies, the Punisher, or whoever, would rip my spine out of my back. And I'll deserve it. I'm not a good guy. Anyway, things started getting really tense on the island from that point. People started making little comments to me about being nosy, or about minding my own business. I was starting to get worried I'd be branded a troublemaker, which you do not want to be. Things turned very quickly in this business. That's how they've kept a lid on it for so long. Any small mistake, and you're out. Most people are let go with NDAs and the understanding that they will be watched the rest of their lives, which ultimately is how I got out as well. After Epstein died, they cut me loose. I guess they figure since he's dead, nothing I would know would matter anyway. They're probably right, honestly. It probably won't matter anyway. But the rest of my time on that island was pure terror. I was just waiting to be taken away, or worse. It never happened, but I was still really scared. I saw a few of their weird plays that they would do around the bathhouse. Mr. Epstein had a little portable stage he would get set up. He would wear the bullhead that I saw wearing and give a big speech about what he called freedom. He would say this island is the only free place in the whole world, where everyone on it can do whatever they want. Bullshit. Not your employees, not the children you bring here. Total bullshit. Everyone would cheer. They would get up and do a sort of conga line with tiki torches. Really cringy old rich people shit. And go into the bathhouse. There was a trap door on the floor that has not been reported in any of the investigation photos that I've seen, which led to what they call the chamber. And it is essentially a bondage dungeon. I don't know what all happened in there, and I never want to know. I stayed as far away from that bathhouse as I could. So, anyway, eventually I got my reputation for the most part back into good graces, and I was working in the main houses again. One time, I was helping in the kitchen. I don't know if the chef was fucking with me, I hope so, but he was separating what looked to me like the torso of a very young, skinned pig. It had been roasted, and he was chopping it into quarters. The ribs to be served that evening, and the rest broken down for soups and casseroles. I said jokingly that it looked like a little kid. He just gave me this awful dead-eyed look for a second, and said,
"Watch it."
I worked on that island for about a year. In 2013 to 2014, Mr. Epstein chose me and 2 other trusted employees from the island to come with him to a winter retreat in the Swiss Alps. He owned a small, billionaire, small mind you, cabin, and wanted people he knew could be trusted, because most of the staff would be local hires. Our job on the surface was to help manage all the employees, like supervisors basically. But the unspoken task would be keeping everyone either in the dark or quiet. Mr. Epstein had a real fondness for plump young Swiss blondes, and the Swiss, as he would explain, have a very progressive idea regarding the age of consent. He viewed this as a more relaxed way to do what he does, more casual. Part of the thrill for these people, I think, is in the fact that it is illegal, and they could get in big trouble. When they go to places that are more friendly with the idea of older men having sex, it's to take a break, so to speak. The Alps themselves, though, wow. I mean, wow. I've been all over the United States, and nothing in this country compares to Europe in terms of sheer beauty. Sometimes, early in the morning when I would come out of my cabin and stretch, I'd just look at the trees, smell the crisp clean air, and just for a minute, I'd forget what I've done, and what I am doing. When it came back to me, I would have to fight back tears. I want the mountains there to be the last thing I think about before I die. Sorry, I'm taking breaks to peek out my windows like a crackhead. I might actually bail and go find open Wi-Fi somewhere. Maybe in another state. I don't know. I'm just getting more and more paranoid. My lights flickered and I almost shit myself. I think I might get back on the wagon just for tonight and go get some liquor. Be a little patient with me. So I've not been there 3 days when, while me and two from the island are doing bumps of coke off of a butter knife in the lower garage, a boy, maybe 14, skinny, blonde, pale, and naked, comes through the doorway right towards us. He's speaking French, but I think I got the gist of what he was saying. He was asking for help. He looked hysterical. Immediately, my two friends were out of there, and I shouldn't have been far behind. I told him,
Calm down, calm down. It's okay. I'm gonna help you.
I just wanted him to feel better. This all took maybe 30 seconds before one of the nannies came in. He looked at her, confused, and I get the picture that he was trying to decide if she could be trusted. She couldn't. She shushed him, put her jacket over him, and took his hand. She was speaking French as well, and it sounded like a mother consoling a frightened child. She led him back into the house, and I did not see him again. I never mentioned it to anyone, and nobody ever mentioned it to me. During my last couple of weeks there, I witnessed firsthand the murder of an independent journalist. I don't think he was actually a journalist. I think he had maybe a blog or a YouTube channel, but I had never heard of him and I don't know his name, so I don't think he was anyone with any real connections. He was one of the local hires, a dishwasher, but he was seen with a cell phone out, possibly recording. Me and the other two from the island were asked to go check it out. So we go get the guy and ask him to empty out his pockets. And sure enough, he's got a phone. We told him to unlock it, and he wouldn't. One of the other guys made a call, came back, and slugged him directly in the nose. I think he broke it because there was blood just pouring out, and the guy started screaming. I don't think he'd ever been hit before, but me and the other guy held him down. Fuck it, I'll say their names. It was Daniel and Marcus. Marcus and I were holding him down, and Daniel punched him again and told him to unlock his phone. He complied this time, and sure enough, there were pictures and videos from inside the house. We knew he hadn't sent anything out because only wired connections worked there. I guess they had signal jammers or something, or maybe because it was just so remote, I don't know. Anyway, Daniel makes another call and tells us to take him outside into the woods. I think we're just gonna threaten him and make him sign an NDA, but Daniel took his belt off and strangled him to death. We had to put his body up in an outbuilding because the ground was frozen. We put him through a wood chipper and then burned everything to ash. There were bits of charred bone left over when I swept it onto a trash bag, and I threw it out with the regular garbage. This, above anything else, I feel the most guilty for it. After that, if I wasn't in before, I was definitely in now. Me, Marcus, and Daniel. the three fucking stooges from hell. Daniel had been in the military, and I think he had a few screws loose, because he always had a temper. He became the go-to guy for the really dirty shit. I started working for Mr. Epstein directly after this. He would confide in me sometimes, when he was very high, about how nothing really makes him feel good enough. He told me once that he hasn't felt happy in years. I wish I had the stones to tell him that this life he is living is only bringing him down. For a brief moment, I felt empathy for this man. I think that too was part of his game though. I don't think he has ever had a single genuine feeling in his life outside of sexual gratitude. He never mentioned the journalist to me. It was like it never happened. But we both knew that was the reason that I was now working directly for him. Listen, I think I've said about all I care to right now. I'm going to go get a bottle of something before all the stores close. If this thread is still here in a few hours, I'll answer questions and tell some more stories. You ever see occult stuff on the island? Robes, pentagrams, rituals, that kind of shit? They called them plays and theater, but from my eyes, yeah, I would say the speeches and stuff that I saw looked a lot like rituals. The bull's head mask was scary. I mean, it was a rubber mask for sure, but whoever spoke would wear it all night. After they would come out of the chamber, the masked person would roam the island, and it was generally understood that you are to avoid them at all costs. When they wear the mask, they're like animals. They just wander around from one carnal satisfaction to the next. Food, sex, sometimes violence, whatever. And they could do whatever they want. If they came to you and told you to whatever, you have to do it. It never happened to me, thankfully, but I made sure on those nights to stay out of sight. And that would be OP's final confirmed post. 8 hours after OP's last post on the thread, Ghislaine Maxwell would suddenly be arrested by the FBI and charged with conspiracy, enticing minors to engage in sex, and more. This could easily be a massive coincidence. However, the timing is almost too on point. And before I get on to the next part, I would also just like to throw in that someone once reported Jeffrey Epstein's death or suicide before his body was even discovered or before it was even reported. It's Christmas 2013. The Wii U was still marketed as a successful console, so this user buys one and claims that it was broken. He opens the inside and finds what he thinks to be poop. He creates a thread, probably expecting to make the next meme on 4chan's video game board, but once realizing it isn't exactly feces, he cracks it open. What the hell is this? OP then begins to dump more photos, until he reveals that whatever this thing used to be is now infested with spiders. At least the spiders are already dead. Whatever happened, it's an egg that opened too soon or an egg that never managed to open. The spiders must have devoured each other to stay alive and eventually grew to max capacity and truly died. The size shows they're adults, but the colors show that they literally have no plating or skin. The spiders live lives like we did, in the fucking dark. That is, until OP returns. This one was still alive. Needless to say, users are less than thrilled about this news. He literally ate his brothers to fucking stay alive. What the fuck? He's some sort of super spider. What did you just unleash upon the world? As chaos ensues, another poster adds gasoline to the fire. That's not an egg. That's a dirt dauber nest. The spiders are paralyzed inside of it. If they're not dead by now, and they're actually fresh catches, they're gonna be waking soon. For context, a dirt dauber or a mud dauber is a wasp that specifically hunts spiders. It grabs its victim and stings it, injecting a paralyzing venom into the spider. Afterwards, the wasp takes the victim to the nest where it is eventually consumed by the wasp's larva. So what we're looking at here is a nest full of either already dead spiders or spiders that are still paralyzed. This spider kind of looks like a brown recluse. If you let it sting you, your arm's gonna start rotting while you're alive. Other posters explain the severity of the issue, while others, rightfully, lose their mind. I don't think the thread is understanding the magnitude of the situation here. OP just opened a wasp nest full of poisonous spiders. Poisonous spiders that make your skin and flesh rot off if they bite you. They might not even have wasp larvae in them, in which case, they're paralyzed and just awaiting to be awoken. And for the fuck of it, let's add this theory to the mounting fire. Guys, if OP had this in his Wii U, then it can't just be one of them. What if an employee put one of these in everybody's Wii U at the store that OP goes to? Nobody knows where on earth OP lives, but you could be living right next to him and buying a Wii U from the same store he goes to. Just imagine it. You could be buying a Wii U with one of the same things that OP has. And that's how 4chan users spent their Christmas that year. Not with family, not with friends, but instead with debilitating fear that mayhaps their very Nintendo Wii U console comes with flesh-rotting spiders. Okay, time to debunk this story. The story is actually false, and if we check the Wayback Machine, you can find that the original pictures actually came from the subreddit r/WTF before OP posted it to r/pics. The actual story is that a man discovered a wasp constantly returning to this hole that he had in his wall. He finds the nest, and well, it just gets much worse from there. In the last picture he posts, you can actually see a wasp larva right next to its meal. So while the Wii U story isn't real, the spider situation still very much was for this one individual. However, the idea of this being in a Wii U is much funnier. By this point, I believe that the majority of us know what a skinwalker is. Of course, memes on Instagram and Reddit ended up being vastly incorrect about what a skinwalker actually is. But the term might still be familiar to you. And if not, then a skinwalker is known to be a witch of the Navajo region. Once human, these witches or warlocks would get lured in with the temptations of black magic, resulting in them doing horrid acts that were deemed unforgivable by human nature. Usually, it meant cannibalism or murder. Afterwards, the witch would transform into a monstrous being, thriving off of an incurable hunger. It is believed that human meat is the only thing that temporarily satisfies the skinwalker's hunger. It is said that this creature is so feared by the Navajo tribes and culture that they refuse to ever discuss the idea with outsiders. So it doesn't come as a surprise that it took the internet ages to finally discover it. And where else to be discovered than 4chan's paranormal board, X. Of course, speculation can be all over the place, along with skepticism, but in my opinion, it wouldn't be until 2012 that a 4chan story would put the term skinwalker on the map. Anansi's Goatman. Many of the characteristics described in this chilling story would go on to be used as almost a fitting stereotype, if not cliché, for future skinwalker stories. Characteristics such as physically laughing without sound, the atmosphere smelling like copper or burnt hair, the creature shape-shifting and poorly mimicking its surroundings.
Amanda?
Its voice being described like a yowling cat. That last one might sound kind of off, but without context. Over the last decade, skinwalker stories have become massively popular on X and K, some being a bit more obviously fake, but it's fair to say that these stories nonetheless are chilling. So, controversially speaking, and of course from an open-minded perspective, is it safe to say that 4chan users may have been trying to warn us about these cryptids? A creature so evil that its own tribe believes that its name is a cause for bad luck. That 4chan may have been warning us to not be so naive when it comes to hiking land untouched by humanity. The backrooms have completely taken the internet by storm. And, honestly, for good reason. The concept of this alternate reality shares a lot of creative similarities to the SCP Foundation. A universe where possibilities are quite literally endless. Infinite. Every big YouTuber has talked about the backrooms, but what some people might not know is that the backrooms lore actually originated from 4chan. If you don't know what the backrooms are, well then, do I have a thread for you. It all starts from this specific yellowed image, which originally was created just for liminal art. This was the case for many months, until users finally would go on to invent what we now refer to as the backrooms. Theory 1. Backroom. That's fitting. Maybe too accurate. I call it the real estate. There's a lot for me to explain on the subject, as I was for many years trying to figure out its mystery. First of all, real estate is what it points to be representing, but cannot be truly made clear to anyone unless you have actually been in it. Secondly, no matter how hard you try to reach it, you will never find a way to do it. It's spontaneous, can happen to anyone. But generally speaking, if you've been in once, you will end up going back eventually. There are also a set of rules. These are not written, nor do I claim them to be a factual representation of real estate's true reality. But what during the years I've managed to see as axioms may hold some answers to how real estate works that I can point and explain bit by bit. Number 1, never try to escape. Number 2, be always calm. Don't show any signs of anxiety. Number 3, do not search for others. Do not ask for anyone. Number 4, stay as close to your entrance as possible. Number 5, never directly stare at any source of light. Number 6, should you lose your senses, do anything to regain them, even if it means cutting off a part of your body. Number 7, always check if the time is what you remember it to be. Number 8, do not touch a wall that seems darker than the one next to it. Number 9, should you come across another human being, do not make eye contact and move away from each other as fast as possible. Number 10, count seconds, and after every 500, remember who you are and where you came from. Number 11 is the most important. Sit down and do not look at the sounds when you hear them. I'm going to explain these one by one. Number 1, never try to escape. This is crucial to understand, that thinking about how to escape makes your mind go haywire, panic, and eventually, you lose yourself in it, running around and away from your entry point. Losing your senses will eventually extend onto your track and perception of time itself, which is why you should always check on it. Count seconds, and always try to remember who you are. If everything fails, go to extremes. You don't need a knife to hurt yourself. Bash headfirst into a wall if you must, and you must regain your senses. I learned this the hard way, but getting yourself calm, point 2, is important to thinking straight and crucial to really getting out. You are not going to run out of this. How many kilometers you would run, you'll never escape it this way. It's your emotions keeping the rooms extending. At least that's one of my assumptions. Another one has to do with point 3 and 9. Do not search for others. Do not interact with them should you bump into anyone. You do not know who they are, how they react, and how long they've been there. This is why you count seconds. If you lose track of time, you lose track of reality, and then your emotions, which is what can get you into a nasty situation, and can even mean your death. Most of the times, others don't know it, wandering aimlessly further and further away from their entry point. They are quote-unquote lost to time, because time in real state doesn't follow our space-time continuum rules. It relies on you to keep it meaningful. Think of it as if the time had no concept in real state, and only the beings that perceive it can understand and think it. But other than you thinking seconds, it is closely to non-existent there. I say closely because there are multitude beings whom still perceive it in their minds. Coming across one another shows signs that time only means a variable in a form of a living being. And these living beings can be anything. I call it real state because it strips down the reality of its dimensions that we humans coherently understand to be a physical world. There is no real space that you can measure there. Sure, you could measure the rooms, calculate its density, but then, if you check the atmosphere, there wouldn't be any oxygen or any other particle in it. Breathe in consciously and try to comprehend what had just happened. And then, remember, be calm. There's only the timeless perception stretching endlessly before you. That extends onto any other being that happens to be within. Any, meaning not only human. I call them plainly, others. If you're not careful, and you no-clip out of reality in the wrong areas, you'll end up in the back rooms, where it's nothing but the stink of old moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, the endless background noise of fluorescent lights at maximum hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles, and approximately 600 million square miles of randomly segmented empty rooms to be trapped in. God save you if you hear something wandering around nearby, because it sure as hell has heard you. The first time I saw one was also the first time I was in real state. I was already panicking, already wandered too far, and lost track of time. I lost my senses seeing otherworldly creatures that I can only describe as a crystalline form of ants the size of a giraffe. I turned around and ran, screaming. I didn't think about escaping from there and then, just from the creature, which is why I think I ended up being let go from the real state. This had led me to one conclusion that much later came as this. Sit down. Do not look at whatever came in. As far as you are concerned, there are only intelligent beings in there. Seeing how I haven't come across any insect or large animal, which, as you'd think, would greatly outnumber the total amount of humans, right? The other beings, whatever they might be, are of no concern to us. We cannot converse, we cannot understand each other, or help one another. There's no point in agitating ourselves further in that situation. Points 5 and 8 might come as weird after coming to understand the real state as an unchangeable constant, but it is also precisely why these points come out as somewhat exotic but logic phenomena. First of, the light source. Real state has no real source of light. I presume the light is there because your perception demands it. Perhaps if you're blind, your mind would create a more fitting environment. But for me, it seems to be an unchanging bright orange light. Not like the first picture, but again, different perceptions. So, if the light is always the same, whenever you go, what about pulsating light that seems to suddenly appear behind you, or show up in another room? I like to call these white holes, as in the proposed reversals of black holes. One of my assumptions to the reality behind the back room is that it's a tunnel that we somehow end up in, coherent enough to observe and touch, but not act upon. Perhaps the other beings use it consciously, which is why they never seem to be interested in us. I was, after all, never harmed by them. But here comes the dark wall. It completely obliterates the previous concept, because dark walls are the actual exit/entrance points, and not the white hole that it would suggest to be. Why then stay away from them if those are entries/exits? For the same reason, you should stick close to your own entry point. Imagine a space not distorted by time, a seemingly unending one, with your own private entrance. How many more like these are there? And each leading to other points in space and time. Or something completely by us not understood. This is also why I wrote that the back room is a fitting name. Perhaps it's the back of our consciousness. Point is clear here, however. Stay clear of the dark walls, but your own entry point. There's also a discrepancy here as to the entry point. Sometimes, you can get ejected from the room completely randomly. It can happen right away, or a month, or a year in. I got myself ejected while running away from the other being. But I also got myself ejected while being completely calm. This would conclude my observations on what the real state/back room is. But I still wait till the day I again enter it. Each time I come more prepared than last. And each time, I understand more and more. Theory 2. The backrooms are a maze like labyrinth of prefabricated rooms used to load reality. Those that are quite psychotic or on the verge of seeing through reality often end up clipping out of the matrix and can end up in the back rooms. Individuals often find the rooms have a feel like that of rooms in the late 60s and 70s. Though the lights are on, there are no switches. Many people simply starve to death, trying to find an escape, resorting to trying to eat the dryboard or carpet of the structures. Individuals attempt to find moisture in the walls and build a dwelling within the old 70s empty rooms, building carpet beds and trying to find respite from the ever-bright green lights in order to sleep. In order to escape the back rooms, you must become fully convinced that this is where you're meant to be and feel as if you're moving through your own house or workspace. Only then will your home or old dwelling materialize around you, and you will be out of the backroom matrix. Individuals who have escaped the backrooms often feel like they are still in it, and are permanently psychologically damaged from the understanding that their real life is inherently false. Many individuals often end up killing themselves. I felt that after all of this time, and all of this hype, that people would like to know that one of the biggest internet horror fads, once again, comes from 4chan. And while I have my own opinions about the backrooms, I can at least enjoy and respect the Lovecraftian, incomprehensible side towards the concept. Thanks for watching. As always, much love to my Patreon supporters for helping the channel stay afloat. If you pledge, you get early access and exclusive content, and the price you pay is all up to you. Anyway, please like and subscribe and all that stuff, but only if you want to. I'm your host, Time6. I hope you enjoyed your stay, and have a good night.
Notorious hacking group Anonymous.
Anonymous is one of the biggest online vigilante groups. Members hack into companies and government.
Greetings, citizens of the world. This is a message from Anonymous.
Sitting on his couch in the suburbs, this man was suddenly gripped by the unusual situation he found himself in. His phone hadn't made any noises for a while. This never happened. Aaron Barr was one of those people who lived inside his phone even on the day of the biggest sporting event in the United States. He took out his phone and examined it. No new notifications. Much like when you're trying to look engrossed in your phone in a busy waiting room, he went to the email app and refreshed the page to see if it just wasn't showing up. That wasn't the case. Instead, he was greeted with the words, "Cannot get mail." Maybe the login session has expired, he thought, trying anything he could to distract himself from what he knew to be the truth. He went to the login page and carefully typed out his password, Kebafo33. It didn't work. Bar had one of those feelings you get that can't really be put into words, besides the vulgarity of your stomach dropping out of your asshole. The feeling that lets you know something extremely bad just happened and you're powerless to do anything about it. You see, earlier that day, Aaron Barr had been chatting to a hacker named Topiary, who was part of the group known simply as Anonymous. This exchange was significant, but he thought he was in the clear. Only allowing himself to be gripped by the panic for a moment, he rushed upstairs to his home computer as quickly as he could. Perhaps he thought he could stem the bleeding or recover accounts before it was too late. He was wrong. He couldn't believe how wrong he was, in fact. Accounts that had nothing to do with anything were already compromised, along with ones that could end his whole career. Facebook, Twitter, Yahoo. At this stage, perhaps in a way to maintain some sanity or form of control, he even tried to log into his World of Warcraft account. That also didn't work. As anxiety and panic once again took control, the flashing lights caught his attention. It was the router. They were now using a distributed denial of service attack to take down his home network. I'm fucked, he thought. And he was right. After 2 semesters of college and the realization that school wasn't in his blood, Barr decided that the US Navy would be more his speed. Barr was a smart guy and became a SIGINT officer, signals intelligence for short, specializing in analytics. With deployments across the planet, he racked up years of experience in his specialization. 4 years in Japan, 3 years in Spain, time in the Ukraine, Portugal, Italy, and many more European countries. Quite the career. He spent a good portion of his time on board warships, but even dipped his toes into ground missions, being shot at in Kosovo. 12 years of this was enough to sour his attitude towards war, and he retired to a quiet life as a defense contractor for a company called Northrop Grumman. He started a family and soon a new company with a security consultant by the name of Greg Hoagland. Hoagland, already running his own business called HB Gary Inc., proposed the creation of a sister company called HB Gary Federal that would specialize in selling services to the United States government under the control of Barr. A golden opportunity to apply Barr's extensive skills sharpened through years in the Navy and break through the glass ceiling of being an employee. Instead, being the boss, giving him more time to spend with a wife and kids. This optimism didn't last for long. Despite sleepless nights trying to think of ways to secure contracts for HB Gary Federal, the business wasn't bringing in any money. He was desperate by this point. Over a year since he took the plunge, and he could hardly pay himself and the 2 employees he had, let alone continue to expand the business. The only reason he hadn't been forced to close the company was a single contract. He was providing, quote, social media training for executives, which sounds like a guide on how to use Facebook or stay safe on Twitter, but was in fact how to use social networking sites to gather information and spy on people. Despite the circumstances being grim, Barr was not a man to give up easily. In October 2010, he began conversations with a law firm by the name of Hunton and Williams. They needed help, quote, dealing with their opponents. An example being a recent WikiLeaks link that heavily suggested they were withholding a trove of confidential data from one of their clients, a little company known as the Bank of America. This was the perfect opportunity for Barr to jump into action with a PowerPoint presentation all about how he could start a disinformation campaign against WikiLeaks, any journalists that supported them or discussed the leaks, as well as perform cyber attacks on the website itself. Applying the tools of his trade further, he showed the law firm how they could gather information on the personal lives of the staff by friending them on Facebook. Despite this effort, January 2011 rolled around, and they were still without any contracts. It was time to do something crazy, and he had the perfect venue for it. A conference by the name of B-Sides, which was specifically for security professionals and being hosted in San Francisco. Barr knew that he needed a topic that would showcase his skills while being intriguing enough to ignite the interest of his peers. It just so happened that around this time, the hacker group known as Anonymous were a mainstay of mainstream media headlines. As WikiLeaks was starting to become impossible to ignore due to what they were publishing, major corporate entities were making moves to try and choke the website out of existence. Under pressure from the US government, PayPal froze the donation accounts of WikiLeaks, Visa, MasterCard and Western Union stopped accepting payments for the website, and according to founder Julian Assange, cost them 95% of their revenue. This sparked a sort of internet war, with multiple groups of hackers targeting the websites and services of companies like MasterCard and Visa as retaliation for what they were doing to WikiLeaks. A fascinating story in and of itself, with a rabbit hole that goes deep enough for a separate video altogether. People across the globe were watching this situation, intrigued by the mysterious group known as Anonymous, and Barr was no exception. He recognized this as an opportunity, the golden opportunity. While arrests had been made in connection to these cyber attacks, convictions were almost unheard of, and leadership was still out there. That is, if there even was leadership. No one even knew who they were looking for yet, or what the organizational structure was. Barr, however, thought he could find them. He thought he could do a better job than the FBI, using the skills taught to him in the Navy, and in the process propel his company to the front of all queues for the lucrative defense contracts he was looking for. He understood the risks in chasing down a group of unknown size and power, or at least he thought he did. I mean, what's the worst they can do to him, right? Most likely just take down his website, deface it with their usual shock value messaging, including racism and many words that would get this video deleted from the internet as of 2022, and so he began his investigation, applying his tradecraft to try and infiltrate Anonymous. He started out lurking in online chat rooms where supporters of the group would congregate. He went by the name of AnonCog, which later became Cog Anon. He pretended to be a new Anon, ready to do whatever he could to assist the cause, all the while meticulously keeping track of the other users' comings and goings. There were hundreds of users active in the chat each day, though he was paying the closest attention to the people who were most active. He used fake Facebook accounts to friend anyone who openly supported Anonymous, of which there were many, and tried to time when frequent users would leave the chat, with any of those accounts immediately becoming active on Facebook. The assumption being a user would leave chat, then log on Facebook, and he could try to match real-life identities to their chat room counterparts. Not the most sophisticated method, and definitely full of holes. By the end of 2011, however, he'd made a 20-page document of names, descriptions, and contact information for suspected supporters and even some leaders of the group Anonymous. On January 22nd, 2011, he sent out an email to business partner Hoagland, as well as co-president Penny Levy, and his own second-in-command at HB Gary Federal, Ted Vera, informing them of his impending talk at B-Sides, along with the goal. The main benefit of this would be the press attention. In what he thought was a 300 IQ move, he also leaked the information of the impending talk to a few people within Anonymous, telling them that a so-called cybersecurity expert would be giving a talk about Anonymous at the conference. He even told them the name of this expert, Aaron Barr, his own name. This was both incredibly smart and incredibly stupid at the same time. This was the Hail Mary play. He wanted all eyeballs on him, and he was poking a very dangerous bee's nest under the assumption he was smart enough to avoid getting stung and get away with all the honey. Along with this, he reached out to journalists prior to the event to drum up even more interest, seizing on the fact that people were very curious about the name Anonymous and directing them to his impending talk. One such journalist was Joseph Men, a reporter from San Francisco area who worked for the Financial Times. Barr discussed the basic outline of the more extensive talk with Joseph about the hundreds of participants in these cyber attacks, the structure of the organization with 10 names sitting at the very top. He suggested that Anonymous was much more organized than people thought and had a typical hierarchy with decisions coming down from this leadership. The story was printed on Friday, February 4th with the headline, "Cyber Activists Warned of Arrest," with quotes from Barr within. This was fantastic news, and within 24 hours, the FBI was reaching out to Barr asking him if he would share his information with them. The plan had worked. It was flawless. The meeting was set. Monday, the day after the Super Bowl, Barr would go to meet with the FBI and turn in all he knew about Anonymous. But the FBI wasn't the only organization that had taken an interest in Barr's story. A new chat room had been set up and invites were sent out by a user known as Tiflo. Sabu, Topiary, Kayla, and Tiflo started to talk to each other, and the topic was Aaron Barr. They discussed the article printed in the Financial Times, how Barr had claimed to know the hierarchy of Anonymous, which was conceptually wrong as there was no hierarchy, meaning most of his other research was likely also wrong, but could still be dangerous to them. Even if the idea was wrong, the names could be right. The group very quickly got to work collecting information on Barr and his business, HB Gary Federal, including the website. Now, to highlight some irony here, HB Gary Federal existed almost entirely to assist other companies in their cybersecurity, but their own website ran on and a third-party publishing system that left it open to an SQL injection. Essentially, databases store information, and structured query language, or SQL for short, was a popular way to retrieve and manipulate information within said databases. An SQL injection works by injecting commands into the server to retrieve information that should be hidden from the user. Using this method, Sabu and Kayla managed to get usernames and passwords for all employees of HP Gary, including Hoagland and their target, Bar. The passwords were luckily encrypted using a standard technique called MD5, and if these passwords were well made, long and complex, it would be almost impossible to crack. And this wasn't the area of expertise for this particular group. They instead took the 3 hashes representing passwords for Aaron Barr, Ted Vera, and another executive named Phil Wallish, and uploaded them to a web forum called hashkiller.com, which specialized in cracking passwords exactly like this. Within a couple of hours, all 3 hashes were cracked, one of them which looked like this. And there it was. At the end of a long string of numbers and letters was Aaron Barr's password, Kibafo33. They tried to access HB Gary Federal email account hosted on Google Apps, and it worked. Within 24 hours of learning about Aaron Barr's existence, this group of 4 anonymous hackers were inside his company email, watching him exchange messages with colleagues about how well the article had done and how happy he was about the situation. Not content with this level of access, they took to the internet to try his username, email and passwords on other websites. It's funny really that a security expert who spent years working for the Navy and now sold his expertise to corporations and potentially even the government had failed the first rule of operational security that you would tell your grandmother: never use the same password across multiple accounts. The password, Kibafo33, worked not just on his business emails, but his Twitter, his Yahoo, Flickr, Facebook, and World of Warcraft accounts. At this point, the group could do pretty much anything they wanted at any time. Instead, they decided to be patient. They would use this weekend to spy on Barr and download every shred of information they could from all of his accounts. In this investigation into the investigator, they discovered his plans to meet the FBI in 60 hours on Monday. This information sent the chat room into a mild panic. That is, until they found his presentation PDF, which didn't list the names of anyone within this 4-man group. They, however, saw his method of correlating anonymous hackers to Facebook accounts and decided he had no idea what he was doing. While some of the group went through all of this, T-Flow was compiling all of Barr's emails into a torrent, which he planned to release on the popular torrent website, the Pirate Bay. At the very same time, totally oblivious to what was going on and with about 30 hours until the Super Bowl kicked off, Barr was running security checks on his website, hbgaryfederal.com, which was seeing more traffic than usual, though none of which was organic. Barr had told Anonymous about his story and investigation. He'd expected they would perform distributed denial of service attacks on the website in retaliation, and if I had to guess, I'd say he was pretty smug about the fact that this was the sum of their wrath. Though it was only a mild inconvenience, he did still try to nip this in the bud and logged into one of his many fake Facebook profiles called Julian Goodspeak and spoke to one of his anonymous contacts called Commander X, who he believed was a senior member of anonymous hierarchy. Barr thought he had the name of this individual, which he'd noted down in the investigation PDF as Benjamin Spock de Vries. This, as with most if not all of the investigation, was completely wrong. He asked Commander X if he could perhaps do something about the DDoS, but unfortunately, he had no idea it was even happening. "Not my doing," he replied. This, in context, should have let Barr know that his assumption about Anonymous having a traditional hierarchy was incorrect, and the organization instead was many smaller groups working under the umbrella of the same name. Commander X also, in this conversation, let Barr know that he'd taken a look at the HB Gary Federal website and that it looked vulnerable to attack. Quote, "I hope you're being paid well," he said. Despite receiving this warning, Barr did absolutely nothing with that information. It was now Sunday, game day, 11 hours until kickoff. T-Flow had finished collecting all of the emails from not only Barr's account, but also Vera and Wallish as well. The torrent was ready to go. The group knew it was too late for Barr to do anything, and so decided it was time to toy with him a little bit. During their time in his emails, they knew about his super secret username in the Anon chats, and Topiary made contact. "Hello." Karganon replied, "Hi." The group were gathered around in a private chat coaching him on what to say. "Tell him you're recruiting for a new mission. Be careful. He may get suspicious quickly," they said. "We're recruiting for a new operation in the Washington area. Interested? Potentially. Depends on what it is," Barr replied. Topiary was pasting responses into the private chat as they came. "Look at that F gamer word, trying to psyops me out of info," he said to the others. I take it from your host that you are near where our target is, he said to Bar. Is it physical or virtual? Ah, yeah, I am close, replied Bar. Virtual, everything is placed, said Topiary. At this point, T-Flow made another chat room within the anonymous chat network called OPHB Gary, standing for Operation HB Gary, and started to invite people to join. Another hacker by the name AV Unit joined and asked, guys, is this really happening? Because this shit is awesome. Meanwhile, in the private conversation between Topiary and Bar, the group were twisting the screws. Our target is a security company. Panic immediately hit Bar, Washington area where he lived. Security company. This was about HB Gary. This was about him. This was about his company. He hastily wrote out an email and sent it to other HB Gary managers to warn them. Quote, now we are being directly threatened. I will bring this up with the FBI when I meet them tomorrow, the email read. Little did he know, this group who was speaking to him right now was watching the email being sent. Okay, well, just let me know. Not sure how I can still help though, Bar replied to Topiary after he sent this email to the managers. That depends. What skills do you have? We need help gathering info on Liggett.com security company, replied Topiary. Relief washed over Bar. He now thought he was safe. Liggett was in the same line of work, in the same area. He wasn't a target. HB Gary was safe. Ah, okay, let me check them out. It's been a while since I've looked at them. Anything specific? Bar said to Topiary, but he didn't reply. I didn't realize they were local to DC. Man, I'm racking my brain and I can't remember why they were so popular a while ago. I remember there being a lot of aggression towards them. Still no reply. You still there? At this point, Topiary was busy planning with the team. He replied about 45 minutes later, sorry about that, stay tuned. Okay, Bar replied. The relief Bar felt was short-lived. Shortly after this exchange is when Bar checked his phone and discovered things had gone badly. It can't be overstated just how badly. For any average person being hacked, that's a nightmare. The idea of strangers going through your personal correspondence or having access to intimate information regarding your life, it's awful. For Bar, however, he was a cybersecurity expert. His job was based on the perception he knew how to prevent this from happening and could charge you large sums of money to make sure you remain safe, to make sure your company remains safe. What does it say about your business when the leader fails so utterly in exactly what he's selling? His pride or ego wouldn't help him though. The next step was to contact his partners, Greg and Penny, to tell them what was happening. Then to contact his IT admins who recommended contacting Google to try and regain control of the website. None of this, however, would recover the emails, and that was the big problem. At this point, Topiary and the rest of the group began their plan for real, as this was just phase 1. First, they logged into Bar's Twitter and started to post the way Anonymous typically would. Okay, my fellow Anonymous F gamer word, we're working on bringing you the finest lulls as we speak. Stay tuned. Another tweet reads, sup motherfuckers, I'm CEO of a shitty company and I'm a giant media whoring C-word. Check out my N-word Greg site, rootkit.com. Followed by tweets containing all of Bar's personal information. I'm talking his social security number, his phone number, his address, literally everything. Now for context, rootkit.com was Hoagland's website dedicated to programming tools that could invisibly gain access to a computer system. You see, after initial access was gained to Bar's server, and while the rest of the group were compiling Bar's information and trolling him over the weekend, Sabu and Kayla had been attempting to gain administrator access on the rootkit.com server. In part, they were able to accomplish this due to Bar having been an administrator of the company email system, which let his account reset the passwords of other inboxes, including Hoagland's. While inside of Hoagland's email accounts, they sent emails to one of HB Gary's admins, a Finnish security specialist, attempting to ironically gain root access to rootkit.com. I'm in Europe and need to SSH into the server, said Sabu, pretending to be Hoagland. SSH stands for Secure Shell, a way of logging into a server from a remote location. Are you on a public computer? Replied the admin. No, I don't have the public IP with me at the moment because I'm ready for a small meeting and I'm in a rush. If anything, just reset my password to change-me123 and give me public IP and I'll SSH and reset my password, said Sabu. Okay, your password is change-me123 smiley face. In Europe, but not in Finland, question mark, replied the admin. If I can squeeze out the time, maybe we can catch up. I'll be in Germany for a little bit. Thanks, finished Sabu. Though the password didn't work, he continued to email him, pretending to be Hoagland, and somehow not remembering his username, asking if it was Greg, but being reminded it was Hoagland by said admin. Social engineering success. Though looking at this from an outsider perspective, it seems incredibly obvious that this situation was one big red flag. I mean, how do you not remember your own username being your actual name? It mattered not though, they were in at every level. As soon as they had this access, they deleted everyone else's usernames and passwords, changed the page to a simple HTML reading, Greg Hoagland equals owned. After that, they did the same to hbgaryfederal.com, removing the homepage and replacing it with the anonymous logo, though in place of the head was a question mark, and at the bottom there was a link that said, quote, download HB Gary emails, directing anyone who clicked to the torrent T-Flow had created. In addition, there was a message written by Topiary that read as follows: this domain has been seized by Anonymous under section 14 of the rules of the internet. Greetings, HB Gary, a computer security company. Your recent claims of infiltrating Anonymous amuse us, and so do your attempts at using Anonymous as a means to garner press attention for yourself. How's this for attention? You've tried to bite at the anonymous hand, and now the anonymous hand is bitch slapping you in the face. That was it. The hack was over, everything that could have been done had been, and Bar's life was ruined. He tried to use Anonymous as a vehicle to save his business, to elevate his reputation above his peers, and to enrich himself. In part, it worked better than he could ever have expected. He got more press attention than he could ever have dreamed of, but no one would ever be able to trust his security expertise ever again. Now, to go into a couple more details, at the point of when he knew he'd been hacked, but before the entire meltdown, before everything had been published, with nothing left to lose, Bar logged onto the anonymous chat room to confront Sabu, T-Flow, Topiary, and Kegler. He was invited to a room called Operation HB Gary, and he took notes of the usernames. Some he recognized from his grand investigation, and others that were completely new. As he entered, immediately the taunts began. Now they're threatening us directly, am I right? Said Topiary, clearly referencing the email Bar hastily sent to warn HB Gary management, when originally he trolled him into believing he was the target of the operation, which of course it turns out he was. Enjoying the Super Bowl, I hope, said Q, a new member of the group whom joined just to witness the aftermath. Well, Mr. Bar, I apologize for what's about to happen to you and your company, said T-Flow, the one who had orchestrated the entire operation in the first place. I figured something like this would happen, said Bar. Nah, you won't like what's coming next, replied Topiary. Dude, you just don't get it. It was research on social media vulnerabilities. I was never going to release the names, pleaded Bar. Liar. Don't you have a meeting with the FBI Monday morning, said Sabu. Sabu, he totally does, replied Topiary. At this point, Bar knew that lying was useless. They knew everything. Okay, yep, they called me, he said. Oh guys, what's coming next is the delicious cake, replied Topiary. I have Bar's, Ted's, and Phil's emails. All 68,000, said T-Flow. Those emails are going to be pretty, replied Hoosh, another member that joined to witness the lulls. Lol, okay guys, well you got me, right? Smiley face, said Bar, clearly defeated at this point. Well Aaron, thank you for taking part in this little mini social test to see if you'd run to your company with news about Anon. You did, we leached it, we laughed, die in a fire, you are done, said Topiary, bringing their interaction with Bar to an abrupt end. After this, Bar called in Penny Levy to try and speak to the anonymous group and reason with them to stop the madness. At first, they were even polite, though it soon devolved and ended. Please do not release the HB Gary emails. There is private information there of clients, she said. Shouldn't be sending emails if you don't want your mother reading, said Hey Guys, another new face. Dozens of innocent people could have gone to jail, replied Sabu, referring to Bar's investigation, which seemed to randomly link people to anonymous cyber attacks, despite there being little to no evidence. And so the emails were released. The hack concluded, communications broke down as there was nothing more to be said. The initial hack was retaliation for Bar's claims of being capable of exposing Anonymous, which was a danger to people who operated under that umbrella. It wasn't until the hack was a success that this particular group of Anon found evidence of extremely dirty tricks and intricate plans of devious intent, such as smear campaigns against trade unions and cyber attacks against websites like WikiLeaks. Some people saw this information and retroactively applied that this vigilante justice would be justified, and the group became legendary amongst anonymous circles. In a secret chat, the group celebrated, though I'm sure in the back of their mind, they knew that this escapade had painted a target on their back. That thought didn't stop them from making plans though. If they could bring down a cybersecurity company this easily, the sky was the limit, and so they banded together against new targets. No one was safe. A media institution, an entertainment Goliath, not even the FBI itself, all in the name of Anonymous, and all for the lulz.
LSD, cocaine, and ecstasy are now just a click of a mouse away.
He is basically the eBay or the Amazon of the drug trafficking world.
He also allegedly hired a hitman to kill a White Rock EC user.
Was sentenced to life in prison without parole.
For roughly 1500 years, the Eurasian trade routes that spanned over 4,000 miles played a central role in facilitating economic, cultural, political, and religious interaction between the East and the West. The name Silk Road comes from the highly lucrative trade of silk textiles that were produced almost exclusively in China. The sale of these highly sought-after goods is likely what led Ross Ulbricht or Dread Pirate Roberts to adopt the name for his darknet marketplace, though instead of silks, he would be facilitating the trade of every illegal good and service you could imagine. On January 27th, 2011, I came across this website called Silk Road. It's a Tor hidden service that claims to allow you to buy and sell anything online anonymously. I'm thinking of buying off it, but wanted to see if anyone here had heard of it and could recommend it. I found it through this link, which if you have a Tor browser, directs you to the real site. Let me know what you think. This is the first ever mention of Silk Road anywhere on the internet. The user Altoid acting, very poorly, as an intrigued third party with the intent of engaging in word-of-mouth marketing of his new venture. It would be unfair to say this action or post was a breadcrumb that led the FBI to the eventual closure of the Silk Road. It was a whole loaf of bread. As explained by IRS Special Agent Gary Alford, the way you found the creator of the website was through a simple Google search. Despite the Silk Road being only accessible on Tor, the browser that gives users access to the dark web, Special Agent Alford knew it had to be marketed somewhere, or how would people find out about it? In 2013, he simply Googled the words Silk Road and .onion and found exactly what he was looking for. He found Altoid. In posts that are still active on BitcoinTalk.com, he is seen advertising for an IT pro for a Bitcoin-backed startup company and lists an email to contact him, rossulbricht@gmail.com, his real name. Of course, looking for developers for your black market operation while using a Gmail account with your real-life name is not the best way to go about things, and since Altoid was a name that popped up very frequently when searching for mentions of Silk Road, this was enough to get a warrant for that email address. Ross was monitored until undercover agents tracked him to San Francisco Public Library, where they distracted him and grabbed his open computer. He was logged into the mastermind of the Silk Road website, and in another tab, a full diary dedicated to the creation of Silk Road with his name written in there. That is the story of how Ross Ulbricht was tracked and caught by using a simple Google search. During his trial in New York City, a 33-page document was brought to light with direct messages proving that Ross paid over $1 million in Bitcoin to hire Hells Angels bikers to murder 5 people, and that's going to be the rest of this video. First, I'm going to need to introduce you to a couple of the starting characters. Lucy Drop was a vendor who sold LSD on Silk Road, and his product was good. Eventually though, he started selling weaker and weaker product before performing what people would consider an exit scam. Friendly Chemist is the first point of contact to Dread Pirate Roberts, who is Ross Ulbricht and the owner/creator of Silk Road. March 13th, 2013. Can you please get Dread Pirate Roberts to message me right away? It's very serious, a matter of life and death. Also has to do with the identities of a dozen top vendors and thousands of Silk Road customers. It's very important, so please get him to message me right away. I will not talk to anyone but Dread Pirate Roberts, so please do not ask me what this is concerning. He got exactly what he asked for. The next day, Ross replied simply, "What can I do for you?" A few hours later, Friendly Chemist claimed he was Lucy Drop's supplier, waiting for payment, which Lucy Drop had told him is being withheld by the Silk Road market and therefore by Dread Pirate Roberts himself. He goes on to claim that he has put a keylogger on Lucy Drop's computer and can prove it with his login details. He gave $900,000 of product to Lucy Drop for $200,000 up front. He accused DPR, Silk Road and Lucy Drop of working together to scam people, and he continued to threaten to release all the information about the Silk Road users if it wasn't for the fact that he would be paid $500,000. To this, Dread Pirate Roberts responded with the truth. He'd never spoken to Lucy Drop, he had no dealings with him in the first place, There was no deal, he wasn't scamming anybody, and instead suggested that Lucy Drop must be tricking him. This, however, did not convince Friendly Chemist. He doesn't believe there was no deal, his life was in danger from, quote, not regular people. He just needs to be paid as soon as possible, or he will release the customer information, which would drastically harm the Silk Road business. The vendor information would probably result in most of the top vendors for Silk Road being busted by the authorities. I will get in touch with Lucy Drop and get back to you. DPR wanted all the information he'd harvested from the keylogger so he could verify it, and clearly at this stage, he was trying to verify whether or not Friendly Alchemist had damaging information, which he claimed to have, and how damaging it would be, sizing up how big of a threat he was to the whole operation. 4 minutes after he sent this reply to Friendly Chemist, he also contacted Lucy Drop for the very first time. I've been contacted by a member named Friendly Chemist. He claims to know you and has done business with you in real life. He's making wild accusations and threats against you, me, and other members of the community. If you indeed know him, could you please provide me with his name and address? I'd like to stop him in his tracks by revealing that I know who he is and will retaliate if he does anything stupid. Please don't contact him if possible. I'd like to handle it myself. Lucy Drop didn't reply. Friendly Chemist replied to his message asking for the keylogger information, stating that he didn't harvest the customer logs, but instead that Lucy Drop, like an idiot, kept in-depth logs of every single transaction he ever made. Thousands of orders, 20 or more vendor identities, 5,000 customer identities, and more. He included a long list of addresses from around the world, which was redacted from the document, but did prove he did have what he said he did. DPR reassured him that he would get in touch once he'd heard back from Lucy Drop, which, of course, Friendly Chemist did not appreciate, since this gave him no clear timeline on when he would be getting the money he allegedly needed to pay off the people who was threatening his family. These people I borrowed money from have been asking me to meet with them and said they don't want to have to come and find me. I'm scared, and you don't seem to even care that you guys are scamming me and putting my life in danger. On March 16th, 2013, an account by the name of Real Lucy Drop claimed that they had been in prison for an undisclosed reason for the last 7 months, and his business partner had stolen his operation, cutting him out of the money and the account. This business partner was now allegedly posing as Lucy Drop and selling weak products or scamming using the reputation he had built up. In this message, he asked how to contact Dread Pirate Roberts. DPR immediately saw this and contacted the account. Hi there, how did this new person gain access to your account? To which the Real Lucy Drop responded stating he didn't gain access, as they were partners in real life and they started a Lucy Drop vendor together. He handled the account until he was picked up on a warrant for prior drug offences, and affirming that Friendly Chemist was in fact their middleman for obtaining the product, and ends the message asking this question: how do you know Friendly Chemist? This, of course, is a mistake, the first mistake we see. DPR never mentioned Friendly Chemist to Real Lucy. The only time he mentioned Friendly Chemist was to an account that he allegedly no longer has access to, as it was stolen by his partner over half a year ago. At this stage, just to make sure we're all following along with the characters in the timeline, Lucy Drop is the vendor that allegedly was exit scamming and has not yet replied to anybody. Dread Pirate Roberts is the Silk Road admin who is being blackmailed by Friendly Chemist, who alleges he is Lucy Drop's plug and a middleman for some very dangerous people who he owes money to. Real Lucy Drop claims he's the original owner of the Lucy Drop account and he's just been released from prison. DPR now responds to Real Lucy Drop stating he's being blackmailed by Friendly Chemist and that he's glad he knows him. He wanted the address, the name, anything he could provide. I need his real world identity so I can threaten him with violence if he were to release any names. I can't let him release those IDs. Real Lucy Drop was of course not keen on this idea. I don't know how I feel about that solution. Remember that he also knows my real world identity and is evidence on me as well. I'm sure you are well aware of what would happen to me if my information was to be released. He would instead set up a meeting and try to reason with Friendly Chemist, to which DPR responds simply, "Okay Lucy, do me proud." Real Lucy Drop came back a day later with a lot of information, essentially reaffirming that Friendly Chemist would release the information as the people he was dealing with were not playing around. The people he borrowed the product from are a big criminal organisation in Canada, the Hells Angels. A plan was presented. The plan involved DPR paying Friendly Chemist what he owed this gang, and in return he would provide drugs to be sold to pay back the loan. Friendly Chemist would also give up his identity as collateral in case DPR was worried of his payment being received and still releasing the documents damaging the Silk Road market. DPR, of course, didn't like this plan. Give me his identity so I will have leverage in dealing with him. You said you don't know what to do, so let me take over and give me all the info you have so I have the best chance of diffusing this situation. Real Lucy Drop was not convinced by this. Yes, I do know his identity, but you threatening him will not help the situation. He's deathly afraid of the people he owes money to, and they already know where he lives and where his kids go to school, etc. He was not going to give up the information on Friendly Chemist, not due to the risk of his so-called supplier, but because he was afraid he would turn witness if he got spooked and turn in information about himself, resulting in him going to prison. Do not bother messaging me again if the message does not contain his personal information. I'm not fronting money to anyone, and I won't be blackmailed. You don't know how to handle this situation, but I do. Dread Pirate Robert's response was final, and this finality seemed to have gotten through to Real Lucy Drop. If you really think you have a good idea to deal with him, I'll give you the information you want about his identity. Please understand why I'm hesitant, as it is my freedom we're dealing with. He then asked how to send over the ID with plain text or PGP, which is an encryption service commonly used on the darknet. DPR then immediately went back to Friendly Chemist. Have your suppliers contact me here so I can work something out with them. Do not tell them I owe you money. You should copy paste this message to them. At the same time, he sent a PGP key over to Real Lucy Drop so he could send him over the encrypted ID, which is exactly what Real Lucy Drop did. The information that was sent, however, was not complete. It didn't have a full address, as DPR responded asking again for his exact address. At this point in the story, on March 25th, 12 days after the first private message interactions from Friendly Chemist and DPR, a new user is introduced, Red and White, and this is where it starts to get real crazy. The first message reads, I was asked to contact you. We are the people Friendly Chemist owes money to. We hold him, and him only, responsible for the missing product or money. He was apparently only getting in touch to find out what exactly DPR wanted. DPR, of course, wanted to clarify the whole situation. He himself didn't owe anyone any money, but was instead being blackmailed by Friendly Chemist. I'm not entirely sure what the best action to take is, but I wanted to be in communication with you to see if we can come to a conclusion that works for everyone. At this point, DPR propositions Red and White. You have lots of products, why not sell it on our marketplace? Red and White, of course, was intrigued by this. How much is it possible to sell on here if we listed every product far cheaper than everyone else? We have a majority hold over most of the movement of products in Western Canada. He also touches on the Friendly Chemist situation, how Friendly Chemist will not meet up with them due to fear of what they may do to him, how the gang might not want to sell on Silk Road due to this missing $700,000. If you can get Friendly Chemist to meet up with us or pay us his debt, then I'm sure I would be able to get people in our group to give this online side of business a try. After this message, DPR contacted Real Lucy Drop again, clearly desperate to get the full address of Friendly Chemist now that he has this fantastic offer from Red and White. Why haven't you gotten the address yet? Bring me the address and $1,000 in Bitcoin is yours. He also responded back to Red and White. In my eyes, Friendly Chemist is a liability, and I wouldn't mind if he was executed, but then you'd be out your 700k. Accompanying this blunt opening, he also gave up information he gained from Real Lucy Drop, the full name, age, rough address location, as well as the fact that Friendly Chemist has a wife and 3 kids. The rest of the message is information on how much money they could make from selling product on the Silk Road website. Red and White, however, no longer needed that information. He already knew who Friendly Chemist was, and he also has another prize. We have kidnapped Friendly Chemist's partner Jin and are on the hunt for Friendly Chemist. This news was exciting to DPR. I understand, and that is great news about Jin. If I understand the situation, he's the one responsible for your loss. Now, to take a quick break and clarify on the roles here and who exactly is Jin, we are to believe that Jin is Lucy Drop, the partner of Real Lucy Drop, who allegedly stole his business and used his reputation to scam. Jin would then be responsible for selling the product from Friendly Chemist and therefore owing him the $700,000 that he would need to pay back to Red and White. However, at this point, Red and White clarifies that they are no longer missing any product. There is no loss anymore also. We were able to recover all of our missing product when we grabbed Jin. After some questioning, he admitted he was intending on moving to a different country and setting up a new seller account on this site. We don't take too kindly to thieves. He's gone. This is when Friendly Chemist started to ramp up his pressure. He knows now that his partner has been taken out and he's panicking big time. You leave me no choice. I want 500,000 USD within 72 hours, or I'm going to post all the info I have. I can't go back to my home, and I've had to move my wife and kids somewhere else, and I need the money so I can move my family and start a new life. What's it going to be? DPR tries to calm him down. Don't do anything foolish. The people you owe money to have caught up with Jin and reclaimed their losses. I spoke to them and calmed them down. They are likely going to become vendors here on SR. Now you can calm down too. Go back to your normal life and don't get involved in this stuff anymore. This did not have the intended effect at all. You think I don't know what they did to Jin? You think I can just go on with my life? You don't know these people. I owed them money and I ran away from them. It's over for me. He doubled down on the threat, though of course now stating that he only had 63 hours remaining. 63 hours to pay the $500,000 or risk having the identities of over 5,000 Silk Road users exposed for buying illegal drugs and services, decimating a large chunk of DPR's business and exposing dozens of vendors that would also destroy the site's product supply. DPR's response to this threat was strangely calm. Do me a favor and make it 96 hours. I will get back to you on Monday. I want to work this out, but I have big plans for this weekend and I don't want to have to deal with this. This wasn't a lie. He did have big plans, though they were plans that Friendly Chemist would definitely not be enjoying. As soon as this message was sent to Friendly Chemist stalling for time, DPR immediately reached out to Red and White. This is where his weekend's big plans would be revealed. I hate to come to you with a problem when we are just starting to get to know one another, but Blake, Friendly Chemist, is causing me problems. Are you still looking for him, or now that you found Jin, have you given up? I would like to put a bounty on his head if it's not too much trouble for you. What would be an adequate amount to motivate you to find him? Necessities like this do happen from time to time for a person in my position. I have others I can turn to, but it is always good to have options, and you are close to the case right now. Hopefully this is something you are open to and can be another aspect of our business relationship. Regards, DPR. Red and White was open to facilitating this transaction, though there is no firm price listed as of yet. He describes how they usually handle hits. They're not looking for him anymore for their own reasons, but they could be motivated financially to find him if they could agree upon terms. DPR responded to this with what might be viewed as a slight change of mind on the hit. If you can find his location, that may be enough for me to scare him off. He's trying to blackmail me. Just let me know what you need to make this worth your while. Red and White, however, nudged him slightly with some common sense. If I find his location and you use it against him to scare him, there is a chance he will switch locations again. Speaking from experience, it will become a lot more difficult to find him again after that, once he knows that there are people capable of finding him. He then goes on to feel out how much DPR would be willing to pay. How much was ending this man's life worth to him? DPR clarifies the reason for wanting to make him disappear forever. He doesn't owe me anything, but he is threatening to expose the identities of thousands of my clients that he was able to acquire working with Jin if I don't pay him off. As you don't take kindly to thieves, this kind of behavior is unforgivable to me, especially here on Silk Road. Anonymity is sacrosanct, it doesn't have to be clean. Red and White now listed the price. It was expensive. Price for clean is 300,000 plus USD. Price for non-clean is 150 to 200,000 USD, depending on how you want it done. These prices pay for 2 professional hitters, including their travel expenses and work they put in. We can use out-of-town hitters if you want as well, but I would not suggest them because they come with an extra cost, and you don't seem to care how he's taken care of. When would you like this done? DPR, of course, was not a fan of the price. He also revealed this is not his first rodeo. Don't want to be a pain here, but the price seems high. Not long ago I had a clean hit done for $80,000 US. Are the prices you quoted the best you can do? I would like this done ASAP, as he is talking about releasing the info on Monday. Red and White now knew that he was in the ultimate power position in terms of negotiation. There's a strict deadline where the person needed to vanish within the next 24 hours, and that means it's unlikely DPR would be able to find another hitter in time for less money, especially since Red and White is the one who knows the location of Friendly Chemist already. I'm sorry, but we can't do anything for that price. Best I can do is 150, and even that is pushing it. Since you need a rush job done, usually we would charge even more. In the interest of business relationship to be, I could do 150, no lower. If 150 does not work for you, we're gonna have to pass. He follows up with some information on how this money is distributed, the methods they use for the hits, and then replies again right after to move things along due to the deadline. The time for negotiating was over. He left this message with both a Bitcoin address and finality. I will check the computer in about 10 hours, and if I see that you do want to go ahead with this and the payment has been sent, we'll do it today. If you want a picture confirmation of the job afterwards, give me random numbers and I'll have them write them besides him and take a picture for you. DPR responded the same day with confirmation. Thank you R&W, I've only ever commissioned the one other hit, so I'm still learning this market. I have no problem putting my faith in you, and I'm sure you will do a good job. The exchange rate is above 90 right now, so at $90 per Bitcoin, 150,000 is about 1,670 Bitcoin. If the market tanks in the next few days, I will send more. Here are some random numbers for a picture. Here is the transaction hash for 1,670 Bitcoin to your address. Good luck and be safe. The blockchain doesn't lie. He did send exactly this amount of Bitcoin on this exact date to that exact address. This is clear evidence of Dread Pirate Roberts hiring a hitman to kill Friendly Chemist, a result of a blackmail that would expose his customers and ruin his market's credibility. He would clearly do anything to keep Silk Road working as he envisioned. Red and White replied a day later on April 1st, 2013, "Your problem has been taken care of." They seized a bunch of stuff he had with him at the time as well. They said he had a couple of laptops and a bunch of USB sticks. "Is there anything that belongs to you?" They questioned him and he spilled everything he knew. He said that he and Jin were actually working together on this scheme to blackmail you, and that they were brought in by a third guy who has been selling on here for a couple of years, who is also a scam artist. Apparently he makes selling accounts, sells for a while and then pulls a big scam and just keeps creating new accounts after he does his scams. They got that guy's name also. I will give that to you free of charge when I meet them to get the picture and computer hardware they got. Rest easy though, because he won't be blackmailing anyone again, ever. DPR kept things professional in his response, but he was clearly happy the job was done, and also shows interest in learning more about this third party. Excellent work. Please send any info you can on this third party, along with a picture. The picture can be uploaded here. I have no need for any of his possessions, so you can do what you want with that stuff. Thank you again for your assistance. Red and White replied the next day with a long message explaining exactly what Friendly Chemist spilled in his last moments of interrogation. He goes over how Jin and Friendly Chemist were working with a man named Andrew from Surrey. He was defrauding people in the way we previously covered, essentially making accounts, getting a good reputation, selling great products with above and beyond service, and then after luring people into a false sense of security, would do one big sale and exit scam all the money. He listed 2 accounts he knows the name of other than Lucy Drop, which were used by this group: Nipple Suck Canuck and Tony76, a seller that many people on the Silk Road forums had long since speculated was actually Lucy Drop due to their similarities of writing patterns, method of scam, and location being Canada. The puzzle was starting to fit together and the picture was clear. This group was orchestrating scams for years now, stealing thousands of Bitcoin and damaging DPR's vision for the Silk Road, and he couldn't let them get away with it. After some short back and forth about stripping location data from a picture so they could upload proof of the hit on Friendly Chemist, the wheels start to turn for the second murder for hire that DPR would put out on the accomplice. If you can find him, I would like to know. He also confirms he received the picture of Friendly Chemist with the numbers next to him after the hit took place, and that he had deleted the picture for safety. He wanted to take out Andrew, the accomplice, but he also wanted to make sure Friendly Chemist was telling the truth. I'd rather miss the chance to take him out than hit an innocent person. He also wanted Andrew to be held and interrogated. The idea being, if this was the remaining member of the group defrauding his customers, he would have substantial funds that may be retrievable. Red and White, of course, was open to this and sets about the job. I will send 2 of my guys to do some recon right now and find out what I can about him and get back to you immediately. We can discuss price later once we know more. PR seemed conflicted about potentially having the wrong man, but at the same time was way more interested in the potential of recovering tens of thousands of stolen Bitcoin. He's likely to be sitting on many thousands of stolen Bitcoin, perhaps tens of thousands, so I would think we'd want to work him over to get those funds back. Red and White returned later that day with the recon. Apparently the supplier of illicit products that Andrew was using had rolled on him, giving up what he ordered, the frequency of the orders, and his plans to move out of the province very soon. That might be because he's found out about Jin and Friendly Chemist and is now scared. The rest of this message retells the information they got from interrogation. getting Friendly Chemist in more detail and how all the information lined up. He also stated that after finding where Andrew was staying, he had 3 other people in the house with him for a total of 4 in the building. The people were also in on the scheme. They were selling product with Andrew, aka Tony76. The reason these 3 people being in the building and working with him is critically important to the story is that Red and White also talked about a potential 15,000 Bitcoin theft in this message. This means that somewhere in that building with these 4 people, one of which he knows DPR already wants to have removed from life, could be over 20,000 Bitcoin, which at the time would be worth around $2 million. The message ends, do you want to deal with this Andrew guy, or do you want me to put the team on standby? DPR was led to this conclusion like a horse to water, and he started to drink. I'm confident enough that is him to move forward. Can we round up all 4 of them, separate them, and get them to out each other and give up their stolen money? He then explains how it could be difficult to recover the Bitcoin if the team of hitters are not familiar with how Bitcoin works, and that he would need more information to piece together how much this crew could have actually stolen. Red and White explained that this would be very difficult. He could pull it off, but it would require more hitters, and there are no discounts for group jobs. In fact, due to the difficulty, it should go up in price. However, since the working relationship was going good so far, he would do it for $150,000 each, $600,000 total for all 4 of them to be interrogated and then removed from this mortal realm. DPR, however, wasn't hot on this idea. Not on the idea of removing them from life, but on the idea it would cost him $600,000. Clearly the dollar sign was the issue, so it was back to the original plan. Okay, let's just hit Andrew and leave it at that. Try to recover the funds, but if not, then not. How much do you need for this? Red and White, however, hadn't given up on this idea. If you want to hit Andrew only, I can have it done for 150 just like last time. We wouldn't be able to do it at their place though, because there are always at least a few of them there from what I'm told, since it is their home office. So we wouldn't be able to recover any of his things. He goes on to give his opinion on the situation and how if these other 3 were left to continue their scams, they would continue to cause issues for DPR and Silk Road. He also offers a discount for the whole package. If you would like to do the others as well, I would be able to have it done for 500,000 USD. If you do not want all of them and just Andrew, it would be 150k. I would prefer to do all 4 as it would be better than having to get Andrew somewhere else and have no chance of recovering any potential product / money he may have. Anything recovered would be split 50-50 with you. This message ends with a prompt for payment. If you would like just Andrew done, send 150,000 USD to the same address you sent the other funds to. If you would like all 4 of them done and product / money recovered from there, send 500,000 USD to the same address you sent the other funds to. This was enough to convince DPR. Okay, I'll defer to your better judgment and hope we can recover some assets from them. 500,000 in Bitcoin has been sent. At this time, Bitcoin was $166 each. He listed the transaction hash, and once again, this transaction is publicly verifiable. On April 8th, 2013, DPR sent 3,000 Bitcoin, valued at $498,000, to the same wallet he previously sent 150,000 for the murder of Blake, aka Friendly Chemist. 3 days later, on April 11th, Red and White messaged DPR to update them on the status of the job. Our hitters have been watching their house, and we have a 1-week window to do it. But I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions before giving them the green light. At this point, he talks about the fluctuating price of Bitcoin and how before they could convert them to real money, the price dumped to 61 USD each. Essentially, he wanted paying more Bitcoin to cover this fluctuation so they were not massively shortchanged on the job. DPR replied letting him know he would be willing to cover the difference, and then there is a 3-day lull in communication before Red and White gets back in touch. That problem was dealt with. I'll try to catch you online to give you details, just wanted to let you know right away so you have one less thing to worry about. Beyond this, the communication fizzles out very quickly, and this is where the story ends. The story of Ross Ulbricht, aka Dread Pirate Roberts, is absolutely crazy. At the start of this video, I mentioned 6 murders for hire, and you may have noticed that we only discussed 5 so far, the 4 people in the house and Friendly Chemist. That's because the 6th murder for hire, the one that DPR claimed to have paid $80,000 for, is a different story altogether and never actually happened. He had in fact purchased this murder for hire from an undercover DEA agent, and it was aimed at a former Silk Road staffer. Now what if I was to tell you that the other 5 murders for hire, the ones we've just went over, None of those happened either. According to the trial of Ross Ulbricht, where these private messages were first presented, no one by any of the names ever existed. He had been scammed, though he likely never knew this was the case until we did. Him and Red and White, the supposed Hells Angels contact who had helped him get rid of 5 people for $650,000 in Bitcoin, continued to speak using an untraceable method of instant chat. But remembering back to the start of this video, Ross kept a detailed diary of the Silk Road's creation and operation, which the federal government gained access to when they seized his laptop. In that diary, he writes that he loaned out $500,000 after this period to Red and White to start vending on Silk Road, and then later writes that Red and White flaked out and disappeared with my $500,000. This means that Ross paid out $1.15 million in Bitcoin to someone who tricked him using multiple accounts, essentially creating an elaborate fanfiction, and honestly, it was a brilliant fanfiction. He used the fact that many users drew links between Tony76 and Lucy Drop due to their location being Canada, very similar writing styles and methods of exit scamming, and then he introduced enough real-world elements while keeping the pressure on after discovering the primary motivations of DPR. As soon as he knew that DPR would do anything he could to protect the Silk Road marketplace, he could just constantly introduce threats and also solutions. Ross was never charged for these 5 murders for hire that never happened, despite the Bitcoin he sent to Red and White being verifiably from his very own personal Bitcoin wallet. He did, however, get charged on 7 counts related to drug trafficking, money laundering and computer hacking, and for this, Ross Ulbricht received 30 years to life in prison, which is where he remains today. As for the money in today's market, the total that Ross was scammed out of was 7,225 Bitcoin, which on the 10th of April 2022 would be worth $308 million. As for the scammer, during a later investigation, Bitcoins traded from Red and White's account lined up with another seller on Silk Road named Mary Jane Is My Muse, both of which were registered on a Canadian Bitcoin exchange that had the name James Ellingson. The Silk Road is the source of many insane stories, but this one for me definitely wins the prize. On a very hot, average day in June 2017, a man woke up in his giant home in the suburbs of Houston. He is a rich man, known online as Dope Boy 210. This is just one of his many properties, with just one of his expensive cars parked outside. Downstairs, he hears a bang. The reinforced steel anti-raid door is bearing the force of a battering ram. It didn't budge, a good purchase. The windows, however, were just normal glass. They shattered. The man then got on his knees, interlocked his fingers behind his head, and waited. As the SWAT team entered the house and surrounded him, he shouted in defiance, "You have nothing on me." Little did he know, the authorities had been watching him for months. The rest of his crew was already in custody. This was the end of his operation. The search for the fentanyl king of the dark web was now over. This video could not be possible without the brilliant write-up by wide journalist Benoit Morin. You can find a link to this article in the video description below. Born just outside Baghdad, Iraq, Alaa Mohammed Alawi was just a teenager when the Americans arrived. He didn't understand exactly what was going on, but the country was quickly thrown into disarray. Alawi's uncle, however, knew that the situation was one that brought opportunities for a young, intelligent boy who knew much more English than his peers. The Americans needed locals as guides and especially as translators. He pushed his nephew Alawi to apply, despite the role being much more dangerous than it sounds. The Al-Qaeda had no patience or mercy for Iraqis who helped the foreign invaders. The bodies of people caught were constant reminders, left to rot for days hung from electricity poles, or torn to pieces dragged from the back of cars. But Alawi wanted to go to medical school, and the US Army would pay $1,350 per month for his help, and so when they accepted his application, he left for Rashid Air Base to begin a life-changing experience. As a fast learner, both socially and practically, Alawi noticed trends among the US troops. For instance, many of them were taking steroids. This presented him the opportunity to make some extra money, dealing the substance on the base and earning himself a quick reputation, one that saw him lose the job. This didn't stop him though, as within months he was hired again by a private contractor, AGS ACOM, who were building maintenance depots at Camp Taji. While there, Alawi discovered that he would soon be spending most of his time behind a computer, which turned out to be perfect. There wasn't that much work to do, and he could use this time to teach himself how to code, as well as how to hack, mostly for fun, at least for now. It's here that Alawi met Eric Goss, a 25-year-old Texan man who would go on to become a lifelong friend, though for now, they just bonded over their love of hip-hop. Before long, Alawi had a new reputation on a new base, not for selling drugs this time, but for hacking the network, leaking people's emails, and general mischief. This base, however, decided to keep him around, but cut off his internet access and instructed everyone to keep him away from unsecured computers on the base. To soften the blow, Alawi built a computer at home with his comparatively high salary for the area and began building his own apps like an Iraqi dating website. Somehow, this young man was pulling in over $5,000 a month just from these side hustles. Alawi quickly realized, however, that he had outgrown Iraq. There was little to no chance of growth compared to the United States, and so he set his sights on the special visa program for people who had helped the US government during their time in Iraq. A flight was booked, with Alawi set to land in San Antonio, Texas on September 12, 2012.
The Attorney General and the FBI are announcing the results of what they call the largest international operation
focusing on a dark web marketplace known as
Genesis Market. Authorities say the site had 80 million sets of digital fingerprints for sale.
Unknown to Alawi and most of the world, by late 2012, a whole new world of technology had been spawned. The dark web had appeared, an entirely anonymous browser giving access to a new area of the internet, as well as a digital currency that many people were claiming to be untraceable, a new form of money that will take over the world, Bitcoin, and a new way to buy, sell, or otherwise trade illegal substances, services, and items with the explosive growth of a website called the Silk Road. These three things created a perfect storm of circumstance that was about to shake up the entire planet, and Alawi would very soon be caught up in the middle of it all.
The FBI calls it the most sophisticated criminal marketplace on the internet.
It's called the Silk Road. It generated roughly $1.2 billion in sales.
Alawi's time in Texas didn't really go to plan. He wanted to follow in his uncle's footsteps to become a doctor, or failing that, to become an IT professional, perhaps create a startup in Silicon Valley. Admirable goals, but ones that were going to be difficult for what was now a poor immigrant living in temporary housing and using food stamps to eat. He tried to focus on school, but more importantly, he had to focus first on survival. That means a full-time job to pay the bills, less time to study, and certainly no time for a social life. Luckily, Alawi always found himself in rare circumstance, ones with opportunity, and he quickly found himself in a house share with a fellow Iraqi translator. What he noticed, just like on the American bases, was that American college students like to do drugs, mostly weed or pills this time. He seized upon the opportunity and began dealing to the students. This, of course, was a slippery slope. Very quickly, it became apparent that school was holding him back from a much easier income, one that involved many more substances for sale, such as cocaine. By 2014, Alawi was officially a full-time dealer, dropping out of school but still hanging out on campus to sell his product. On January 14th, 2015, Alawi and his dealer were stopped by police while carrying some of their stock. The car was searched, a gram of cocaine, 10 Adderall pills, and almost 100 Xanax pills were located. The pair were of course arrested and charged with the manufacture and delivery of a controlled substance. For Alawi, however, he had no priors, so he got off with a slap on the wrist and some community service. This should have been the warning that would deter most people from continuing down a path of self-destruction. Not Alawi though. He was going to go far beyond what he thought himself capable, not in the pursuit of education, as he had done previously, but in the pursuit of something much, much more sinister. Greed. Alawi now sat in the bedroom of his meagre shared accommodation and opened his laptop. He double-clicked on the program called Tor, also known as the Onion Router. Tor is the gateway to an entirely different internet service that is commonly referred to as the dark web. He then navigated to an address for the most popular underground marketplace for all things illegal, known as the Alpha Bay. A prompt appeared for his login details. He typed out Dopeboy210, his username. A notification bell appeared red in the corner, a sign of pending orders looking for his product. He marked them as fulfilled and began packaging homemade pills into small envelopes, dropping them into a ready-to-mail pile. The next morning, he went and dropped them off into a postbox, ready to be transported around the country to eager customers waiting for their medicine. You see, months prior, Alawi had been introduced to the concept of the dark web and yet another opportunity for a smart, motivated young man. The dark web by this time in 2015 was still somewhat of an unknown, but not so much of the Wild West as people thought. The Silk Road had completely legitimized the concept of a global underground market. It allowed for people to buy things in a much safer environment, and way less people were getting caught, both buying and selling, compared to the usual street operation of hand-to-hand. When the Silk Road was closed, it initially created a power vacuum, but the best markets always rise to the top. That is before they are also shut down, raided, or replaced. At this point, the dark web represented a place of infinite opportunities for low-level dealers like Alawi, a place where small-time operators could grow an empire without violence or a massive organization. And where the Silk Road had walked, Alpha Bay was now running. Reported to be almost 10 times the size of the Silk Road when it closed down by this stage in 2015. It was now something most people had heard of. The concept that initially shocked the world with the rise of the Silk Road seemed mundane, and people like Alawi were keen to take advantage, still under the illusion that the whole process was entirely anonymous, difficult to trace, and covert. The account Dopeboy210 had been started on May 23, 2015, and Alpha Bay was already servicing hundreds of thousands of transactions daily, most of which were drugs, but some of which were stolen credit cards, guns, and other services. Thousands of these transactions now belonged to him. He started simple, but very quickly. A small operation with a pill press from eBay, colouring and binding agents from eBay, and methamphetamines ordered from Alpha Bay. If he was going to move his business onto the dark web for anonymity, it made much more sense to buy from the site, limiting his exposure to face-to-face transactions that might get him caught. He was also using shortcuts on the dark web. Essentially, he was buying other people's drugs to create his own fake ones. When people thought they were buying Adderall and Xanax, they were actually buying meth instead, created using the right materials to hold them together, with the right colouring, and even legit forged stamps. It wasn't long before Alawi figured out that this could go even further, which is when he started to order packages of fentanyl from Chinese vendors on Alpha Bay, an opioid drug said to be 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine. Instead of selling other, much weaker pills like OxyContin, which would be difficult to get a hold of and also turn a profit, he could simply create his own pills using a tiny fraction of fentanyl and claim that they were other different drugs. This worked, of course, because they got people high, and people were ordering them by the thousands. Within months, Alawi was upgrading his production facility and moving into his own house to store the product. He had to buy a better commercial pill press capable of pumping out thousands of pills per hour, and his supply was now limitless to meet a growing demand for his online business of over 80 different products, most of which were fake, and almost all using the same two ingredients, meth and fentanyl. What Alawi was ignoring or didn't care about while expanding this empire was that these ingredients were seriously harming his customers. He was essentially printing money, since a small amount of fentanyl could create an incredibly large number of fake pills, so much so that his life had changed completely. He was recruiting friends to the organization in order to keep up with the demand, and to also try to insulate himself from making massive amounts of local drop-offs by spreading the operation across different cities, as well as, I guess more importantly to him, starting to live the real life of a dope boy. Buying expensive luxury cars, renting opulent homes, popping expensive bottles of champagne in exclusive clubs. He was now living the dream, a completely unrecognizable life, not just to anyone who knew him just a year ago, but to himself. That teenager who grew up wanting to follow in his uncle's footsteps back in Iraq, becoming a doctor, helping people to heal, that boy no longer existed, nor did the dream of a tech guru with a startup in Silicon Valley. Instead, Alawi was living an unsustainable life, the life of a man who was dealing in death entirely for his own greed and nothing more. A life that by day was laughing, partying and feeling invincible as Ala Alawi, but by night, the life of the dark web fentanyl king. UTSA campus officer Hunter Westbrook was no stranger to chasing a joint here or there since he returned from active duty in the Middle East. College students like to smoke weed, who cares, right? But it was his job to find it, either way. And it wasn't just weed anymore, but pills like Adderall too. And something even worse, something new, was that students were overdosing at a higher rate than ever before. It was like nothing the school had ever seen. Each report that crossed his desk came to the same conclusion: meth overdose, meth overdose, meth overdose. Something really weird was going on, and it was way above his pay grade. By spring of 2016, Hunter had chased this as far as he could with the limited power, and was now working directly with the San Antonio Police Department. He sat in a coffee shop across from a local narcotics officer, and they traded information. He was handed a document that had a name: Ala Alawi, a Middle Eastern man who used to be a student but dropped out. The tips that they'd received said he had been selling weed and then pills on campus for years, some even pointing out that the pills causing overdoses were coming specifically from Alawi. With solid intelligence like this and impossible to ignore statistics, it wasn't long before the feds got involved. The Drug Enforcement Agency and their local task force came in and took over the case. They began testing the drugs that they were finding on campus, and they found that not only were pills containing meth, but some also containing fentanyl, a drug that was bringing the United States to its knees, with overdose deaths skyrocketing from 1,663 in 2011 to 18,335 in 2016, and rising year on year as it made its way through the country. As soon as they knew fentanyl was involved, this became incredibly serious. So the DEA set up to arrest Alawi, right before an informant contacted them with yet another tip about his operation. Alawi was actually a massive, big-time dealer through his darknet operation using Alpha Bay, the website. He wasn't just dealing a few pills on the street, he was selling tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, and earning millions of dollars. But the only reason the DEA ever knew about Dope Boy 210 was because of Ala Alawi's negligence. When he changed over to the dark web and the anonymity that it provided, he didn't follow any proper operational security procedures. While he was now technically untraceable using Tor to hide his location, he still lived in San Antonio, a place where he'd spent over a year dealing drugs face to face with students, some of which were now overdosing from his product that he still couldn't resist selling, despite having almost infinite business and money from his online store. If he'd begun on the dark web, it probably would have been much different, but there was no way to erase his real-world footprint, and the DEA were now watching his every move. The only reason he was still walking free was that the DEA didn't know how far it went, and they wanted to catch the whole operation in action. Instead of a few pills and a couple ounces of weed on another college campus, they were going to bring down a nefarious dark web drug lord, a big-time dealer, potentially the first ever fentanyl dealer that they'd caught from the massive web of underground marketplaces. But the DEA still had one issue to overcome before they could put him away. The San Antonio office were old school. I mean, think of where they're located. They were used to busting cartels, and they knew nothing about the dark web, Alphabet, Silk Road, cryptocurrency, none of this new stuff. Luckily, UTSA campus officer Hunter Westbrook was a millennial. He watched the news, and he had access to Google, so they kept him around. Still, they were hitting some snags. You see, the US government wasn't very keen on giving them state money to buy speculative currencies like Bitcoin and order drugs on the internet. But eventually, permission did come through. On March 17th, 2016, Hunter Westbrook sat at his office in the task force building, surrounded by federal agents and local narcotics officers. He logged into the government-approved Alphabet account, already loaded with a few $1,000s of government-purchased Bitcoin. He then navigated to Dopeboy210's now very familiar store page, seeing the thousands of glowing reviews and the dozens of illicit products. He chose a few to order to himself at the campus mail delivery lockers. He chose 500 Adderall pills for $1,400 and 1 ounce of cocaine for $1,200. The order was processed and approved. The team congratulated each other and then got back to work. After a few days, Hunter drove to the drop-off location and opened the locker. Inside, he found a familiar-looking envelope. He had of course seen these hundreds of times now, since mail was being stopped and searched more frequently in the area. When he opened it, he found 447 Adderall pills, but no cocaine. He got back in his car and headed to the office with the spoils of victory on the passenger seat. Although he couldn't help but feel annoyed that not only was Alawi selling laced drugs that were hurting people, but he'd also just scammed the US government. When he got back to the office, he did open an appeal, claiming that half of his order never arrived, but Alphabet of course sided with the big-time vendor who had great reviews, and not the first-time buyer who just so happened to be the United States government. Everything was going well for the DEA task force, and on the flip side of the situation, life could not have been going better for Dopeboy210. He just solved a long-term problem. You see, he had a ton of Bitcoin from his empire of fentanyl on Alphabet, and was savvy enough to know he couldn't just transfer them to a centralized exchange and cash them out into a bank account. The IRS would surely find out. They even had special investigators for this. Coincidentally, it's how they caught some of the Silk Road vendors tracing Bitcoin between addresses and then getting records from exchange websites. Instead, he needed to find a way to trade Bitcoin to a real person for their cash. Meaning, other than the Bitcoin in the address, which nobody would know was his, there would be no paper trail. Luckily, he'd found a business partner on localbitcoins.com and was trading his illegally obtained digital currency for stone cold cash, initially in person, but later online. He paid Kunal Kalra, a Californian Bitcoin zealot, a fee in order to facilitate more than $500,000 in transactions at his cigar shop in Los Angeles. So, what was Alawi doing with his newfound and laundered wealth? Well, exactly what you would expect from someone who called himself Dopeboy210. Down payments on houses, a Maserati Gran Turismo, Louis Vuitton bags, VIP booths at clubs, liquor, sneakers, suits, watches, short-term thrills and things to flaunt his ill-gotten wealth. Basically really smart purchases for someone who's running an illegal empire. By early 2017, Alawi had earned over $14 million in his less than 2 years as Dopeboy210. Of course, he paid for everything in cash, often walking around with designer backpacks full of $100 bills from the Bitcoin trades. He had correctly assumed that Bitcoin Cash meant he was invisible to the IRS so long as nobody reported him, but he was also incorrect to assume that his life was invisible to the DEA. Nobody cared or was watching his transaction history because they already knew who he was, what he was doing, and they were following him everywhere he went, both physically and online. What Alawi didn't know, however, was that the pills he was selling had caused multiple overdoses across the country already. Not just the meth overdoses, where everyone so far had recovered, but fentanyl overdoses, which are considerably more serious. One such case had led to the death of Mark Mambelow, a Marine stationed at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina on April 14th. But if Alawi had known, would he have cared? You see, the method by which Alawi was creating these pills was not at all scientific. There was no guarantee that each pill had the same dose, or that a dose was correct in the first place. Some pills had more than others, some had none at all. Pills were being pressed without any proper cleaning as well, meaning despite the fact none of the pills were what they were supposed to be, some were not even what Alawi thought they were. He must have known that this was inconsistent, especially with a substance he must have known was incredibly potent. This is how he was creating his wealth, building his empire, and he clearly didn't care. It was now time for the curtain to fall. The DEA had to make their move on Alawi and his organisation. Lives were being lost and the operation was now mapped out to include just Alawi and a handful of acquaintances on a website that they couldn't touch. There was no more reason to wait, and so on the morning of May 17th, 2017, a man immediately recognisable as a utility worker knocked on the door at one of Alawi's houses. He then told the occupant that the power was out and that it would be a while before it was back up. The hard hat and fluorescent jacket wearing man walked away, back to a nearby staging area where his colleagues, the other DEA agents, were waiting to pounce. This was all a setup, a plan to get the dangerous occupants out of the house to avoid the risk of loss of life during their raid of what they knew to be Alawi's main stash spot. Knowing of course that without air conditioning, no one in their right mind would be sitting inside of a hothouse in Texas all day. And they were right. The occupants left, and the DEA agents wearing hazmat suits approached the house. They smashed down the door and performed a sweep for weapons and drugs. Every few minutes, an agent came out and placed illegal items on the ground at the designated area. 2 pill presses used for making the drugs, 500 grams of fentanyl powder, which according to the DA would be enough to kill about 250,000 Americans, 500 grams of meth, 500 grams of cocaine, 10 kilograms of fake oxycodone tablets made with fentanyl, 4 kilograms of Adderall made with meth, 5 kilograms of fake Xanax that contained meth, a Ruger revolver and a Sieg Sauer pistol, as well as an AR-15 style rifle and a loaded Glock. Even though the DEA knew roughly what to expect, this was a considerably larger operation than they had initially expected. And exactly while this was happening, 2 of Alawi's friends and members of the organisation drove by the house, Uno and Robinson. They immediately contacted Alawi, warning him. Instead of doing the smart thing and running away as fast as he could, Alawi asked them to pick him up. They did. He then instructed them to drive to the house. They did. The car drove by slowly, the 3 of them watching as the DA swarmed the area, bringing their operation completely to a close. They were so close to being caught, but they drove away, and as they did, the 3 of them tossed their phones out the window. They were fucked, it was all over, but they were at least still free. Immediately, Alawi began planning his escape back to Iraq. You see, he'd been sending money to his family the whole time, and they were now wealthy and affluent. If he could make it down to Mexico, he could then fly to Iraq and evade every consequence of his actions. The group split up, each taking a burner phone with them and heading to a different city. As days turned to weeks and nothing happened, they were questioning whether anything ever would. The Dope Boy 210 store was now inactive, money had stopped flowing into Alawi's organisation, the product was all confiscated, but nobody had been arrested, nobody had been even close to being arrested. They even started to think that they got away with it all. Alawi then packed up in California and headed back to Texas. He called up his friend and worker Eric Gose, and they hit the VIP section of a club just like any other day in their recent high-flying life. They celebrated their escape, but really, It was one of their last nights as free men. As they were drinking a $500 bottle of champagne, a joint operation was being planned, and it would be launched just days later, striking at 3 different locations: Dallas, San Antonio, and Houston. The first 2 raids found Uno, Robinson, Al-Salihi, and Ghost, all who had worked directly with Alawi, creating and distributing the drugs. Calra, the Bitcoin guy, was also arrested, but the bulk of the initial task force was making their move on a massive house in the suburbs of Houston. The house with the $10,000 reinforced door, something you totally need as an average citizen in the suburbs. The DA battered the door, but couldn't get it to budge, so they then smashed the window and entered the house. Alawi didn't try to run again or really put up any fight, despite them finding a 45 Colt, 12 burner phones, 2 money counters, a Bitcoin wallet, and some more drug-creating substances. This is when he told them they had nothing on him, defiant until the very end. But it was all over. The hunt for the fentanyl king of the dark web had now ended. Despite Alawi's initial assessment of the government having nothing on him, it took only a couple of weeks for him to plead guilty and enter an agreement. The government likes this, as it saves them months of a trial everybody already knew was a foregone conclusion. This allowed for some leniency in his sentencing. He was indicted by grand jury in June of 2017 for conspiring to distribute fentanyl, meth, and cocaine, possession of a firearm during a drug trafficking crime, and conspiracy to launder monetary instruments, of which he pleaded guilty to conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute 400 grams or more of fentanyl resulting in death or serious bodily injury, as well as to using a gun during the drug crime. The government alleged that during his 2-year spree, he earned over $14 million and sold more than 850,000 pills in total, being tracked to as many as 38 different states. Alawi, as many criminals do, pleaded with the court for a second chance, telling them that he made a mistake. He asked for mercy. The court denied his plea, instead sentencing him to 30 years in federal prison and an order to deport once his sentence concluded. Uno, Robinson, Al-Salihi, and Calra all pleaded guilty to crimes committed during their time working for Alawi and were sentenced to between 18 months and 10 years, depending on their level of involvement. Eric Ghost, however, very strangely escaped with only 5 years probation.
Today, the Department of Justice announces the takedown of the dark web market Alpha Bay.
Just a month after the arrest and sentencing of the organization, a massive coalition of federal agencies across the globe moved on plans to take down Alpha Bay, the current largest dark web marketplace in the world. The website was, by this time, facilitating over $1 billion of transactions per year, contributing massively to the growing epidemic of opioid addiction and fentanyl overdoses plaguing the United States. Within weeks of closure, however, dozens of new dark web marketplaces had launched, attempting to fill the void left in the ever-growing market, proving to many that while short-term victories come from long-term investigations and resources towards bringing down these marketplaces, it really does nothing to the reality that they are a hydra. No matter how many heads you cut off of the beast, 2 more will grow in its place. Just like the Silk Road brought about dozens of markets who were eventually succeeded by Alpha Bay, just like Alpha Bay was succeeded by Hydra, and just like Hydra will be succeeded by whoever wins the current struggle. People will never stop buying and selling drugs. While China has cracked down on traffickers and prevented much of the fentanyl flooding the United States, Mexican cartels have more than made up for the missing product with chemicals that they import from China via legal export. In 2022, the DEA seized more than 379 million potentially deadly doses of fentanyl, more than the population of the United States in just 1 year. The amount that they catch is thought to be a fraction of what really exists, raising the very important question: if you cannot stop the desire and you cannot stop the supply, what are you even doing? People are buying what they think to be safe doses of relatively safe drugs, but they're being given deadly doses of something invisible to the naked eye. When does it end?
One mistake, taking a counterfeit pharmaceutical, can result in your death.
And this is the business of illegal narcotics, and nothing will ever change while ever that business exists in the hands of criminals who put profit above their customers' well-being, which will be always. Just like Ala Alawi and his organization, when one falls, another takes its place. For this story, it was Alawi. For tomorrow's story, who will it be?
Beneath the normal internet we all know, like YouTube, Facebook and Google, there lies the dark web, an anonymous, unregulated world with websites not accessible from search engines, a hidden corner of the internet where anything goes. For a while, the biggest site on the dark web was Silk Road, an online black market for all kinds of illegal goods and services, ranging from body parts to weapons to hitmen and most commonly of all, drugs. In fact, Silk Road was dubbed the Amazon of drugs because you could simply go to the Silk Road site, buy any substance you wanted with just a few clicks, and have it shipped to your doorstep like an Amazon package. But what's perhaps most surprising of all about this is who was behind this illegal empire. Meet Ross Ulbricht, our story's surprising protagonist. Ross grew up in a loving family in Texas. He was a Boy Scout as a kid, studied physics at university, and was thought of as a very sweet guy by all his friends and family. So imagine their shock when they realized Ross was the criminal mastermind behind the largest online drug empire in history, responsible for over $1.2 billion worth of sales of illegal goods and services. Not just that, but this sweet kid who reportedly paid hitmen to kill his enemies. Or did he? To this day, there is debate over whether Ross is guilty or not. So in this video, we're going to dive into the murky world of the dark web and explore the true story behind the infamous Silk Road marketplace. We're also going to look at how the government really managed to track down Ross, despite the fact that Ross was using the Tor browser, which made him completely anonymous. How do you find someone who can't be tracked? This is a true story filled with mysteries, twists, and even a couple of corrupt government agents. Welcome to the fascinating story of the Silk Road Empire. Ross Ulbricht wanted to change the world, but his life so far had been a series of almosts. He tried several business ideas, but never quite got anywhere with them, and he was starting to feel like his life was passing him by. However, there was one business idea Ross kept coming back to, an online marketplace where people could buy or sell anything imaginable, with no limits or restrictions. Now you see, Ross was a staunch libertarian and would regularly debate with people about why the government shouldn't have so much control over people's lives, especially when it came to drugs, which he felt should all be legalized. He'd say it's not the government's right to tell people what they can or can't put in their bodies. And whenever someone tried to argue back about safety concerns, Ross would say, well, should we outlaw Big Macs from McDonald's too? Because they make people gain weight and have heart attacks and die. Or what about cars? They kill millions every year. And so to Ross, the idea of a marketplace where people could buy and sell whatever they wanted was not just a business to potentially make a lot of money. In his view, it was also a way to free people and help the world. After some research, Ross discovered there was a web browser called Tor, which allowed you to access the dark web, where you couldn't be tracked or traced. The Tor browser was actually developed by the US Navy as a way to communicate privately over the internet by concealing a user's real IP address and identity. By using this, Ross realized people would be able to buy things online without the government being able to see what they were doing. But at first, Ross didn't go any further with the idea, because there was no way to accept payments online that couldn't easily be traced. For example, credit cards would keep a log of every transaction someone made and be linked to their bank accounts. So for a little while, the site remained just an idea in Ross's mind, until the summer of 2010, when Ross came across a new technology called Bitcoin, a digital currency which could be transferred anonymously, thus allowing people to buy whatever they wanted without a trace. It was exactly what he needed. So, from his bedroom, Ross began working on his new online marketplace. He decided to call it Silk Road, named after a famous trade route that had started over 2,000 years ago that people used for centuries to carry all kinds of different goods. Understandably, Ross was very wary of anyone knowing about the site he was building, which unfortunately meant he had to build it all by himself. The only person he told at first was his girlfriend Julia. Now, his girlfriend was a little concerned, but Ross reassured her that thanks to the Tor web browser and Bitcoin, it would all be completely anonymous, so nothing could be traced back to him. As for making the site itself, it was slow work to figure everything out, as building an entire online marketplace by himself was a massive job. But Ross was determined, and he worked very long hours to make it a reality. Sat at his laptop coding all day, and most of the nights, he would just occasionally take a break to watch one of his favorite shows, Breaking Bad, the story of a normal guy who becomes a drug kingpin. However, as Ross was finally nearing completion of the Silk Road site, he realized he had a problem. He needed some product to actually sell on his new marketplace. It was no use building the platform if when people first came, there was nothing to buy. So Ross rented out a building in the middle of nowhere and began growing his own magic mushrooms, using a book that was essentially a dummy's guide to building your own mushroom farm. This would be the first product to ever be sold on the Silk Road marketplace. By early 2011, after a year of work on the site, he was ready to launch it to the world. He'd added categories for all different types of drugs. To begin with, the only item listed was the mushrooms he'd grown himself, but the plan was that sellers from all over the world would list their own items for sale. Of course, in order to attract both buyers and sellers to the site, he needed to promote it. Remember, sites on the dark web are not picked up by search engines, and it's also not like Ross could just run some Facebook or Google ads to help find customers for his illegal marketplace. So to get the word out about his new site, Ross went onto several internet forums to spread the word. For example, he joined a site called The Shroomery for fans of shrooms and made a post pretending to be a customer interested in using Silk Road. The reason he did this was so it didn't seem like he was promoting his own websites. He knew that by casually name-dropping Silk Road, people on the forums would go and check it out for themselves. And they did. Orders soon started coming in. Now, this was all happening at the beginning of 2011, and at the same time, Ross was working at a little bookstore in Texas called Good Wagon Books. But this worked out really well, because it meant Ross had everything he needed to easily ship out his shrooms. Because he was able to use the bookshop's padded envelopes and label maker, he also used a vacuum sealer that normally would keep food fresh to wrap the mushrooms up. So Ross was in business, and was initially shipping off orders twice a week. But as the site's popularity grew through word of mouth, Ross soon had to start mailing shipments out every day as more and more orders were coming in. But even better than that, other people had started selling items on Silk Road. Other dealers had created their own listings, with everything from weed to coke to ecstasy. And of course, more products for sale helped attract even more buyers, and Silk Road initially took a 6.23% commission on every single trade. In order to make people feel more comfortable using the sites, Ross also built a rating system where buyers and sellers could review each other, similar to eBay's feedback system or Amazon reviews. Ross worked tirelessly on the site and was constantly exhausted, but he was also incredibly excited by its growth. When he first made the site, he honestly hadn't been sure if anyone would use it at all, and yet in just a couple of months, he'd already made thousands of dollars in revenue. He told his girlfriend Julia about the progress of the sites. although she was slightly less excited. Julia was concerned by the fact harder drugs were now being sold on Silk Road, especially when she realized someone had even started selling heroin on there. Her doubts about the whole thing started to grow, and she asked Ross, what if someone overdoses, or sellers send out stuff that's been tampered with or laced with something else? Ross confidently reminded her of the rating system. He said if someone sells bad drugs, they'd get a bad rating and no one will buy from them again. Julia simply said, yeah, but how are they supposed to give a bad rating if they're dead? While Silk Road had been growing fairly quickly through word of mouth, growth started to get crazy once Gawker wrote an article about the sites. Right after that article went live, many other news sites started writing about Silk Road as well, describing it as an underground website that lets you buy any drug imaginable. Even big TV news networks like ABC and NBC began talking about the site, thus bringing it even more attention.
Thousands of drugs came through the black website called Silk Road.
Of course, not all that attention was good. Multiple different government agencies were now watching the site and beginning to investigate who was running it. But because of the use of Tor, they knew tracking whoever was behind it would be extremely difficult. Meanwhile, Ross started working on Silk Road full time. He had no choice really. It was growing so much quicker than he ever expected. The site now had hundreds of sellers and thousands of buyers. And whilst Ross had sold all the mushrooms he'd grown, he was now making commissions on every sale from the site. As more money rolled in, it was exhilarating. But one morning he opened his laptop and noticed someone had now listed guns on there. Ross tried to rationalize that it was an American's constitutional right to have a gun, so this wasn't a problem. However, once again, his girlfriend Julia saw it differently. Ross, you have to stop this, she pleaded. Think about why someone would need to buy a gun anonymously. Ross and Julia argued about this, and Julia went off to her friend Erica's house to vent. Julia had become increasingly paranoid about everything Ross was doing, and so she confided in her friend Erica about Ross running Silk Road. She made Erica promise that she'd never say a word about it to anyone, and for a while, it seemed like she'd kept that promise. However, one morning Ross logged onto Facebook and saw a public post on his wall from Julia's best friend Erica saying, "I'm sure the authorities would like to know about Ross Ulbricht's drug websites." Immediately, panic filled his body, and he broke down in tears. A wave of emotions crashed over him. Firstly, he was angry Julia had told someone else that he was running the sites. Secondly, he felt heartbroken that she would betray his trust like that. But mostly, the strongest emotion he felt was fear. He immediately deleted Erica's post off his Facebook wall and phoned her in tears, begging her never to mention it to anyone again. As for why Erica had made the post calling out Ross in the first place, it had all started when Erica had had a bad trip from a substance she'd bought off Silk Road. And when she got back from the hospital, she'd got into a fight with both Julia and Ross, which had ended with Ross telling Erica to leave. Erica, in an intoxicated state, had then posted on Facebook as revenge. Luckily for Ross, he'd seen the post quickly enough, meaning the post was deleted before hardly anyone saw it. And it was only their Facebook friends who would have been able to see it anyway, who probably assumed it was just a joke. So the crisis seemed to have been averted for now, but this incident made Ross extremely anxious. Julia and Ross's relationship also ended, as Julia refused to let Ross keep running the site from her apartment. She issued him with an ultimatum that he had to close the site down or leave. He chose to leave. In fact, after the Erica incident, Ross decided he needed to temporarily leave the country, just as a precaution, and so he went traveling. Ross went to Bondi Beach in Australia to relax. He went to Vietnam to celebrate the Lunar New Year. He even backpacked through Asia, hopping from different islands and staying in youth hostels. Of course, the travelers he met along the way had absolutely no clue Ross was running the biggest illegal site in the world, and that he was now worth millions of dollars in Bitcoin. Life was good for Ross. The only downside of traveling was that Ross often had to rely on internet cafes to access Wi-Fi so he could run the site. And he was understandably anxious about people seeing his screen and realizing what he was doing. Thus, he always had to pick a spot in the corner of the internet cafes. And he also programmed his laptop so that by pressing a certain key, he could immediately turn his screen black, just in case it felt like anyone was looking at what he was doing. The thought of getting caught was especially terrifying because he was technically a wanted man all around the world, since Silk Road was a global site. And the thought of ending up in a prison in Southeast Asia, where people had been known to get hanged for selling drugs, was particularly scary. The site's rapid growth also presented other problems. Turns out, Ross trying to build an entire marketplace by himself had meant the code was filled with bugs. one particularly bad coding mistake meant that briefly when someone purchased something on Silk Road, Ross lost money on the transaction instead of gaining money. Ross had no choice but to temporarily block new signups on Silk Road whilst he desperately tried to fix the issue. Ross was now working round the clock on the site trying to manage all these new issues that kept popping up, like attacks from hackers who demanded ransoms in Bitcoin, complaints from customers, and packages that had been seized in the mail. As word about the site continued to grow, Ross realized that just like any other growing business, he needed employees to help him. So he started recruiting internally by hiring active users of Silk Road to help him manage everything. Soon he had 10 employees, some rewriting his shoddy code, some moderating the Silk Road forums, and others dealing with support issues and disputes. Whilst Ross was technically paying these staff, most of them viewed it as more than a job, because they all had similar political views, and together they felt they were building something big here, and that Silk Road was going to change the world. Meanwhile, many other product categories also started popping up on the site. For example, some sellers started offering spy software and tools to hack into people's webcams. You could also buy passports and fake IDs, or even counterfeit cash that looked just like the real thing. And in one case, someone had even listed a rocket launcher for sale, and another was trying to sell cyanide, a well-known poison. Then one day Ross woke up to a message from one of his moderators saying, "Should we let people sell kidneys?" Turns out one user on Silk Road wanted to sell various human body parts. The seller added that they'd all been acquired consensually. Ross was obviously a little concerned. This wasn't quite what he'd envisioned when he initially started the sites. But the way he saw it, Silk Road was merely a platform. Just like Facebook or eBay, it was the users who chose how to use it. It was against his philosophy to tell individuals what they could or couldn't buy and sell. He wanted a free market, so he didn't interfere. And as a result, the wide variety of illegal products for sale on Silk Road continued to grow, which continued to attract even more attention to the site. What's interesting though, is Silk Road actually became a bit of a community. Many viewed it not just as a marketplace, but a movement. On the community forum, Ross even introduced a Silk Road movie night, where once a week, many Silk Road users would all start watching the same movie at the same time. Ross's first film choice for this movie night was V for Vendetta, and the movie's anti-government theme was definitely popular with the Silk Road community. Silk Road also started running some competitions to help gain new users, where people could win various illegal substances. However, there was one incident where the competition winner ended up disappearing right after winning, and some presumed he'd overdosed on the prize. Ross joked that perhaps a better competition prize would have been rehab. There was a particularly active user on Silk Road who went by the name Variety Jones, and he started helping Ross find bugs in the site's code and create a plan to help grow the site further. The two of them started chatting via private message every single day and became close friends. But in a bizarre way, he was kind of like a business coach to Ross. Whoever Variety Jones was, he clearly had a lot of experience with the drugs business. One day, Variety Jones messaged Ross saying, not to be a downer or anything, but what we're doing falls under the US drug kingpin laws, which provides a maximum penalty of death upon conviction. The mandatory minimum is life. Ross was very well aware of this, although he generally tried not to think about it. However, Variety Jones said he had a plan. The two of them were both fans of the movie The Princess Bride, and in that film there's a feared pirate called Dread Pirate Roberts. Except it's not just one person. The name is passed down from person to person over the years. Variety Jones said Ross should change his name on Silk Road to Dread Pirate Roberts, instead of just the username admin which Ross had previously been using. Ross loved the idea, because this way, if Ross ever got caught or connected to Silk Road in any way, all the blame couldn't be pinned on him. Ross could admit he'd once been the admin of the site, but he could say that just like in the movie, it was a title that was passed down from person to person, and he personally was no longer involved. He could claim someone else had taken over as Dread Pirate Roberts instead. From that moment forward, Ross went by Dread Pirate Roberts, or DPR for short. And him and Variety Jones continued to chat more and more. They'd even sign off each day to each other with messages like, "Sweet dreams, Captain." Before connecting with Variety Jones, Ross had been feeling incredibly lonely, since obviously he couldn't tell anyone else what he was doing, especially not after what happened with the Erica and Julia incidents. Ross had to lie to all his family and friends about his life. In fact, he told them he was a day trader, so they assumed he was just on his laptop so much because he was trading stocks. But now, having this digital friendship with Variety Jones helped him feel less alone. He now had a literal partner in crime. Of course, it wasn't all perfect. As the site continued to grow in popularity, there were multiple incidents where hackers managed to steal Bitcoin from Ross Ross because of issues with the site. Or they would attack the site and Ross would have to pay them a ransom in Bitcoin to stop. Luckily, Ross was making so much money by this point that the hackers getting some Bitcoin from him didn't actually matter that much. It was just a normal day at the office. Ross had never believed the site would get this big. By the time the site was a year old, it was estimated to be getting at least $500,000 worth of sales per week, which meant a lot of commission for Ross. Plus, around this time, the price of Bitcoin was rapidly increasing, so all the money Ross was making from the site's transaction fees was suddenly worth a lot more. By the end of Silk Road's second year, it reached almost 1 million users, and Ross's personal net worth was reportedly tens of millions of dollars, most of which was Bitcoin stored on thumb drives scattered around his apartments. But Ross told Variety Jones that by the time he was 30, he wanted to be worth $1 billion. And incredibly, it looked like it could actually be possible. They just had to keep expanding. Within 2 years of launching, Silk Road was at nearly 1 million users. By its peak, if Silk Road was a normal company, it would be called a unicorn, the label given to businesses valued at over $1 billion. It was unbelievable, really. A guy in his 20s running the world's largest illegal empire from his laptop. Ross had a slightly surreal moment whilst visiting the country of Dominica, where he realized Silk Road was worth more than the entire country's GDP. But occasionally, Ross would get a brutal reminder that the empire he was building did have some very real-life consequences, like when he saw this on the news.
The synthetic LSD that killed Preston was bought online, so potent it made him think he could fly. He fell from a balcony and suffered horrific head injuries.
Ross listened to the story of some kids who'd purchased a party pack from Silk Road containing a synthetic drug from China made in an unregulated lab. The kids had heard about the site, simply gone online, followed the guide about how to buy Bitcoin, made an order on Silk Road, and the items turned up in the mail. Easy. But when one of the kids took it, he started panicking. He suddenly didn't know where he was or what he was doing. The room was spinning. He got up and started running. He had no idea where he was going and ran straight off the hotel balcony, falling 30 feet into the parking lot below.
I would just absolutely love to have seen what he turned out to be.
No matter what your thoughts on Ross, you've seen what can happen if your browsing isn't protected. I think we can all agree we want to keep our personal information private and secure, and that's why I want to tell you about today's video sponsor, Guardio. Guardio is a browser extension that can keep you and your family safe online. It detects threats in real time before they cause harm, and blocks phishing links, malicious websites, unwanted notifications, sketchy extensions, and many other types of threats. As opposed to traditional antiviruses, Guardio can actually scan sites and files before you access or download anything harmful. And since the browser is where we store payment details, crypto wallets, passwords, addresses, and more, it's crucial to keep your information secure and have real-time protection and alerts, making Guardio the perfect way to protect your vulnerable info. They already have over 1 million users worldwide, and were recently even featured by Google. I've started using it and added my family members, which is no extra charge, and took control of my online safety, and I hope it will help you do the same. If you want to take control of your browsing security today, use my link guard.io/magnatesmedia and get a limited time 50% off the first month, so that's only $5 a month to keep 5 family members safe. The US government was devoting more and more resources to the search for Dread Pirate Roberts. But considering multiple different government agencies were working on the case of Silk Road, like the FBI and the DEA, it might surprise you that the biggest breakthrough of all came from an IRS agent making a simple Google search. Gary Alford was a tax inspector who'd been assigned to the Silk Road case to try and track some of the money being laundered. However, he had pretty much no knowledge of Bitcoin, Tor, or anything else to do with Silk Road. What Gary did have in his favor was that he was very detail-oriented, and he read everything 3 times to make sure he never missed anything. Gary also liked to think outside the box. His favorite ever criminal case was how they caught the serial killer Son of Sam, who went on a killing spree in New York in the 70s. For a while, no matter how many detectives they put on the case, nobody could figure out who the killer was. But then one day, an officer decided to take a different approach and look for cars in the nearby area that had received parking tickets around the same time of the murders. The logic being that the murderer would hardly be concerned about running back to top up the parking meter whilst in the middle of killing someone. They found a pattern where the same car had received parking tickets on the night of the murders and always located fairly close to the scene of the crime. username. They then traced the owner of the car, and that led them straight to the murderer, who confessed. Gary liked this case because it proved you could outperform more experienced people by looking at the problem differently. And Gary was convinced the founder of Silk Road must have left a similarly small mistake behind, the digital equivalent of a parking ticket. Gary started his search by asking, what's the earliest post about Silk Road on the internet? Since he figured whoever started the site would have had to drum up interest in the first place. So Gary went to Google, typed the Silk Road web address into the search box, and using advanced search, he filtered by date, looking for results only from early 2011, which is when the Silk Road was rumored to have started. Only a few search results came up, and one of them was a post from a user called Altoid on a forum called The Shroomery. The post sounded more like a user, not the creator of the site, but it was the first record online of someone mentioning Silk Road. So Gary searched for other posts by a user called Altoid from around the same date, and stumbled across a post on another forum called Bitcoin Talk, where someone with the same Altoid username had posted, has anyone seen Silk Road yet? It's kind of like an anonymous Amazon.com. Gary thought it was interesting that the first mentions of Silk Road online were both coming from this same username, and this person had been promoting Silk Road on multiple different forums right around the time that Silk Road launched. So Gary looked through Altoid's post history on the forum, and a few months after Silk Road started, Altoid had made another post saying, IT pro needed for a Bitcoin startup. It was a job ad for a Bitcoin related project. But inside the post read, if interested, please send your answers to the following questions to rossalbrecht@gmail.com. Now, when Gary told his colleagues about these findings, they dismissed them. They said just because this user was the first one to publicly post about Silk Road didn't mean he was the creator, which is true. They certainly needed more evidence to prove anything. But the more Gary looked into this Ross Ulbricht character, the more convinced he became that this was the guy behind Silk Road. First, by searching the name Ross Ulbricht, Gary found Ross's YouTube channel, containing videos about libertarianism, along with a saved video about how to get away with stealing. But also, Ross had used the username Oh Yeah Ross, which was interesting because whenever Dread Pirate Roberts messaged anyone or wrote on the Silk Road forum, he'd always write yeah. Not yes or yeah, always just yeah. It was a small detail, but perhaps more than just a coincidence. Secondly, Gary found Ross's LinkedIn profile, which had anti-government posts. Ross had written, the most widespread and systematic use of force is amongst institutions and governments. So this is my current point of effort. The best way to change a government is to change the minds of the governed. To that end, I'm creating an economic simulation to give people a first-hand experience of what it would be like to live in a world without the systematic use of force. Thirdly, they found a coding question related to Tor posted on Stack Overflow, which had been posted by a user called Ross Ulbricht. But within a minute of posting, he changed his username to Frosty instead. Clearly, he realized he'd slipped up by using his real name, and so that's why he changed it right away. Gary couldn't shake the feeling that this was the guy they were looking for. So Gary asked a colleague who worked for the Department of Homeland Security to do a search on Ross Ulbricht's name, and they found a recent incident on his file where he'd ordered fake IDs online that had been intercepted. When Ross had been questioned by an officer about this, he made a comment about how hypothetically anyone could go on a website called Silk Road and buy them. Why Ross said that is anyone's guess. Maybe he was trying to make the point that buying fake IDs wasn't that big of a deal these days, or maybe he just got overconfident that Silk Road could never be traced to him, but either way, Gary felt this whole thing was suspicious. Now of course, all these different details still weren't conclusive evidence Ross Ulbricht was the creator and owner of Silk Road. But here's the thing, other important details about the case hadn't been shared with Gary. To be honest, nobody expected this IRS agent would crack the case that other agencies had been working on for over 2 years, so they hadn't bothered to fill him in on recent developments. You see, whilst Gary had been doing this research, the FBI had managed to find out the IP address of the server Silk Road was hosted on. Using that IP address, they'd managed to find out the server was hosted in a data center in Iceland, and by working with the Icelandic authorities, the FBI were able to infiltrate the Silk Road server. Now, as for exactly how the government found the server's IP address in the first place, that's a bit of a controversial issue. Some believe the NSA had some involvement and used an illegal spying tactic that would have infringed on Ross's Fourth Amendment rights. However, the government denied this and said the way they were able to get access to the server was because of vulnerabilities in Silk Road's code, which leaked the server's IP address. This is definitely possible because, as we've already established, Silk Road's code had plenty of problems because of how quickly it had been developed by Ross, who'd initially been working on it all by himself. Either way, now that the FBI had tracked down the Silk Road server in Iceland, they could access a lot of crucial data. Most importantly of all, they could see activity on the server, like whenever the Silk Road admin logged in or out. The logs showed the most recent admin login had come from an internet cafe in San Francisco. Whilst this was a major breakthrough, the FBI still didn't have any leads on who the hell Dread Pirate Roberts actually was. And that's when they got a call from Gary at the IRS. Gary got on a group call with agents from other departments working on the case, like the DEA and FBI, and he laid out everything everything he'd found. Gary explained that this person with the username Altoid had been the first one to mention Silk Road online, and he'd made multiple posts about Silk Road on different forums, almost like he was promoting the site when it first began. Gary said that the user had slipped up, and on one of his later posts included his personal email, rossalbrecht@gmail.com. Gary then went on to explain how on Stack Overflow, a user had posted a coding question related to Tor under the name Ross Albrecht, but then a minute later changed the name to the pseudonym Frosty. At that exact moment, one of the other agents on the call cut Gary off and said, "Wait, did you just say Frosty?" Gary was a little frustrated. He still had more to explain. "Yes, I said Frosty, but why are you focusing on that part?" Gary asks. The agent replied, "When we got the server from Iceland, we found that both the server and the computer that belongs to DPR had both been given the same name, Frosty." There was a brief silence on the call. The dots were starting to connect. Gary then added that he tracked where Ross was currently living because of the incident with the fake IDs on his record. However, when Gary shared Ross's current address with the FBI, they couldn't believe it. Ross was living in San Francisco, just a couple of blocks from the internet cafe where they tracked the Silk Road admin IP address. This was clearly their guy. The truth was now clear to everyone on the call. The FBI agents, the DEA agents, and Gary from the IRS. Ross Albrecht was Dread Pirate Roberts. Gary had been right. The elusive criminal mastermind they'd been chasing for the last couple of years perhaps wasn't quite the criminal mastermind they'd thought. He'd made several major mistakes that exposed his true identity. His downfall was simply because of human error. This was a guy in his 20s who'd never expected Silk Road to become what it did, and thus hadn't taken enough care to cover his tracks. Or, as Gary would say, this was the digital equivalent of the parking ticket, a minor detail that had been overlooked. Either way, the authorities finally knew that Ross Albrecht was the one behind Silk Road. Now, they just had to catch him. But, surprisingly, that wasn't going to be as easy as you'd think. The FBI assigned a team of undercover agents to track Ross and watch his every move. Because they had access to the Silk Road server logs now, they could literally see when the Silk Road admin logged in or out, and it always coincided with when Ross opened or closed his laptop. It was undeniable he was their guy, so why weren't they rushing in immediately to arrest him? Well, you see, they needed to catch him with his laptop open. That laptop contained all kinds of valuable data that would not only help in prosecuting Ross, but also in tracking down other people who'd worked on Silk Road or big dealers on the site. But if a team of agents just suddenly swarmed in to arrest Ross, he would likely have time to close his laptop lid, which would lock it, and mean all the data was encrypted and near impossible to break into. Plus, if they didn't catch Ross literally sitting at his laptop, it would give him some kind of deniability. So they had to catch him red-handed with the laptop open in front of him so they could definitely prove he was responsible. When Ross woke up on October 1st, 2013, it seemed just like any other day. He initially went to a nearby cafe, but it was quite busy and he couldn't get a spot to work in that was private enough, so instead he went to sit in the San Francisco Public Library. He found a secluded spot where nobody could see his screen and logged into the Silk Road admin area. Of course, Ross was completely unaware that the library was filled with undercover FBI agents who were watching him. But remember, one wrong move from the authorities and Ross could panic and close the laptop, thus encrypting all the data. They couldn't let Ross know they were onto him or it would all be over. So, two undercover agents created a distraction right behind Ross, posing as a couple arguing. One of them swore loudly in the quiet library, causing Ross to turn around to see what was going on. At that exact moment Ross turned around, another agent who'd been positioned right next to him swooped in and grabbed the laptop off the table in front of Ross. Ross tried to reach out to grab it, but it was too late. Another agent had come up behind him and handcuffed him, placing him under arrest. It was all perfectly timed, so Ross had no chance to react. Ross had been caught logged into the admin section of Silk Road, and in the corner of the computer was the name Frosty. And not just that, on his unlocked computer was a full diary about running Silk Road, along with thousands of chat messages he sent whilst running the site, all of which could be used as evidence to convict him and verify this story. Newspapers and TV stations all around the world covered the story. The Boy Scout who'd been secretly running a website that trafficked an estimated $1.2 billion of drugs, weapons, poisons, and other illegal goods. His family was sure he'd been framed or there'd been a mistake. This couldn't possibly be their Ross, could it? sometimes when I'm researching these business stories, they feel more like the plot of a Hollywood movie than real life. But they do say that the truth is often stranger than fiction, and this next part is absolutely ridiculous. So, after the authorities got hold of Ross's open laptop, they could see everything, including all his chat histories. But this led the FBI to realize there was a government agent who'd been working on the Silk Road case who had been privately messaging Ross and accepting secret payments from him in exchange for information about the case. This corrupt agent was Carl Force, and he obviously thought because the messages were encrypted and the payment was in Bitcoin, he would never get caught. But now the government had Ross's chat histories and records of the Bitcoin transactions. It had all started when Carl initially posed as a big-time drug smuggler on the Silk Road forums under the username Knob. He began messaging Ross, or as he knew him back then, Dread Pirate Roberts, and started to build a relationship with him. Once Carl had built up some trust with Ross, he told him that he knew of a mole within the DEA and started selling information about the Silk Road case to Ross. Of course, Carl himself was the mole. He was taking payments from Ross in exchange for information about the case. Over the course of several months, Carl received over $750,000 in Bitcoin in exchange for sending information to Ross about the Silk Road case. But things get much crazier. You see, one of the employees Ross had hired to help him with Silk Road was a guy called Curtis Green, who had become a site moderator. But one day when Curtis got a large shipment of coke sent to his house, he was caught by the Baltimore task force and got arrested. Ross was obviously confused why his moderator suddenly stopped replying to him, because at first he had no idea Curtis had been arrested. And then he noticed Curtis had stolen $350,000 from Silk Road, because as a moderator, Curtis had access to some of the site's funds that were being held in escrow. Now, Ross obviously assumed Curtis had betrayed him, that he'd stolen money from the site and then vanished. But in yet another twist, it wasn't Curtis who stole the money from the site. It was another corrupt agent on the Baltimore task force called Sean Bridges. After arresting Curtis Green, Sean had logged into Curtis's Silk Road account that had moderator privileges and started transferring some of the Silk Road Bitcoins to his own personal account. So this government agent was basically siphoning money off Silk Road to his own personal Bitcoin wallet whilst logged in with Curtis's moderator account. And just to be clear, Sean wasn't doing this to turn the money over to the government. He was moving the funds to his own personal private accounts, thinking he wouldn't get caught because it was in Bitcoin. So, just to recap, we now have two different corrupt agents working on the Silk Road case who are both part of the Baltimore task force, both with their own separate schemes to steal Bitcoin for themselves. As for Ross, he obviously had no idea about any of this. He just assumed Curtis had robbed him. So, according to the chat logs from Ross's computer, he decided to hire someone to go after Curtis. Initially, Ross didn't want to kill him. He just wanted his money back and maybe to beat him up a bit. However, Ross's inner circle that he spoke to on Silk Road, like Variety Jones, persuaded Ross it was the right decision to have Curtis killed, because he needed to send a message that he couldn't be crossed. Otherwise, other Silk Road employees might think about betraying Ross in the future as well. Ross had to send a message. Ultimately, Ross agreed, and asked if anyone could kill Curtis. One of the people who saw that request was Carl Force, the other corrupt agent who was part of the same team who just arrested Curtis. Sensing an opportunity to make yet more money for himself, Carl replied using his Knob username and said he knew some pros who could get the job done. He said they need $40K up front and $40K after the execution was complete. So, Ross sent the first half of the payment. Carl then got Curtis, who he had under arrest, and staged his death. They took a photo of what looked like Curtis's dead body, except Curtis wasn't dead. It was just a staged photo. But Ross didn't know that. He assumed the hit had been carried out successfully and paid the rest of the money to Carl. Ross did write back that he was a little disturbed by the photo and explained, "I'm new to this kind of thing." It was clear he was quite distressed about issuing a hit on someone. But as far as Ross knew, Curtis had stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars from him, so he rationalized that having him killed was necessary. In reality, of course, Curtis was alive, and it was the corrupt agent Sean who'd stolen the money from Curtis's moderator account. And the other corrupt agent Carl who'd faked Curtis's death in order to make even more money from a supposed hit job. Shortly after this, Ross would end up ordering hits on 5 other people who crossed him, including a hacker who was trying to extort money from him. As far as Ross was concerned, he now had the power to pay to get anyone killed if he needed to. In the diary on Ross's computer, he wrote, "Sent payment to Angels for hit on Tony76 and his 3 associates," which was then followed by an update about some work he'd done on the site that day. It seemed like ordering a hit on someone had now just become a fairly normal part of the job to Ross. But again, just like with the hit he ordered on Curtis, none of these murders Ross paid for ever took place. No bodies were ever found. It seems Ross was simply getting scammed by other people claiming to be hitmen, and nobody had actually been killed. Which was lucky for Ross, because when he eventually got caught in the library and all these messages he'd sent were discovered, the murder for hire charges against against him were dropped, because even though they had evidence from his chat logs that he paid for those hits, and that he believed the orders had been carried out, it was all an elaborate scam, and he couldn't be convicted of murder when nobody had been murdered. Now, for legal reasons, I should stress that Ross's family still maintains that someone planted those messages on his computer, and that Ross never wrote them himself. As for Carl and Sean, the two corrupt agents, both were sentenced to around 6 years in prison each. It's seriously crazy that two separate government agents working on the same case both tried to steal so much money and secretly transfer it